Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo egu mawego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa he ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. Ayendeba. So, pardon me. There it is right there. Ayendeba. So good to see you again. Good to see you again. How are you? Hope you've had a wonderful day. I really hope you do. You know, when people say that, I hope you had a wonderful day, and they ask how you are, it's usually just a throwaway sort of commentary. They're not really inviting a response, you know, often instances. But I am interested. How are you? How have you been? How was your day? What's going on? Kilon Shele? Where did they happen? Kedu, Odema, and Nakwana, and all that. So good day to you. Good to have you here, and hope you had a wonderful day. So here we go again. Another roller coaster session. Of course, it's going to be another roller session. When has it never not been a roller coaster session? So strap yourself in, buckle in, and let's go for the ride. So buckle in and let's go for the ride. But before you buckle in and surrender yourself to the ride, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. You know we're always canvassing for this, and one of these days, maybe you start to do it as a matter of routine. It's just so necessary. So that is Toga responding that we did fine. So good to hear that. So there it is, a question and a response. So yes, click on lock, and I hope you have clicked on like and you are subscribed, Toga. And I hope everybody else like Toga have clicked on like and subscribe. So do both those two things. And then the hyperlink that says StreamYard is ever your open invitation to come and join us on the screen. I think we are actually getting one a day now in terms of our new voices coming to join the platform. So you can be the star new voice of today just by clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's so important because the conversation has to expand and only you can make that happen. So if you're a new voice and you've never joined us, then please do that. We welcome you. It's one warm, cozy family. So come into the warm embrace of it. So come into the warm embrace of it by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do that. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, I still do it just as a matter of routine. There was only really ever one person that was doing it, and it looks as though now that place seems to have died a natural death. But I'm not quite ready to surrender his death just yet. So the invitation then to buy your host cups of coffee is still there for whoever chooses to avail themselves of it. So do that. The like button is absolutely categorically compulsory. So you must do that. So you do that as a matter of must. The subscription button equally is absolutely categorically compulsory. So you must do that as a matter of must as well. So the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join us is highly recommended, and you are encouraged to do that. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's entirely at your discretion. So do all the clickings. So what are we contending today? So we're contending it. You see this first headline that you see this first headline that I'm about to show you now. They say corruption is deeply embedded within the Nigerian system. And this first headline now encapsulates that succinctly. So if you've ever had that phraseology that that corruption is deeply entrenched and embedded within the Nigerian system, there is no more primal example of that than this. Listen to this. Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 67 million liters after subsidy removal. So it is coming from authority. The vice president of the country is letting us know that. So that is near enough, half of it, at least a good what? That's 50-something percent, nearly 60%. Well, it's dropped by at least 40%, we should say. So that is to tell you then that a good 26 million liters of petrol going missing daily. That's daily, by the way. And if you put a price tag to that, then you know just how much the country has been hemorrhaging. Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 67 million after subsidy removal. And we're hearing this from authority. The vice president of the country making that information known. So you would say that the missing 26 million liters, I keep wanting to say barrel, you would say that the missing 26 million liters has been smuggled across the borders. And you may be right, and they may not even exist at all, by the way, because a lot of people feel that these are just things written in the books. The money is collected and disappeared. But if they were existing in real time, you would say that they have disappeared across the border. But then you say to tighten up the border, but the country seems to be doing the reverse. So all that long-winded explanation, only to land on this headline. Federal government okays reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So the last time I checked, SEME is not anywhere known within the Nigerian firmament. So that's a foreign space. So why then are vehicles being imported into Nigeria via SEME when Nigeria has one of the biggest ports of entry in that whole West African coast? So what does this what does this do for all our ports and whatnot if they are able to freely ferry car through the SEME border? Federal government okays reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So that one, it runs contrary, of course, to what seems to be the tightening of the loopholes by the Tinubu administration. But we're back to that tightening of loopholes. Ministerial slots. Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. So this is from sources. So now, you know, I always have to drink water. So now, this is the ministerial list. Let me start it like that. The ministerial list of Tinubu is one of the most keenly anticipated yet in the history of Nigeria. Because from that ministerial list, we will find out exactly what sort of administration is intended to run. Now, the recommendation of everybody is that, yes, there will be political jobbers that have to be paid off in terms of positions, but the heartbeat of the administration and the functioning of the country has to be run by technocrats. And it looks as though that call now is echoing and ricocheting in our Aso Rock. Maybe this was even Tinubu's instincts from the get-go. Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats, sources. So it rings like good news, except for this word. So this word may, it would have rung better, sounded better if that was will. You know, not may, but will, because no considerations really, you know, where is your loyalty is really where this question leads to. Are you loyal to the people that elected you into office, or are you loyal to your party members that padded you out through the campaign space? Because a lot of these ex-governors, we all want to jettison them in the dustbins of history. They've never served any purpose. So maybe subject matter experts, really what we need. Don't go and give somebody that studied Arabic studies to go and be the minister of power, which is what we had, not literally, but metaphorically. That was what we had under Malam Buhari. Ministerial slots, Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats, sources. So sources, of course, somebody speaking out of tune there. So we're back to this space now that we labored heavily yesterday, because it's not a story that is going away. Some people tried to dismiss it as fake news, but it's a story that is ricocheting up and down the Nigerian news space. It's, of course, the greed of the establishment. Why we are increasing salaries of president, other elected officials by 114%, RMAFC justifies move. We labored very heavily yesterday trying to determine if this was fake news or not. And even at some point, the platform was under pressure that we were being purveyors of fake news. But this news item now continues to hold solid within the actually, let me just give you this readout now. Why we are increasing salaries of president, other related officials by 114%, RMAFC justifies move. So let's see what it has to say. The mobilization, the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission has given reason for its recommendation for an upward review of political office holders in the country amidst strong criticism by Nigerians. The commission had recommended a 114% increase in the salaries of elected public officials, including President Bola Tinubu, his vice, Senator Kashim Shettima, federal and state legislators, governors, and as well as judicial officers. This, however, requires approval from the president and other cabinet members, and thereafter it will be sent to the National Assembly through an executive bill for passage. So if I can pause there for a moment. So I think this was where the contention was yesterday, if this was signed off by the presidency or not, if this was fait accompli. So it is not necessarily fait accompli, but it is something that is being propelled forward towards a sign off. So that's a better description of where we are. The move have attracted strong condemnation from the public, who expected the new administration to cut costs in order to tackle the country's low revenue and other economic challenges. But the commission argued that the increment was long overdue, adding that the last time the affected public official salaries were increased was 16 years ago. Speaking on Arise TV, in fact, I've got the clip anyway, so I'm not quite sure if I should be reading it out because we've got the clips still to go through in the course of the session. Speaking on Arise TV on Wednesday night, a federal commissioner of the RMAF, so this is where so this is where a lot of debate broke out yesterday, questioning the level of function of the guy that went on Arise TV, if he was the chairman of that organization or not, but a federal commissioner, essentially. So somebody with an authority to speak. Speaking on Arise News channel on Wednesday night, a federal commissioner of the RMAFC, Mr. Hassan Usman, noted that elected officials as well as the populace were all confronted with the same economic situation. According to Arise News, RMAFC is saddled with the responsibility of determining the appropriate remunerations for political office holders, including the president, etc., etc. However, as a result of the recommendation, the commission has called on the 36 states, and this was another space that was contended as well. Because in the news that broke yesterday, let me actually read it properly without glossing over anything, because I think everything within it is quite germane. According to Arise News, RMAFC is saddled with the responsibility of determining the appropriate remuneration for political office holders, including the president, vice president, and now governors. So, was it Simba? No, it wasn't Simba. It was the progressive. It was Akim. It was Akim that was actually querying that the RMAFC does not have the authority to determine a governor's salary. That should be that falls within the purview of state assemblies, because the federating states of the Nigerian Federation, they somewhat have a sub-autonomy to the point of being somewhat almost like a standalone country by their own. Therefore, the federal space cannot determine the governor's salary. This was Akim's argument. That argument wrong. Do you get? So I hope you are listening, Akim. That argument that you preferred, yeah, he even sent me on Instagram to nail it down. So that argument is false. This is according to the Constitution or documented procedure. According to Arise News, RMAFC is saddled with the responsibility of determining the appropriate remunerations for political office holders, including the president, vice president, Akim, this is for you, governors, deputy governors, ministers, commissioners, special advisors, legislators, and the holders of offices as mentioned in Section 84 and 124 of the Constitution. However, as a result of the recommendation, the Commission has called on the 36 state houses of assembly to hasten effort on the amendment of relevant laws to give room for upward review of remuneration packages for political, judicial, and public office holders. According to the Commissioner, the Consumer Price Index is for everybody, private and public, adding that the scenario formed part of their consideration for the increment. So it's quite, look, this is quite a thing, you know. This paragraph right there you see, this paragraph is red meat to the Nigerian populace. This is how they take advantage of us, and let me unbuckle it in a moment. We're in summer here, so you get dried up very quickly, and then you get purged, and your throat just dries up. You know what summer feels like. According to the commissioner, now listen to this. I need you to pay attention to, and we will see him on the right in a moment. According to the commissioner, the consumer price index is for everybody. So the consumer price index, essentially, if you remove the highfalutin grammar, the consumer price index is the price of goods and services that we all consume. So the consumer price index is for everybody, and private and public. adding that the scenario formed part of their consideration for the increment. So they took into consideration the increase in inflation in order to determine then how much public officers, governors, presidents, etc., will be paid. But then do they take that consideration when they give a derisory pay increase for the everyday Joe? Do you see? They give anyway. We'll get into that, but this is how they shoot themselves in the foot. According to the commissioner, the consumer price index is for everybody, private and public, adding that the scenario formed part of their consideration for the increment, whilst pointing out that the commission could not fold their hand and watch until when the sacrificial lamb is dead and killed. Usman argued that the salary of Nigeria's president is one of the lowest when compared when compared and with all other presidents, adding that the annual salary of the president falls around 7 million naira. So 7 million naira per annum. So well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Let me take that paragraph again. I'm a bit confused. It says, whilst pointing out that the commission could not fold its hands and watch until when the sacrificial lamb is dead and killed, Usman argued that the salary of Nigeria's president is one of the lowest when compared and with the other presidents, adding that the annual salary of the Nigerian president falls around 7 million naira. So there it is. So, and by the way, even though I'm a bit reticent to accept, this organization is in charge of pay for public service, for public office holders. So he knows what he's talking about. But it does surprise me then that the president's salary brackets, is that per annum though? Yes, the annual salary. So the president of Nigeria is actually taking home per month less than or roughly 500K. Look at that. Imagine if it was Scandinavia and they had to pay for their own goods and services. Will he be able to live on that? 500K per month. Adding that the annual salary of the president falls around 7 million naira. He, however, clarified that the increment was on only the basic salary of public officials. We did not increase the allowances. All we did was to increase the basic salary, and then of the cost of allowances are there. I don't know what this reads like. We didn't increase the allowances. All we did was to increase the basic salary, and then, of course, the allowances are there the way they are. They are only commensurate a percentage of the salary. So they are not there the way they are. So they are only commensurate percentages of the salary. So your allowance is a commensurate percentage of your salary. So let's say, for instance, for the purposes of example, if your salary was 1,000 naira and your allowance was 10% of your salary, then your salary plus allowances that would then become 1,100 naira. But then if your salary was then increased from 1,000 naira to 10,000 naira, your salary then plus allowances then increases to 11,000 naira. So if they are saying they are not making changes to the allowances, that's somewhat trying to be clever with language, because if it's percentile to the basic, then it's an increment as well. So these people must think we're illiterates or something. He further explains that the reviews are in 4 volumes involving the federal government and the Federal Capital Territory on the one hand, and the governors, state legislators, as well as local government on the other. Volume 1 entails the review of the federal government and the FCT. Volume 2 for the state government and local government. Volume 3 for the judiciary, from top to bottom. So from the Chief Justice to the cleaner, keeps the place tidy. So volume 3 for the judiciary from top to bottom, and volume 4 is for the legislators, from the federal legislators to the state and even the local government. So there's something to unpick from there. So this is where this is why the Nigerian space is the perfect fraud. So now for all these increments to happen, it has to be signed off by the parliament. But then, of course, the recommendation of the for the increments also increases the pays and packages of the parliament. So what is the disincentive? So I'm asking you to sign off that you should get paid more. What disincentivizes you not to do it? Do you see? So that's the perfect crime. That's the perfect crime. So they just it's money for the boys, money for the boys. The volumes are there. We have submitted them. They are just recommendations we have submitted to the office of the president, and is going to take them to the National Assembly for the federal government and the FCT. And those for the states will be legislated upon by the state houses of assembly, he added. Earlier, the RMAFC had revealed that it recommended 114% increase in the salaries of elected politicians, including the president, vice president, governors, lawmakers, as well as judicial and public office holders. Right. RMAFC chairman Mohammed Shehu, represented by a federal commissioner. So I think we captured this yesterday. So yes, it goes on to tell us then that the review had not been done for the last 16 years, etc., etc. So yes, so let's establish what is established, and let's discount what is not yet the case. So actually, let this next article establish what is established. So this is Tinubu now coming out to address the matter via his spokesperson. Tinubu has not approved salary review for politicians or others. So this is Alake now. President Bola Tinubu has not approved salary review for elected politicians and judicial officers, his media aide, Dele Alake, has said. In a statement on Thursday, Alake, the special advisor on special duties, communications, and strategy to the president, described as misinformation reports that the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission approved a 114% increase in the salaries of the president, vice, etc., etc. We state without any equivocation, I think this guy must be listening to Thomas, we state without any equivocation that that President Bola Tinubu has not approved any salary increase, and no such proposal has been brought before him for consideration, Alake said. He said, though it is within the constitutional remit of the commission to propose and fix salaries and allowances of public office holders and judicial officers, such cannot come to effect until it has equally been considered and approved by the president. However, this is unfounded. This unfounded story gained prominence on social media and in a section of the mainstream media, again, brings to the fore the dangers of fake news, etc., etc. So it goes down that line. The misinformation was obviously contrived to create ill will for the new administration, slow down the upward momentum and massive goodwill the Tinubu-led administration is currently enjoying amongst Nigerians as a result of its fast-paced, dynamic, and progressive policies, he said. Alake further advised members of the public to disregard reports on government activities and policy issues that do not emanate from approved official communication channels. So I think I'm not quite sure how much of that, But let me go here. Let me come here. Let's pick it up from here. Let's listen to this. Watch this.
Elected political officers pending presidential approval. But this salary review has led to heated debate from a section of the public.
With the nation still at a gripping point after the withdrawal of the fuel subsidy, analysts say the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission's approved review of political office holders' annual basic salary by 114% completely defies the overriding need to reduce the cost of governance. The RMAFC is saddled with for political office holders, including the president, vice president, governors, deputy governors, ministers, commissioners, special advisors, legislators, and the holders of the offices as mentioned in Section 84 and 124 of this Constitution. On the flip side, some have argued that the review of the political office holders' remuneration is long overdue, with the last implementation done in 2008. But this proposal seems somewhat disturbing for the optics, as some minimum wage, main verses have been trailing.
Apologies, technical issues, technical issues. It was a break in transmission from our Teju Osho station. So let's pick it up from where we were. Let's pick it up from where we were.
It's long overdue, with the last implementation done in 2008. But this proposal seems somewhat disturbing for that the take-home allowances and perks of the police office holders is too outrageous compared to national wage and trailing announcements of the review of the public office holders' remuneration. Arise News got in touch with the chairman RMAFC, Mr. Sheil Mohammed, who explained that the commission is only reviewing the annual basic salary, which was last reviewed 15 years ago.
I don't think the National Assembly and senators earn an outrageous amount of money. I've said this publicly. The salary of a senator or member of House of Reps is about, senator is about a million a little
about
bit.
The basic salary or the total package?
Basic salary and allowances. However, there is what they call operating funds, for running the office. If you are elected senator representing Lagos West, for instance, you have to have a constituency office. I don't know how many in your state. You have to hire some people to man that office. You have to have equipments, computers, and others, and depending upon the size of your constituency. Now, in other societies, that has nothing to do with the senator. There is already a structure whereby the system takes care of all those things and provided. It's still cost of governance. But here, from what I understand the National Assembly did, they monetize this and they give the senator that amount of money. And at the end of the year, I think he retires it by bringing receipts and other things. So Nigerians can advocate for take your basic salary and take your allowances, but leave the issue of constituency offices, workers in the constituency offices, equipments and others, leave it to the structure of the system.
For others, they feel it's time the federal government adopted the Steve Oronsoy's report on the need to merge some agencies like the National Wages and Salary Commission and the RMAFC that have duplicate functions just like many other agencies of government. While the Bola Tinubu-led federal government has promised to look into the review of the national minimum wage, it seems a desperate situation for public servants who appears to be on the receiving end of the bargain, especially with the current economic realities. Benga Ashiru, Arise News.
Well, Rufai, just before I come to you.
All right. So before they go to Rufai, let's make a quick escape. But so that's the latest development in that space. Let's just establish what's going on. We've heard from Dele Alake that that has not been signed up. It's not being signed off, and it's not being presented to Tinubu to sign up. So so let's establish that. So that is not on the president's desk to sign up or to sign off. But what we do know as well is that that review has been completed. That review has been brought to the front burner of political discourse, and we've heard functionaries of that organization justifying the review and trying to push it through. So the timing of it, the lack of sensitivity of it, I think that's also not in dispute. So those parts are not in dispute, I wouldn't say. So those parts not in dispute, I would not say. So let's go on from there. I'm sure our conversations will wrap around that. Our conversations hopefully to wrap around this as well. Federal government approves reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So let me give you this as well. A short read. The federal government has approved the reopening of SEME border for the importation of vehicles. Director of Road Transport in the Ministry of Transportation, Ibrahim Musa, who made the announcement on Wednesday, June the 21st, during his speech at the Economic Community of West African States meeting, organized between officials of Nigeria and Benin, said they decided to reopen the border following complaints by freight forwarders operating in the area. Musa said, I was here with the former Minister of State for Transportation when the freight forwarders pleaded that the border should be reactivated for the free movement of goods and services. The former minister made us prepare a memo to that effect. Am I offline? No, I'm not offline. What is Alexander Gomez saying? I'm not offline. Am I offline? Can people see and hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Loud and clear.
No, Alexander was saying to me that I'm offline. I think that was for the moment I had the technical glitch. Yes, I was here with the former Minister of State for Transportation when the freight forwarders pleaded that the SEME border should be reactivated for free movement of goods and services. The former minister made us prepare a memo to that effect. It was considered and sent to the government. The custom area controller of SEME border, Dera Nandi, also said the service had noticed a reduction in its revenue since the importation of vehicles was banned from land borders. Nandi said, the former Minister of Transportation, responding to some of our requests and from the stakeholders, promised to take them to the Federal Executive Council. One of them is how to fully open this border. The minister has informed us that the memo has been written to the FAC and it was adopted and that it will be given to the new government. He assured that all requests will be adopted. So that imminently to happen. But what does this then speak to for our own borders is really the wider question. So what does that speak to for our own borders? Since I'm already doing the readouts, let me just give you the full readouts. Let me read out as well this piece, the first subsidy piece. Let me read this out as well. Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 67 million after subsidy removal. So this is Shettima. Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima has claimed that fuel consumption in Nigeria has reduced from 67 million liters per day to 41 million liters per day since President Bola Tinubu's current regime eliminated the fuel subsidy. So that then tells its own story. Just that paragraph alone tells its own story. The Vice President mentioned that the Nigerian government was determined to fostering a conducive environment for economic activities in the country. The Vice President emphasized the need of economic reforms in positioning the country's economy for growth in the aftermath of the recent withdrawal of fuel subsidy. This was contained in a statement signed by Olusola Abiola, a spokesman for the Vice President, on Wednesday. Shettima mentioned this during a courtesy call at the presidential villa by the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. He said, "This is just the beginning because it was a fait accompli to withdraw the fuel subsidy. We either got rid of the fuel subsidy or the fuel subsidy got rid of the Nigerian nation. In 2012, we spent $10 billion on fuel subsidy alone," explained the Nigerian Vice President. He added, "Last month, we were purportedly consuming 67 liters per day, but after the removal of the subsidy, it dropped to 41 million liters per day, nearly 40% off. So the whole subsidy regime was opaque, reading with a lot of inconsistencies." So those are diplomatic words for corruption, by the way. The Vice President went on to say that the previous multiple exchange rate regime with a lot of corruption brought about the proliferation of many schemes, adding that the government had no other option but to collapse the exchange rate into one. In the coming weeks and months, we are going to make more pronouncements on how to reposition the Nigerian economy and make it vibrant for business, the Vice President noted. Shettima also spoke on the role of the private sector in driving the economic growth. According to him, Lagos is booming fundamentally because of private sector, but not because of government, as the government has created the avenue for business to thrive. Regarding finding a lasting solution to the worsening insecurity in the country, Shettima stated that there was need for both kinetic and non-kinetic approach towards addressing the problem. So the insecurity in Nigeria is usually politically led, and we are going to see now if insurgency will resurface under Tinubu, then we will know for certain then that is weaponized for political reasons. Montgomery praised the new administration's forward-thinking economic initiatives, particularly the changes. He praised Nigeria's long-standing friendship and collaboration, particularly in commerce, and so it goes on into all of that. So So all of that. But the salient pertinent one, Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 61 million liters after fuel subsidy removal. So a lot of it, that cannot just go under the radar. A lot of explanation needs to be given just to justify that. All right, let me give you this final readout, and then we play the Kegite, and then we carry on. So let me give you this final readout. Ministerial slots. Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. Source. As the push for ministerial appointments gathered steam, there are strong indications that President Bola Tinubu may have dumped the idea of populating his government with former governors and prefer technocrats and professionals to be members of his cabinet. Correspondent was reliably informed yesterday that the fate of former governors in the formation of the cabinet remain doubtful, as the president is said not to be looking in their direction. A source familiar with the development disclosed that former governors on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC and People's Democratic Party PDP are making frantic efforts to ensure their nominees get appointments to the board MDAs and parastatals. Recall that President Tinubu on Monday dissolved the governing boards of all federal government parastatals, agencies, etc., etc. As Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume had in a statement said the action was an exercise of the President's constitutional power and in public interest. With the dissolution of the MDAs and parastatals, correspondent was informed that the former governors are pushing to have their stooges appointed. A source who spoke with correspondents in confidence said the president is trying to avoid these APC leaders. The source, who is a former governor, said aside from getting their nominees appointed as board chairmen, the former governors, especially those of northern extraction, are pushing to be ministers. He said, there is a little crisis in the northern APC. They are becoming a liability to Tinubu. Most of the former governors want to be ministers because they feel they contribute to Tinubu's electoral victory. Some of these leaders collected mobilization from Tinubu, but they now want to become ministers. As a result of that, they now want to become a distraction to the president by insisting they should be appointed as ministers and also appointing people to the board of ministries, departments, agencies, etc. Some of them have also approached him, the president, for contracts. For now, Tinubu is trying to avoid these former northern governors. He's trying to distance himself from them. The president is looking to appoint technocrats, especially from the north. In Kano, for instance, the presidential candidate of the new Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, is being favored ahead of former Governor Abdullahi Ganduje. As far as the president is concerned, Ganduje has lost Kano, and the president believes Kwankwaso is more relevant to him at the federal level. Another source, however, insisted that Ganduje is still Tinubu's man. So let's leave that there. Let's leave that there and come in to see who's available to take it on. So we've got Adanle Koko, we've got Bishop. So it's looking like yes. Let's kick it off with Bishop. Let's kick it off with Bishop. Bishop, are you ready to go?
I'm available.
All right, brilliant. Let's kick it off with you then, Bishop. So let's kick it off with the headline on the screen. Ministerial slots, Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. So this is something clearly that we would like to see.
Okay. Let me just say good evening, fellow Nigerians, compatriots. Please click on the like button, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. I would say the headline is just, how do they say, it's just full of noise. Yeah, who says there are no governors that are technocrats? I mean, yeah, we know that politics is a reward system. People that worked, if they have something to offer, they don't need to be ministers alone. There are several positions, I mean, that people will be rewarded with, and they need to add value. So there are people, somebody used to say, it's not rocket science. You can work and chew up together. You can see technocrats among governors too, if they have contributed, of course. I mean, the last time that Buhari retained people that did not contribute, you saw the best they made of it. So I think somebody is just writing. We want people that will add value to Nigeria, irrespective of who they are. Some so-called technocrats have been completely so woeful in their performance, you know, and we saw it play out. So if people can add value, people they have track records, they have things they can show, either in their private life or government, as a government functionary, if they have something they can add. And the good thing I want to believe now is that TINUBU is not going to be the lackadaisical, I mean, what do I call it now, that Buhari retain people even when it's obvious that they had nothing to offer. So if you don't shape up, you don't perform, you should be ready to sack you. But somebody saying that he's only going to appoint technocrats. There are technocrats everywhere. Even among the politicians, there are technocrats. But at least sometimes we just go back.
You know, I think the mood of the country is for fresh blood. You know, I don't think the country is looking to hear that Ganduje and El Rufai are back again or something or the other. No matter how competent they are, or you imagine them. I think the mood of the country is for fresh blood.
I disagree. Don't make it about Ganduje alone. If you want
I'm just saying as an example. It's not specifically
politicians have struggled for power, and you now say somebody Peter Obi is a technocrat and go and bring it because you want fresh blood and technocrat. Which kind of fresh blood is that? Politics is a game of power. People who are partook in it has one way or the other. It's just that the reward system must commensurate with the kind of value they are bringing up. But you now say you want fresh blood. You now go and bring people that did not, people that are even opposed to you. They're going to cause your government to fail. They're going to cause your government
sorry. Obasanjo was a good example. Who went internationally to look for high performing? Hold on. Can you hold on? Can you hold on? Hold on. Let me make the point. Obasanjo is a good example. Who went internationally to look for high functioning Nigerians that were specialists in their areas of endeavor, and he brought them in, and we saw the performance. You know all the names, Madam Ngozi, Adesina, etc. All of the star names that have come through in terms of ministerial performance over the last 20, 30 years, they've been technocrats that have been brought in. So that's the point. Back to you.
I was going to ask you how many technocrats. Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, yes, highly respected. We earned the highest under her, but yet, what was there to record for it? Under her, when she served Obasanjo and Jonathan together, she came out to tell us openly that they borrowed 890-something billion to pay salaries, even when we had one of the highest economic booms. What did they do? Oh, they recalibrated the economy and say, oh, our GDP became, not because anything was added to it, because it was just recalibrated with the present reality. So what was the value? Oh, he brought Okonjo-Iweala. Where is he? He brought, what's her name? Obieze Kwesili. What did she? Obieze Kwesili was in the Ministry of Sterling Mineral. She was in the Ministry of Education. What were the things? I'm not saying technocrats are not good, but I'm saying that there is a place for them. At the same place, there is a place for people that participated and contributed to the success of the party.
Who would you want as the Minister of Power, a technocrat or a politician?
See, I had this conversation with one of my friends when they appointed Fashola as the Minister of Works and Power, and he was an engineer, a certified engineer, and it was all, and I said, we have had engineers. I mean, the last one before him was this guy that came from NNPC. I've listened to him before. that he was an engineer. That Fashola is not an engineer. It's just about administrative competence. That's just the truth. If you are a good administrator and you know your onions, how do they say it? You are what your onions, you know what you are doing. It's not just like some run-of-the-mill individual. If you are a good administrator and you have hands-on, you don't need to be an engineer to administer the Ministry of Works. Fashola had proven that. So
yeah,
for
but
me,
you don't especially need any specialism to administer the Minister of Works. I said the Ministry of Power or Health.
Tito Ministry of Power, Tito Ministry. We have already.
Would you make hold on? Would you make a politician that studied Yoruba studies the Minister of Health?
I mean, number one, I mean, when you say Yoruba, you kind of belittle somebody.
And you get what I'm talking about now, John. There are certain portfolios that you need somebody that there's a subject matter specialist. You know, I'm not even sure that there's an argument here.
Good bro. If somebody is a doctor, does it make that person a technocrat?
You can be a doctor and a well, you're a technocrat. You're a technocrat in that field. You mean an administrator? Is that what you mean?
That's what I'm saying. If you're an administrator in whatever field, I mean, I remember the interview of at the debate of not Obasanjo now, of MKO Abiola and Bashir Tofa in that day, and they were talking about Christopher Ogo, who was the deputy to Bashir Tofa then, and they were saying, no, he was the Minister of Finance, he was this, he's an economist, and that. And Abiola said, look, I don't need to be an economist. I don't need to be an engineer to be a perfect. I don't be a doctor to be. He said, if I am the commander-in-chief, I will hire the best person to be where I want them to be. It's a matter of looking of square pegs in square holes, or round peg in round holes, as they used to say. So what I'm saying is that technocrat good, but I'm not saying that the technocrat must not be outside the people. Among the people that contributed to make to win the election, you can find technocrats among them too.
Yes, but what I'm saying to you is that the public are fed up with recycling all of these names all of the time. They are.
When the public gets up to win the election, they can go and bring people from the mass. People that
so ignore the public's will. Ignore the. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you concede that the public are fed up with all of these names, recycling these names? Do you concede that the public is fed up?
That's your view. That's your opinion.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking your opinion. Do you concede?
Concede?
Yeah?
No, I don't.
You don't think people are fed up with hearing Ganduje Fashola all the time, or they want them to come back again?
I think so. I'm not saying they should.
Amechi and all of this sort of elements.
Don't quote me on what I did not say.
No, I'm asking you. Bring it down. Oh no, bring it down. Can you calm it down? Let's be conversational. So let's not go over each other. I'm asking you a question, so you address it. I'm asking. Hold on. Let me ask the question. Just bring it down. I'm asking you that let me land the question so you can hear it fully and then address it. I'm asking you that do you concede that the public are fed up with the same old political names being recycled administration after administration? Do you think the public are fed up of that?
Are you done?
Yes, that's the question.
You asked that question like 3-4 times. I said no.
You don't think so? Okay.
So, because they ran for election, and as far as we're concerned today, the people chose them. Do we need to make, Tinubu to make some changes? Absolutely. I want to see some fresh blood as well. But I'm not saying that we should throw away, because that seems to be the narrative, that we don't want to see. No. These people contributed. If you participated in the election and you left whatever you're doing, and of course, it's a reward system everywhere in the world. I mean, except for the Buhari that retained almost 50% of the people in boards and parastatals. Oh, I want change. I want not just change, I want changes. I want things to go forward. But at the same time, we want technocrats. We have to balance it. You don't just throw away everybody because you will need them in the next cycle of election. If you throw them away today, when the next cycle comes and you have succeeded in putting people that had no electoral battle, you'll be on your own. And that is it. People think about the next election. They want to perform. But at the same time, it is people that is going to make them to perform. So people are going to help them. So I don't think it is, I mean, the matter of they want fresh blood, they want new this, they want new technocrats. They can find technocrats. It's going to be a mix, a kind of a potpourri of a thing. So you get some technocrats here. There are bots and parastatals. There are lots. There are more than 5,000 or thereabouts. So they can still accommodate politicians. The only thing is that don't just put them there because they are politicians. Put them there because they have things to offer. Put them there because they are competent in their fields. I am saying there are still competent people amongst the politicians.
All right. Let me take you to the next headline on the screen, Bishop. Nigeria's daily fuel usage dropped to 41 million liters from 67 after subsidy removal. So now, explanations are needed, and those explanations should be coming from the desk of Mele Kyari. So what's been happening every single day to 26 million liters of fuel? These are eye-popping figures, Bishop.
Number one, I'm extremely very mad and angry. And if I have access to whether it is Thunder or Shogu or Shopono or Ayelela or Amadioha, I can invoke it upon those people, honestly speaking. So let there be clear. I can invoke it on them and anybody that partook in that haste. Now, having said that, this thing did not start today. I remember we've always had this discussion about for years, and I've always said that the best time to remove it was like 10 years or 15 years ago. The second best time was any time, and that was why I was very vehement that in defense of Tinubu, that look, the best auspicious time, this thing has happened, just flow with the tide. Now, is there a way we need to call these people to order and seize all their assets, whether the one they acquire with the stolen wealth or not? Honestly, do it. Take everything that can be taken away from them. If it is possible to sell them into slavery and recoup whatever they have stolen. But it is not this 20 million or 20-something million that is being stolen across the border. Some of them never made it to Nigeria at all. It is just on paper. So people...
Bishop, hold on. If I can just come in there, just what you said there. The missing 26 million, like you said, they may just be paper numbers that never was brought into anywhere, and they've just written it as imported, taken the money and disappeared. So the suffering of the last 8 years, or even longer, of the last however many years, is in this headline. What Nigeria has been, all of the suffering in Nigeria, a good 40%, 60% of it is in this headline.
Yeah.
Bishop.
Can I go ahead? Are you done? Okay, good. That's what I'm saying. The number, let's assume that people that smuggle oil across the border take 100 trailer per day. I don't think they will be more than that. It's still very, very small compared to what people that are using ship, and cargoes are taking. People that are around the border that use Kataka and they say they take just little, they make their big men in their own. But the real thieves are the ones that have access. They are the powerful people that can afford to say they are going to import ship. What do you call it? They had a importation whatever from NNPC, and they can get the paper signed, the document signed, like this man said. What's his name? The former CBN governor, please help me. I'm hungry.
Sanusi.
He said so openly, not once, not twice, that people just go as ships that have been decommissioned. And when he was sacked, people were taking it on the face value, celebrating his sack. Oh, it's fine. But the truth of the matter was that what he said was an exposé. He stepped on toes, and people made sure he paid for it. People that had so much, that they had so much enormous power, and they have been able to entrench themselves within the system, that if Jonathan could not take them on, Obasanjo could not take them on. Unfortunately and sadly so, they were able to enslave, to capture Buhari. Buhari could not take them on. But if we are going to make a headway, if this is one thing that Tinubu is going to achieve in 1 year, if we can stabilize the crisis, we can go after the ones that they have stolen before. But going forward, if it can stop the malady, that has become our way of life, it's worthy of celebration, because that is the amount that was being stolen of our collective patrimony on a daily basis. That is criminal. That is horrendous. That is horrific. That is disgusting and disgusting. That is, I don't know any other adjective. So for me, it's sad, but I pray that the government have the mojo to go after them. Check the books. Look for international auditors to come and audit.
Bishop, yes, the stop the malady, and I think that's already been stopped. But
Yes.
do you think that Tinubu can go after these people? Because the sort of money that these people command, I'm not sure that even the Nigerian state has the power or potency to go after them. These are people that can bring Tinubu down if he pushes too hard.
Sadly, you are very correct. Sadly. And they will do it with the help of the Nigerian people. One, they will do it with the help of the Nigerian media, the Nigerian NGO, by pushing, some very damaging news that will bring down the government. So they will do it with active collaboration of this set of people, the Nigerian people, the NCO, and what do you call it, CSO, civil society organization, NGOs, the labor unions, the this, the that. Everybody will start writing damaging things because they know that their interest is being threatened. So, but it is now a matter of, look, how do we want to go about it? So, if they can, but I would not want us to go after them at the detriment of what we have achieved so far. If we can get audit and get them, but the important thing is that going forward, let us stop it. Look, it is not easy to take that decision. It is not easy to enforce it. And that was why I said when we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, that day that the thing happened, that all I just pray is that Tinubu will have the courage to be able to stick to his guns and not to go back on it. If he goes back, even if say, okay, for 1 month, that is the end of it. And that was why I remember we were having that conversation with Ajale Koko that day, that look, for me, even if it is a slip, it's a very good slip. Just continue to slip to the front. Don't slip backward. So it's a sad thing that people we have been hemorrhaging this bad, and that some people are enjoying, the filthy luck. They are living large among us. They are, even the ones that are benefiting from the dollar. I mean, there was one I encountered not too recently, and I got to know that he had access to borrow the change everywhere because he had access to people in position of power. That is how bad it has been. And corruption is extremely very endemic. It has eaten deep into the fabric, every facet of our society. So if we can, going forward, take care of the oil subsidy, whatever, and take care of the arbitrage. Honestly speaking, I can forgive Tinubu whatever blunder he makes for the next 1 year. So, if you can get these two, so for me, if you can get them to pay back, good. But I don't want us to be distracted and whereby falling back into the pitfall of the past.
All right, let me take you to this next headline. If there was ever if there's bad news or questionable news coming out of the excitement of Tinubu's administration, I would say this is it. Federal government okays reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So is this a direction of travel that we want to embark upon?
Now, I have not read, you see, we have made vehicle importation in quotes, like the subject matter. I have not read, so don't quote me on this, but I will go and read it. And there's always been this challenge because of this our AFCTA or something, African trade, whatever, when we closed our borders to goods and other services, that really affected a lot of, there's a lot of trading that goes on that route and the others. So if they are opening it, is it about just for the importation of cars or for vehicles to be able to move across? Because it is vehicles, all those trailers have used those routes before. So is it just about the cars? I don't think so. There are goods that are manufactured from there and from Nigeria. Actually, more goods used to go from Nigeria. I remember there, if you see loads of cement that used to go on that route, sometimes the convoy of that with the cement would be like 20.
I thought Buhari had already reopened this border anyway. Did he? I think he only closed it for a period to protect the rice import.
So that's why it is good. I will want to go and read it, and that's why I am not competent to make comment on it. I have not read it, I must confess. So, but I want to go and read it. Is it about vehicle, like those imported imported vehicle to be bringing it from there? Because that ordinarily would not make much sense. If you can import from the Nigerian ports, it's been decongested now. The reason why people preferred there before is that they said it was cheaper and you can clear your cars earlier. That's why people always use those.
Yes, but what about protectionism? What about our industry space? What about those expensive ports that we've built? Rather than freeing up SEME border, why don't we recalibrate our own borders, make it less cumbersome for importation, and let them import via us rather than us importing via them?
We are saying the same thing for goods that are coming from abroad, from not abroad as in Ghana and Togo, but for internal trade that we used to have before. A lot of goods used to pass there. A lot of things from Ghana, some food stuff, used to go through that border.
Have you lost connection? Yeah. Carry on. I thought you lost. Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I think we lost Bishop. Are you there, Bishop?
I'm hearing you.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, go on, Bishop.
Okay, carry on. You dropped.
So what I was referring to was the cars. If it is for cars, then there is a comma there. There's a question mark there. Why do you want to reopen it for cars? If our ports are now functional and we want to make them more functional, but if it is for just
sorry, Bishop. The SEME border is usually often instances only for two products: car importation and smuggling cars and smuggling rice. Those are the only two activities really that dominate that space. So if they are reopening it, then it's for car importation and smuggling rice.
No, you're correct. You are not correct, sir. Yeah, it's not for just those two. No, it's not. There are lots of small manufacturing things that people manufacture in Nigeria that they export there. I know for certainty. You'll be shocked the kind of thing. It's not just for cars and rice. Please, we can do our search. But I would like to go and read and find out. I know in custom officer, I will ask some details from that. What is in global? I can see it and read. But that's why I say I am not competent. Apart from general comments, I'm not competent to say anything specific on that. So that I would like to skip that.
All right, brilliant. So, Bishop, I'm going to take you to the increased salary narrative in a moment, because I know that is what really interests you the most in this news cycle. But before I do that, let me bring other voices into the conversation, because I'm always conscious of how long people have been waiting. So let me go to Maiduguri and touch base with Hassan. So Hassan, are you there? Hassan, Nakwana.
Inagaji, one man. How are you? How is everybody?
Lafiako.
Yeah, Kukeri.
Yeah, Lafia.
Well,
All right, that's on the outside though. Lafia.
Guy, you try.
Yes, my Hausa is better than your Yoruba anyway, so I can have that advantage.
Yeah.
Go on.
Okay, go ahead.
No, let me just take you to it immediately. So I was just in that conversation with Bishop that a lot of the suffering that Nigerians have been suffering for decades is embedded in this headline released by Kashim Shettima. Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 67 million liters after subsidy removal. So almost by half, we can say just in rounded figures, and that's on a daily basis. So I mean that's almost
Yes.
ungodly what we're saying here.
Yes, you see, regarding what has been happening with the downstream sector of petroleum, of course, because it's a cesspool. And this has been happening for a long while, but the magnitude of the corruption kept increasing year after year. I would say that this is a 2-decade problem. It got bad like 2 decades ago. But then each government subsequent government did not have the courage to do away with it. And that is why it is pinching everybody right now in the country, because you don't want to, when you have sepsis on your toe, to allow, the infection to keep growing and to keep continuing, because it may turn into something else, and the whole body, it can kill you. So this is something that is literally killing Nigeria. Thank God that it's something has been done right about now. So we're just like 3 weeks into the subsidy removal, and we're already doing 26 million liters less. I would say that the real number of our consumption is even lower than this, because when Dangote did his projection on the amount of PMS that he'll be selling, I think I saw that in 2017. I saw a paper where they were, anticipating the amount of PMS that they'll be selling daily, and that is within Nigeria, not their export. They pegged it at around 29 million barrels. Now, I would say I would rather rely on private sector information.
Is that liters now?
29 million liters.
Yeah,
yes, sorry,
liters, yeah,
25 million liters of PMS. Yeah, that is their target. That is the Dangote's refinery target. If that refinery is targeting 29 million liters and they think it's more than enough, to sustain the Nigerian market, and then we had a government that is doing 67 million liters a day, that tells you something. Ordinarily the person who is out to make profit is the most greedy person. But then one thing I respect with business people is all their plans is rooted in reality. That is why all government figures, is always suspect, because these kind of things, they erode the confidence that you have in the numbers that government put out. Yeah, so year after year. So I would say it's probably around that margin, around 30 million barrels. That is the real figure of what we're doing. So if we're saying we are doing 41 now, then that 11 million, I tell you, something is still going on within that space, but it will all come to light not very far from now. We would see, we may not see the faces of the people behind this thing, because the very fact that a decision was taken like this and nobody was brought to book, and the government did not even, try to say, okay, let's cut our cost, let's do the investigation, let's find the loopholes, let's cut down on this thing. That's to say that I don't think we're going to see anything in that regard. But it's just as Bishop has said, and what you have, postulated, that these people are very, very, powerful and rich people, and they are well connected within the country, that they can cause harm to a government. I think that is true, and that is why the government is trying to navigate the waters.
Hassan, is it the most that Tinubu can do is just to stop the bleeding and then just write it off? Because, like you said, and I think we all agree that if you go after these people, they'll just finish you. So the most they can do is just stop the bleeding.
I won't say they will finish you, but it's better to err on the side of caution. You don't want to start something that you may win because you are the government. You may win, but if it becomes a long, drawn out battle, then yeah, you may likely stab yourself or shoot yourself on the foot. So it's a risk. So I don't think Tinubu should take that risk anyway. And I think his advisors will tell him not to too. But if they continue to, because they are not happy with this thing, they are not happy. They may try to do one, two, or two or three or funny things. Then at that moment, then the government need to fight them head on. But as it stands now, I don't think that is actually necessary with Dangote coming on board too. So the government has options, and they are in a strategic position, advantageous strategic position to ensure that Nigerians really reap those benefits. And one man, do you know that Jonathan left left in 2015? We were consuming, I think Jonathan left it at 33 to 36 million barrels. It is within 8 years that it skyrocketed to 67 million barrels. 67 million barrels, my God. Of all the things that
it's frightening, isn't it?
Of all the things that yes, it is. Of all the things that Buhari's government has done, this is one of the most egregious, very, very scandalous and sabotageous activity that they allowed to continue. It's unfortunate, but even it is what it is. It is what it is. Thing that we say it has now become a cliche in our space. Yeah, but we need to move on. Something must be done about that. And I think if I must prognosticate, I would say that maybe in the next 3-4 months we'll see this number coming down. You will say, I told you so. It's going to be around that 30 million mark.
Yes, there were actually oil importers saying that they were 80% convinced, 80% prepared that, and the figures they brought out, I'm not sure that I go with it, that they could be selling per liter 100 naira per liter. Did you see that headline? I thought I saw it.
I did earlier today, and I just laughed it off. I don't think it will work, but in the spirit of competition, who knows, man? Maybe in the next 3-4 years. Not right now.
All right. Let me play you this clip. Let me play you 2 clips actually. This is your president now. A lot of people are trying to read into this clip, but let me see what your reading is before I take you to SEME border. Watch this. So that was Tinubu kissing President Macron's sugar mama because of course she's twice she's you know she's twice his age.
One man, you are wicked.
You are a suspect. You are a suspect.
One man, they catch you. You know, one man, when you talk like this. When you talk like this, so I just sigh and say to myself, hey, you can take the man out of Africa, but you cannot take the Africa out of the man. While when you speak, because somebody You were speaking English, you were speaking pidgin the other day, and it was just like somebody played a stereo, and it was just like music, because you've been in England for so long that you cannot even speak in a Nigerian accent anymore. It was just as if you are singing. I was just laughing to myself. I say, hey, look at this your man, he has become something else.
You were mocking me, Abby. But no, that woman she's 10, 15 years older than my friend. Yeah, she's 10, 15 years older than my friend. But what are you making of that?
She's 20, almost 30 years older than him.
Yes, so, but there it is. It's quite an odd relationship, don't you think? Was she not a school teacher?
Yeah, she was his elementary school teacher.
Oh, maybe.
My God, you could get arrested for that.
Yes, elementary school. Yeah.
Is
Yeah, but I don't think in France of that era it was illegal then. I don't think that they had serious laws on these things back then.
All right, but now
probably they started their relationship when he became an adult.
Yeah, no, I suspect they did. But
I doubt it.
Yes, I doubt it. I think she would have been touching him in a funny way even back in those days.
Some grooming was involved.
Yeah, some.
But in this world, one man, anything with the woman, and because she's a woman now, the world will not see it the way if it were to be reversed, and if say it was it would be a different story, I tell you.
Yes, you are right. You are right. You are exactly right. If it was the same thing, it would be something dark and ugly, and they would have,
Yes.
That woman is wicked, though. So she's behind that little boy when he was a baby.
Yeah. She saw a genius and a potential leader, and she just stuck with it. You know that guy was in Lagos, right? He was with the French consulate in Lagos. He lived some time there.
For 1 year, he used to frequent. To frequent the shrine. You remember when he came to Nigeria? He quickly ran to Abuja to go and shake Buhari's hands, and then ran to Lagos, and he was smoking joints in the shrine and everything. Like that,
and the guy is a free spirit, wow.
He's a guy, man. That guy is a guy, man.
Tinubu was all smiles, and Tinubu can be that guy's father, maybe even a grandfather himself.
Yeah. Do you know that?
So Tinubu was all smiles there.
What do you make of the budding relationship, though? Yeah, I think there was more warmth than the usual diplomatic "good to see you." Was there more warmth in that greeting than the usual diplomatic "good to see you"?
One man, what does the warmth of a country like France has got to do with us that are Africans? We don't need their warmth. We just need them to, deal with us as equal partners. These French people, when it comes to anything that has to do with our relations with them, I want our leaders to be firm with them. They are very, 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 very manipulative people. And the way they look at Africa, I think they are looking at Africa through the lenses of the 1910s, 20s up till now. They don't see an independent Africa. They don't see an Africa where, the people of Africa, have the capacity, to determine their future and, drive their own destinies. The way they look at Africa is just as if they are looking at it as their own colony. Everything the French are doing in Africa, it's just this kind of, slave master and slave relationship. The way they deal with us. So I don't care about Macron's warmth. All I know is I have a president who is equal to the task. Nobody will look at him and or his team and try to pull a quick one. So that is just it. Let the president just protect Nigeria's interests and don't be too much paddy with them, and we just need to push our own agendas and our interests forward. I don't like too much cozying up with the West sometimes, and they've done so much harm all around us, really. But I'm happy for the direction the country is taking, but maybe the president, because he does his thing in, because now we have to be acquainted with the French. Now Buhari has finished with the English. Now we have to be doing, because they are all doing their medical follow-ups and all that there. Maybe he will cozy up particularly with them, because he's doing something that is so personal, and his life and all that. But there should be a balance between state and all these activities. I don't know whether it's confirmed. I heard that there was a roundtable that our president was not able to attend with other African leaders. Is that true, or what happened?
No, I've not come across that story yet. Is it for reasons of snobbery or medical needs? What's the attribution?
The narrative was that if it was for medical reasons that he was not able to attend, but yeah, you never know with our corny media. Yeah, sometimes they are just too corny and they want to milk everything out of a story. So that was why I was asking if any other person has come across that news and has a better, understanding of what actually happened.
All right, I think we'll flush it out in the course of the session. But federal government okays reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So for all of the enthusiasm that has trailed the last 3 weeks, I think this is a pause for caution. Why would we be reopening our SEME border for the people of Cotonou to be profiteering out of us? I thought the direct opposite was the direction that we were embarked upon. So what are you then making of that headline, reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation?
Oh, what I'm making of it is that some people in French-dominated West Africa have done their homework. Even while TINUBU is in France, there, I think there will be a lot of pressure on him, to free our, because it is the French-speaking our neighbors that are, actually the subsidy we are doing it for them. A lot of the fuel goes to them. This opening of the border, because the even cars that we import from these guys, we are just making our country a dumping ground. We have manufacturing, Innoson, we have some AVM. There are people that are, actually producing and manufacturing EVs right now in Nigeria. If our government is not facing some form of pressure from outside forces, some people are playing their diplomatic cards right, and some lobbying is going on. We may not see it because but they translate into these policies where is it not on this platform that we discussed their economy about to collapse? So Nigeria is the big brother, big father kind of country in Africa. So sometimes, as against our own interests, we give these countries breathing space because our economy can stand it, but then they solely depend on us to survive. But at some point, we would have to cut off all these parasitic relationships. It does us no good. We need to move forward, and we'll see. But bringing in those cars actually adds.
Oh, yeah, it's back. You dropped. Carry on. Hassan. Hello?
In that and all that. Some people buy cars, they don't even need them. So we just continue. But Bishop said something that there's a lot of trade that is happening within that space. I am not very familiar with the border. I'm just looking at things at the topmost level, what is happening within diplomatic cycles. I'm sure that you would see some kind of easing for the Cameroonians, for the Niger, the Benin people. So all these countries, these French colonies that are surround us. Nigeria will do one or two things to just ease their own economic situation, but we'll see how that goes going forward. And if there is anything that would benefit Nigerians with opening that border, I don't think it's something that is really needed. It's not like Nigeria needs them that badly. I think they need Nigeria more. That's just what I think, really.
You know, there was a time that Benin Republic was aspiring to be the 37th state of Nigeria. That was actually under Buhari's administration. Then there was
Yes,
a time. Do you remember they were lobbying
yeah.
Godfrey Oyema that they want to be Nigerians, the people of Benin.
Yeah, but the French killed that thing now. They just phoned their governor and warned him, and he didn't say, and their president and warned him, and didn't say anything anymore. But naturally, the way our borders are constituted, they are very, very abnormal. Like you go to Nigeria's border with we are still in Yoruba land now. You are still in Yoruba land. Nothing has changed. It's the same people that are there. You go to Nigeria's border with Cameroon and all those Bakassi areas. When you cross over, you see the people that are there. They're just the same people. If you go to the north, you cross to Niger, it's the same Fulani and Hausa that are dominating those spaces. We go to from here, Borno, from our border with Chad and our border with Cameroon, the Cameroonian border is the Fulani that are there, and then the Chadian border is the Shua Arab and the Kanuri, and there is a state in Chad that is called Kanem, just like a Kanuri. It's just the same thing. It's the same people. These Westerners have done us real shaggy, but God passed them.
Yes.
God passed them.
One man. I want to ask Hassan. Don't you think Africa needs to just pull down some of these borders, some of these useless borders that is destroying, that is just hampering our economic growth, and I don't know. I mean, in Africa. Because...
Yeah. You see, though it may, we may feel like we need to pull down the borders, but it doesn't really make sense in this 21st century setup where, all borders, are sacrosanct, kind of. You see, what is happening in Ukraine is just a border dispute of some sort, even though there are underlying currents of, past, Cold War struggles between two superpowers and all that. But what I think Africa should do is not really to eliminate those borders. I think Africa should unite more. We should have a common goal, a common strategy, a common action plan, a common resolve where we want to be. If all Africa is united in in developing Africa, maybe one single currency in Africa, those borders can become states, and just like states, and then we use one currency, one military, would be good to go. Just that these divisions, because when you go into say activities that you have Africans from different countries, you see French-speaking Africans, they'll go and find one corner, they'll be doing their Francais, and the English-speaking Africans will go to one corner and be doing their Anglais, and the Portuguese will go to one corner, they'll be doing their Portuguese. The Arabic will go to one corner, they'll be doing just nonsense. No common ground, man. No common ground, and I hate it. You see, you have a speaker.
Is sort of along the lines of the European Union? Is that what you are envisioning? Sort of along the lines of the European Union?
Yeah. That's what real success looks like now. One man. It's economic freedom. You free up more space. You create an environment where there are no barriers for trade, for movement of people. These are the things that incubate ideas. Creativity can move from one part of the continent to another. Money can move, goods can move, growth, can be, if there is labor here and there is no labor there, but there is the creativity and the capital there, then they can easily connect. But now everything, let's say there is raw materials in another place, you can bring power from that place. It helps.
You know what the problem is, Hassan, because there's thought in that direction, but the economic chasm between the African states is too vast. For it to synergize. So if you had like these borderless ideas that you're talking about, then you just find that, especially within our subsect, they will just overwhelm Nigeria, because the Nigerian economy is 10 times all of their economies combined. So they will just, so our standards were lower. So there's not even a 20% buffer that can be managed. It's just a vast chasm. economically?
Yeah, I would say our economy is more advanced, but every other, African country has something to bring to the table. If they don't have, say the brains to create, a modern economy, Nigeria can give them those brains. If it is capital that they don't have, but if they even lack all those things, they have raw materials or natural resources, that can be mined, to create a balance. I don't think that we don't have the capacity to implement these things, or we don't know the kind of formulas or economic models that we can adapt to make it work. I believe that the powers that be will not let this be, because there is so much interest in taking Africa's stuff for free, and maybe this is not yet the time that they are just going to, let go of our jugular.
One
man. All right, go on. After that, then I want to move away from there. But let's.
What Azan and you also spoke about now. Do you know that there's a particular stuff that's already being woven right now in Africa, the Pan-African Settlement Scheme, and it's been strong within the West African central banks, pioneered by Nigeria, African Exim Bank, and the Eco Bank, and some other banks are also signing it. And the other time I saw Ruto, Kenya president, talking about it, that why should he be working with what do you call it, Djibouti, paying dollars, that it should be able to pay through Pan-African settlement, whereby you can trade in their own currency, But I think West Africa is the pivot. They are already testing it in the world, West Africa. So it's just like a support base for the EFCTA. But commitment, just like the chasm that we are talking about, the commitment on the part of West African leaders, how are they able to break those barriers and they come to the table, negotiate well, and push a united front? I think that's one of the problems that we are having. All this ulterior, and France itself does not want that unity. They believe it's against their own economic interests. Now we already have the word, this something Africa or RIMA. African Bank, the guy is doing a wonderful job for Africa, and I don't know if they will allow it to fly.
All right, we've got the clip of that Ruto that you were talking about, so let's play that, and then after that, I want to take Hassan to the space of Tinubu wanting to dump the ex-governor. But since you brought it up, let's play that clip. It's only about a minute and a bit.
Traders from Djibouti selling to Kenya, or traders from Kenya selling to Djibouti, have to look for US dollars. How is US dollars part of the trade between Djibouti and Kenya? Why? And we are saying that today, Afri-Exim Bank have given us a mechanism where traders in our continent can trade in their goods and services, and the Africa Exim Bank will settle payments in local currency. That is why Kenya champions the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System that is done by our own institution, the Afri-Exim Bank. Why, members? Why is it necessary for us to buy things from Djibouti and pay in dollars? Why? There is no reason. And we are not against the US dollar. We just want to trade much more freely. Let us pay in US dollars what we are buying from the US. But what we are buying from Djibouti, let's use local currency.
All right. So that was what Darate was referencing just.
Yeah. One man, did you notice? Did you notice?
One man, okay. I thought they would not go and take this guy down. The West.
You mean Ruto?
Yeah. One man, did you notice his apologetic tone? And I have got nothing against the US dollar. Did you notice he said that? So
yeah, no, diplomacy now. We have to be diplomatic.
No, there was no reason to be diplomatic within an African setting. If it were to be the other way around, then they don't give a toss.
That's true, but you know, we're not of equal measure. As much as we like to think, we're not of equal measure to these people.
Yeah, we are not. We are not. But they are just so brutal about us.
The only
I don't
thing that
know.
will give us the only thing that will give us weight, Hassan, is what you just described. If we can come together as a might, as a mass, and then come under a common purpose. But the African thing is so skitty, you know, that it's almost impossible. We have to, or you have to surmount the tribe, religion, historical the lack of trust, and then you have to also surmount the francophone, anglophone, Spaniard sort of. It's just, you know, so much entrenched position.
You know, Africa is bearing the scars of exploitation. You know, if you go back its history to 1,000 years, you know, everybody has come to Africa, and for every invader, he creates a schism. For every invader, he creates a problem. And these fault lines that we have within Africa of division were all made by all these people that have invaded Africa. But, you know, we are the backbone of this species. We are the original people. So if there's anybody, any human being that can take the weight of the world and, you know, thrive, it's the African. It's going to take us generations, and we've got to get our acts together. But I believe when we get our education, and not this kind of education that we've had, that only the privileged are able to attain education. If we can give every African free education, free quality education, we're going to get there. It's just about finding a common ground, having a leader that everybody can unite under, and, you know, love, and then we can move forward. But you know, we'll never finish these things.
Hassan, what did he just say? He said if they can be able to give what?
If we can be able to get a leader that can create, you know, a common ground, then we can move forward.
They can be able to give us give a free and qualitative education.
Yes, free and qualitative.
A lot of people don't want to hear that on this platform.
Free and qualitative education. Ajanli Koko.
They don't want to hear. A lot of people doesn't want to hear that.
My dad. I had a conversation with my dad like 3 weeks back, and it came back to education.
They don't want people getting free.
You know, is the American excuse?
Give us that anecdote, Hassan. I want to know that conversation you had with your pops.
Okay. So he was saying that actually he was challenging me to get married, and I told him that even though I have girlfriends, I want to get married, but I have a standard that I need to. And he said, no, when he was my age, he had 3 children. And I was telling him that, but the economic situation that we are having and are going through is not the same as you guys, you know, met. And I accused my dad of being part of the generation that ruined this country. He pushed back. I argued. We had a brief argument, but then he had to concede that yes, it was true that they went to school for free. In fact, even when he was in the university, he was being paid pocket money. His clothes were being washed for him. And before he wrote his final paper, he had 7 different appointments and a scholarship to go to the United States. These things do not exist anymore.
Yes.
They don't exist. Now, what made them, those generations, to thrive and, you know, put themselves in the top echelon of, and they are now the elites, and they are now creating policies that are not, you know, the common man friendly. It doesn't just make any sense. If our leaders are truly, you know, interested in moving this country, this continent forward, then this kind of elitist thinking, because I think that the struggle within the space of this country is people want to escape from the class they were born into. They want to become elites. They want to join the elites. And immediately they join that, they lose all consciousness of what it was like when they were at the bottom. So there is no social mobility. This thing that even though you are a pauper today, tomorrow you can reach the top echelon of, you know, society. That is being erased. No middle class in our countries anymore. It's either you are rich or you are damn poor. Now, what is the source of this poverty? It's not necessarily about the physical resources or the access to capital and all that. Sometimes it's the education that people have, because we are in a knowledge-driven economy. If you have knowledge, if you are creative, then the sky is your limit. You can go to anywhere in this wide world and make money, care for yourself, your family, your relatives, your extended family. It doesn't really matter. So we were talking about, and we traced everything down to education. If we can get one thing right, if Africa must get one thing right, it must get free education back to every single African. Free, qualitative, modern education. Education of the 21st century. Going forward, I swear we'll take over this world. If we don't take over, at least we would be a force to reckon with. That's just what I would say about that.
No, I was waiting for you. I was wanting you to give us that anecdote, because there's this conversation going on in Nigeria, which is sort of like they pull the drawbridge after me sort of a conversation. So back in those days, in the European spaces, they live in these big castles, and then within those castles, they build a ring around it of a water body. They call that a moat. And then on top of that moat, they put a bridge on it. They put a bridge on it. So in the case of war, so the owner of the whole house comes galloping in. The enemies are chasing. His lieutenants are right behind him. But then as he sweeps into the castle, he then shouts to the tower, pull up the drawbridge after me. So this is the narrative of the Nigerian elite. They all got education and got to the position that they are in life, off the back of, especially in the West, that Awolowo free education thing. And then haven't now gotten into, because they all came from poverty, haven't now gotten
even in the North, it's the same story. Yes. Amadou Bello was the one that gave them free education, everything. They don't even buy pencils.
And then
they don't buy uniforms. They buy nothing.
And then you pull up the drawbridge after you get through. You get to the other side, and then you pull up the bridge so that everybody else can starve. So it's a real thing. Yeah.
It's heartbreaking. Really. Heartbreaking. Very heartbreaking. Very heartbreaking.
Yeah, go on.
So
you see,
I'm supporting what you just said, that free education is the way out. But you see, a lot of us, particularly the young Nigerians, that should align with their fellow young generation that are pushing for this on the political political party rather, that are campaigning for free education. They are young and futuristic fellow Nigerians. The youth are not aligning with them.
Yes, you know
that we have a big problem ahead of us.
We do, unfortunately.
They don't know what's right, what is good for their future.
You see,
generation. They don't know it.
Yeah. Bishop.
So
I know you mentioned that.
Glad in my heart when you said,
hold on, let us
free education is the only way out for Africans to develop. If we really want to develop, we have to give our people education. And
yes, and yes, it's true. And Ajali Koko, let me add to your point.
Make it free for their citizens, so that they can we can start our development from there. Because when you give people education, you give them life, you give them future, you give them everything to succeed in life. So,
yes.
I'm just supporting your points.
Yes,
so,
and one of the reasons why. Let me just finish up this point, then you can comment. Sorry. one of the reasons, Ajali Coco,
yeah,
one of the reasons, Ajali Coco, why we've not been able to do anything about our education is because our leaders are looking for short-term benefits when they are in office. And this problem of having qualitative education, you have to invest serious money, and then you may not see the benefits till after a decade or two. Now, that is not attractive to our leaders. Unfortunately, that is not attractive to them. Now, what that myopic approach has done to our country is that because Ajani Koko just said if the young people can unite and push for things like this within political cycles, the problem is the young people of nowadays are not conscious of philosophy. They are not conscious. They don't have class consciousness to understand how society works. Which class do you belong to? How real are you? Are your dreams and aspirations? How true can you reach your goals in life? They don't understand this thing. They are so much they are just so much about how they can get money, and then they are stuck on their phones and they are shaking yansh, or they are doing one nonsense for degenerate content. It's just unfortunate.
Don't diss the shaking yash. Is that not the substance of life? Let them shake let them shake yash.
Before internet, they were shaking yansh. After internet, the yansh will continue to be shaking. So I just wish. And another problem is that.
Let me ask you a question on what you and Ajani Koko are discussing, Hassan. When you are talking about free education, are you talking about a totally fee-free education or an affordable education? And to what level should that free or affordable education go? Are you saying up to secondary school as we have it in Nigeria, or all the way through to however high your ambition is? And do you know the cost of that?
You see, I would want a completely educational system from zero to say secondary school, right? That is what I want. But if there is so much,
you're fading, Hassan. I think we've lost the sound. But
I can hear you. I can hear you, one man.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear Hassan?
Yes, I can hear Hassan.
Get that.
I can hear Hassan.
Oh, okay, carry on, Hassan. Yeah.
Okay, so if we can get that, free from zero to finishing secondary school, and then affordable, A levels, and I think that would be good. But you see, one man, what has happened and what is happening in Nigeria, to your point, Ajali Koko, is that we have so much half-baked graduates and people that have gone through our educational system, because it is just not good enough, that they end up just finishing the school and they have crammed one or two things, but they don't even think rationally. There is no logic in the way they do things. When you see the way they take their decisions, you'll be marveled. Where are these guys getting? Who is advising them? And these are people that will beat their chest, that have BSc, have masters, and you begin to wonder and think about the future of the country, and you say, oh my God, where are we going? You see. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are. And if the majority cannot have access to education, then what are we doing? Because at some point, the country will still fall back to them anyway. What do you expect them to do if they are half-baked?
One man, can I please come in, please?
Yeah, you can come in.
Yes, let Bishop go first. Yeah, Bishop, go first. Yeah.
Azan, yes, thank you. Azan, woman asked you a question now. You did not, you just put it aside. To what level? And let me finish before you answer.
Okay.
It's very desirable to have free education and have free health and have free whatever, education to whatever level. maybe all of us can become professor, but who bears the cost? Now, if my argument has always been, and because part of what Adale Kuku said got to me, my position has always been, let us improve very well our primary and secondary education and add a bit of technical education to it. If people have that, you have given them an instrument and you have given them a platform to start up. If people now want higher education, and we can as well go forward and take the exceptionally brilliant and give them scholarship. But if we say give education and we did not say, oh, okay, maybe to first degree or second degree or secondary, that's too omnibus kind of a thing. And that's a little bit too simplistic a solution to the problem we are facing. We know to get quality and qualitative education is not as cheap as it used to be, and we are not as rich as we used to be. And because for so many reasons, we left our pots unwashed several years ago or many years ago. Our soup now pours. If we want to look for solution, let us look for real pragmatic solution, not just solution because people are going to clap and say, oh, I declare free education for everybody. But we saw in the past few years, you just alluded to it. I have met some some graduates that even me, yes. I am asked. Sorry, can you hear me? Even yes, me. So if we say it and analyze, okay, education to this level, I believe anybody that has a good secondary education and technical education, if you are good, that is a good starting point in life. Many people that have great inventions, it's not because of maybe their professors or this. If you talk about qualitative education, I would say very sound primary education. Let's invest more in primary and secondary education. After secondary education, let's give opportunity for the exceptionally brilliant, give them scholarship to whatever level. But at secondary, after secondary or technical education, people should be able to pursue their dreams, and it must not be immediate. You can go and work for some years and get enough fund and continue your university education. So you cannot just say blanket quality education for everybody. I think that's a little bit too
Hold on, before you respond, Hassan.
Okay.
The quality education is a matter of policy. It's a matter of standardizing the education itself, rather than and then that's if you standardize the curriculum and then you standardize the tuition in terms of the training of the people to impact the education. So that is where the quality education is. So it's in standardization, is it not? And to say the benchmark of where the government support should be, I think at the secondary level, because that equips you to read, write, and think. And then if you have ambitions beyond that, then it should be at an affordable benchmark. But round of that space, Hassan. Hassan.
Yeah, one man I subscribe to your suggestion. Yeah, from you get free education to secondary school, and then if you want to go further, then let it be affordable at least. And to Bishop, talking about our situation. Yeah, Bishop, it's true that our country has so much neglected everything that's got to do with education, as it has done almost every, every responsibility that it has. But why I was talking the way I was talking is because I am beginning to have some kind of panic when I think about our future, and I believe that we are in a crisis situation regarding our education. It's no longer, it's just so bad that it's a crisis. Like a state of emergency need to be declared on it, and something really, really, really serious, and that will bring a real impact should be done about it. But you are right about all the things that you said, but that's not to say that government overall cannot come in and find a way out. That's what governments do anyway. So what space should we move into? Who's calling me?
I'm not sure that anyone was, but let me take you to this place, Hassan. It was a back and forth with Bishop. Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. So that conversation with Bishop, I was saying that the country is fed up with all of these recycled political names who we have had a look at over decades and decades, and they have led us to where we are now. So the solution are no longer with them. And I was citing the example of the infusion of technocrats into the Obasanjo administration, which recorded somewhat of a semi-success. So now this ministerial list coming up. Which abundance would you like to see? Are politicians or technocrats?
For me, I had your discussion with Bishop, and I would say that I support the position of Bishop in this regard, not your position. We cannot have technocrats manning every manable place. Now, you have to give room for the politicians that are competent. It's not as if all politicians are incompetent. And there is one man that you left out when you were arguing your case around getting technocrats all through. You see, when you are in a leadership position as Tinubu is right now, so the people that you nominate or you delegate responsibilities to are always looking for cues regarding what the goal is and how committed you are as the leader to deliver. If they get the sense that you are lazy and you're not up to the task, then resentment may begin to set in, and those guys may not be motivated enough to do the work for you. But if they truly feel that you are not going to allow them to steal money, and you are on the you are on the table, you are actually working, doing the right things, doing what is necessary, putting in the hours, ensuring that everything goes smoothly, and you will not tolerate any nonsense. My God, these people will work. Nigerians are smart people. They don't just steal for stealing's sake. Like, they have to get a green light from the overall to steal, except for people like Buhari who, just leave everything anyhow like that, claiming he is ill and all that. But I believe Tinubu is that kind of person that with his aura, with his charisma enough, it's enough to ensure that everybody is in line. And when everybody is in line, it doesn't matter whether you are a big thief already. Tinubu knows you, the people around him knows you, and you'll be supervised. Therefore, even though you are a politician or not, you will have to deliver. If you are in a challenging environment where every minister is delivering, go one carry last now, go one carry shame, go give your family now. You might go try deliver now. So that is the atmosphere. That is the responsibility of the president, to create that healthy, competitive atmosphere within that state council and all that they are doing, such that at the end of the day, it is Nigerians that will reap the reward. However, I'm not also saying that it is only politicians, because there is a limit to, what you can know in some certain areas. So there is a place for technocrats too. There is a place for them. So I don't mind if there is a healthy mix.
Sorry, Hassan. Do you think certain portfolios should be ring-fenced for technocrats? I'm talking about the power sector.
Especially
yes, health, those sort of spaces that need specialism.
Especially where we have a serious problem and it's almost becoming a crisis. You need the technocrats to come there and then use their share will and experience, and that mindset of always getting results, the results driven mindset, to bring to steady the ship of such agencies or critical areas of our country. So whatever it is that is very, very critical to the government and for the welfare of Nigerians, that is very, very technical, and it's a place for technocrats. And I believe the government will will prioritize everything, and they'll try to put the right arrangement to put everybody in the right place so that all of them can deliver. So this is not a zero-sum game, one man. Regarding that, I believe the best approach is finding a balance, and you will see when that comes out. I think it's going to be about that balance too.
All right, brilliant. And then very brief commentary on this, Hassan, and then I'll go on to Folly B, who also joins us from Nigeria. He joins us from the southwest. You join us from the northeast. So there it is, the expansiveness. You know, sometimes Hassan is a real marvel. You know, I'm sitting in my conservatory in Dartford, Kent, talking to you in Maiduguri, waiting to talk to Folly B in Osun State. As Ajanle Koko listens in America, and World Peace is listening in Japan with his kids. So is that not just a marvel? Is that not a wonder? You know, it's a real wonder. Why we are increasing salaries of why we are increasing salaries of presidents, other elected officials by 114%. So the remunerations commission, whatever they are now they're all over the headlines since yesterday, still holding the space till today. The government tells us they've not ratified this, and this falls under the purview of fake news. But then the lead of that organization has been traversing the television studios and all of the news outlets to reinforce this position now that they want to force through then over 100% pay increment for government functionaries. What are you making then of this? We describe the all subsidy thing as ungodly. This equally unforgivable. Hassan.
Yeah. So as regard this revenue mobilization, allocation, and fiscal commission, I believe. You see, I don't think it. Because why I believe this is just too insensitive, you know. This is not the right. There is a time for everything, man. This is not the right time to bring this thing up. But you know, if these guys want to, I think they are testing the waters. They will not assign to it, but they are just testing the waters. I have heard that there will be, you know, a review of the minimum wage and salaries of government workers. I think the calculation is, you know, putting this out there, and then when, you know, the salaries of other civil servants and the minimum wage is reviewed upwards, this will be done along that too, so that people will not complain. But to just bring this right now and tout it, you know, in the eyes of, it will be too insensitive. It's going to do more harm than good to the government itself. So I think this is just testing the waters. If there are people in government that are pushing this, but I don't believe, even if there are people in government, that it's coming from the presidency, because the presidency stands to lose more because of the optics of this. I believe those who are pushing it are probably in the National Assembly, in the Senate, or in the House of Reps, and they are trying to, you know, do their thing so that they will have you know, more money
yes,
to do their thing.
As if they don't get enough. But thank you, Hassan. So thank you, Hassan. Stay with us just for as long as you can. Let's go on. Let's go on from you, Hassan, to Folly Base, who, as I said, joins us from the southwest. So Folly, good to have you. Folly. Is still arguing with Madam. Look at that. Folly B.
Àwọn eléyìí ní wọ́n sẹ́kù láì àwọn èèyàn kọ́ bí báyìí àwọn olókàn náwó àwọn tó kù ń jẹ̀yà àwọn àlẹ́ sọ́pọ̀tì irú yìí láì lẹ́ sọ́pọ̀tì.
Even with his wife, he's fighting the show fight. Folly B, you are up next. Folly.
Yeah, bros. Good evening, sir.
Alpha, salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Good to have you. We were just discussing the 114% pay increment being proposed for government officials in this climate of fuel subsidy removal, and we're saying about the insensitivity of it. Is this something that you're following in the news, Folly?
Actually, I know that the TINUBU government have come out to debunk the rumor that they are not in support of it. So for now, I'm not sure if I have I have something much to say about that until they now came out and approved the bill. That is when we can know what to say.
All right. Before I take you to the next headline, you are a Showore man, but Tinubu has been in situation since going on 3 weeks now, 3 weeks and a bit, nearly a month now. What is your general feel of Tinubu as the president? How are you optimistic or pessimistic? What's your feel of his tenure so far?
Actually, we as the revolutionists, we are not doing it for any one of us to become president, or we are not seeing it where as a place there where we are all we're supposed to come there and do the job for that we are the only one that can do it. So what we believe is anywhere the system can be changed is what we are fighting for. So for now, it's too early for us to either to praise Tinubu or to condemn him. So we are trying to try to sit behind and be watching. When the time comes for critics, we will surely be there. And if it's time come to praise them, we'll also be there as well. We're actually here. We are representing the heart of the nation. I think that's what we're here. That's what we're here for. So it's too early for us to be commenting or to be attacking the system or destroying or going against whatever they are doing now. So let them continue with whatever they are doing. When the time comes that we know that whatever they are doing now is not favorable to the masses, we'll definitely be there for the masses as well to speak for them.
All right. The opportunity to praise or condemn him presented itself with the fuel subsidy removal. So what did you do? Did you praise or condemn him for that?
For me, it's condemnable. I condemn it totally. It's not where to go, because at that particular time that he declared it, we're supposed to be having a kind of honeymoon that we have a change of that we succeeded. We survived Buhari regime. Him coming in and bringing another hardship on us is another thing entirely. But as I said, if it's a good policy, we are going to know. But presently, it's too harsh on the masses.
And the harmonization is the word I was trying to get out. The harmonization of the exchange rate, having one single exchange rate formula, is that something that you think is the right direction?
At the same time, I think wherever a policy is being thrown out, we should give it time to breathe, so that we'll know whether it's going to be a good policy or not. So let them throw out whatever they think they can throw out to make sure they face Nigeria. So when the time now comes that we are expecting whatever the policies are making to yield a successful impact on the masses, and we are not saying it, we will come out and tell them that this is not the way. But for now, maybe they have their way of doing it, or they have a good plan around it. Let's wait and see. All their policy now, we don't want to condemn it. We don't want to say it's good or bad. We want to give them time to prove themselves wrong or right. Hello?
Hello. Yeah, no, I can hear you now. So yeah. Let me take you to the space, Folly. Now, Nigeria's daily fuel usage dropped to 41 million liters from 67 after subsidy removal. So now, what do you make of that? Because that highlights then the level of corruption that we have been contending with. What do you make of this headline then by Sahara reporters?
Firstly, I'll say issue of what's 60 what before?
It was
61, right?
67. But now when they remove
67
the subsidy,
million.
yeah, so but the true usage is roughly around 41. And even Dangote told us it will be round about 29 to 30 million liters.
And I will tell you, even at 41, it's still not the correct usage. They are still doing something around it. because presently people who are buying fuel, people that used to buy fuel before, are no more buying. Like me now, I select where to go because for me to fill my tank now, I need 40,000 naira to fill my tank, and that will take me like a week to use it. So now, if I don't have anything I want to go and do outside, or I don't have anything that will fetch me money, I don't go out. I'll rather stay indoor. So most people are not even buying fuel again. So with the figure they are even throwing out, there is still an error.
Poly, what is the capacity of your engine? Is it four cylinder?
V6.
V6. That is the problem now. Go and sell it.
You
Go
can't
and
say
get
it's a
4
problem.
cylinder.
No. This our. You can't say the car I'm using is a problem. For me to be using my car, I believe I can afford to use it. So don't tell me what I'm using is a problem. If you want to go and buy,
You have to adjust your
go and
life
buy.
now.
Don't
You
tell
have
me
to
what I'm using
adjust your life.
is a problem. If you like, go and buy your own
Thomas,
bicycle.
why are you talking like this? Why are you trying
Actually,
to tell him how to live his life? The guy have 6-cylinder engine vehicle is using currently. You are telling him to go and sell it so he can use. Do you know in Nigeria? Do you know how far he traveled? Do you know how much he traveled? You don't know.
Ajale Coco, what I heard from people now, people are adjusting their life because of this petrol something.
Look, Thomas.
Yeah.
You cannot dictate to somebody what they should do.
Of course. It's just an advice.
Don't say people are adjusting. Who told you people are adjusting to hardship? It is hardship.
To hardship.
This is hardship. What are you talking about?
Ajale Coco, we know you are a socialist.
You don't know how often he travel. You don't know how far he travel. You don't know how he run his life. You are telling him to go and sell his vehicle so he can buy a smaller car.
Ajale Coco, it's just an advice. I'm not commanding him. Just an advice.
Good advice. It's not a good advice.
But why is it for you to decide whether it's a good advice or not?
No. So sorry. If I think everybody actually have the way you want to live his life. You cannot tell me driving a 6-cylinder car is what I am not capable of using once I've walked to that level. But you're now telling me that because fuel is I just tell you now that I adjust where to go.
But Poly, I didn't say you are not capable. I didn't say that.
I just tell you that I told you myself that I adjust where to go. Not like before. That anybody can just tell me and I pick my car and I just go out. Now I have to adjust.
That means you don't need to complain. If he gives the advice, it does not affect you, then there's no need to complain about it.
What do you mean it's not affecting me? I have friends. I can't even go and greet my friend now. How do you even manage that? That someone has a friend that you cannot even go out and chill with your friend and sit down with your friend and discuss life. At times you can discuss something that can give you peace, that can give you more money. But now you can't do that again. Now, please. Now you cannot even go out and pursue business like you used to pursue it before. Now you have to make sure where you are going is certain you are going to get it. But before, you can actually wake up from your bed, take your bath, and go out and go and hustle. Whether the hustle will pay you. If it doesn't pay you, still come back again. But now you have to select where to go. Your hustle is no more that pure. That's what I'm telling you here.
That's why.
So Foley, don't mind them. You should ask them, is that the way they live their life in abroad where they live? Is that the way they live their life?
Leave all of them. They will just be there. They will be saying whatever they like about this.
Let me tell you.
Come here. Come and be driving keke.
Poly B. Let me tell you something.
You cannot
Bishop,
even enjoy life in your own country, and they say you should adjust. You can't enjoy life. You can't go and see your friends. You can't travel outside your state for entertainment. Okay, imagine you want to. If you want to go from
can I tell you something about myself?
Hold on.
Let Ajale Coco land.
Hold on. Foley. So if you want to go to Lagos and come back, how much are you going to spend on gas?
That is 80,000 naira fuel. That's 80,000 naira fuel for me to go to Lagos.
80,000 to go
80,000
and
naira first.
I mean, they think it's everybody that is in a position stealing
And
money the way
we'll be talking,
politicians
they'll
are
be saying
stealing money in
rubbish.
that country.
Can I know, Ola,
Don't
please?
get when you have it, sure,
Let
right?
me respond before you come in, please.
They want to say this is the way you should live your life. Is that the way it's supposed to be?
Yeah,
let me just chip in
let me
something
finish.
before I let
Hold on,
sorry
Thomas. Let Foley respond, and then you come in.
before I left Ekiti, there was a
Yeah.
business that I charged here, and my profit on that business is 80,000 naira. But I lost a brother in Ekiti. I have to travel home. During that process, they removed the subsidy, and I have to come back to Abuja to come and do that job. Do you know I bought fuel of 40,000 naira to come back to Abuja to come and do that job? So tell me, what do you want me to tell the person that owns the job? Am I going to be recharging him again, or because I'm into solar, I do solar power? How do you want me to tell that person that the job that already charged you before I traveled is now this, and I have to fill my tank with 40,000 naira to get to Abuja, apart from the money I'm going to pay for the people that did it for me, that my guys that walk around. So this is ash. This is too ash from people. Well, let me tell you, I live in an estate here. Wherever I'm going out, I will stop my car to pick people. I know how these people are bittered. I know how these people are crying. These people are, most of them don't even have options. I will pick them and I will drop them with, if you come and see prayer, just 300 naira. Come and see how people will be praying for you, just for you that you just helped them. People are suffering in this space. Let's stop supporting all these people as if whatever they throw at us, we have to accept it. People are dying here. If the earlier we all know this, the better.
Foley, can we interject you, please?
I will come. No, Ola, you don't. I will go first, please. Yeah, thank you. With all due respect, without interjection, um, I Foley, everywhere in the world, people are changing their lifestyle because of the economic changes that happens all over the country. They've increased interest rate this country in 3 months, in 6 months, 4 times. I'm paying 1,005 for mortgage 6 months ago. Now I'm paying 2,200 for mortgage. So now people are
You
adjusting
don't
their life.
sign the
Let
right
me
mortgage.
Ajali Koko, please, please.
You sign
Ajali
variable
Koko,
mortgage.
please.
So if you
Ajali
don't sign
Koko,
fixed
Ajali
mortgage,
Koko,
then you're
please,
going to run
Baba.
into that. Don't use that as justification to say, oh, Foley should go and
No,
fix
I
mortgage
just
like that.
digress. I'm going back to, hold on, please.
You
Please.
signed a wrong mortgage. I mean, you signed the wrong loan.
Ajali Koko, please now.
Hold on, Thomas. Adale Koko, Thomas did not sign the wrong mortgage. The economic circumstances changed. He told you they changed the interest rate 4 times.
No, if
the economic circumstances changed.
If he has signed a fixed rate, you understand what I'm saying?
But that was the best. That was the best for him at the time. Let me tell you the sort of. Sorry, Foley Bees, that we're digressing a little bit. For instance, we have something called, and you probably have it in America as well, called the base rate. So, which is the Bank of England rate. So, we have a sort of mortgage in this country called a tracker rate. So that tracker rate, it tracks the base rate at a certain percent. So let's say the base rate is 1%, just for the example, then you can track at 0.7%. So your mortgage will be 1.7%. But then if the base rate changes, then it will be 2%, etc. But you would have done your calculation that for the gestation life of that particular product, maybe it's 4 years, that the base rate cannot change to the level that all the fixed rates are at that time. And that's usually the calculation. But in circumstances, when they change the base rate about 4 times, that Thomas is saying, within months, that's not a miscalculation now. That's the economy catching you off guard, which is what happened in Nigeria as well.
Look, one man.
Oh, thank,
Look, one man. If you, it is the best, the best decision to make when you are signing a mortgage is to sign a fixed rate, particularly
that
when
is what
the
works for
interest
you,
rate.
Adale Koko. It
Hold
doesn't
on,
work for
hold
me.
on.
Let's
I'm
just
not
move
saying it
on,
should
please.
work for you. I'm not saying it should work for you. It should, you sign a fixed rate, particularly when the interest rate is low, so that you can budget, you can know specifically, okay, on monthly basis, this is how much I am paying for mortgage. It's not going up, it's not coming down. But when you sign variable and the interest rate is high, then you'll be ready to pay to pay for your mortgage will increase automatically. It doesn't make sense for anybody to sign interest rate that is variable on mortgage. It doesn't give you peace of mind. So
Ajale,
I,
please,
Adale
let me
Koko.
even comment.
No, no, no,
Let me
no, no.
even
Let me
comment.
no. Let me respond.
Thank God.
Hold on.
person cannot use his own bad decision to now use it to want to direct another person that this is the way you should live your life. I think it is wrong. These Nigerian people are
I
suffering.
haven't finished, Adale Koko. I haven't
These
finished
people
my
are
thoughts.
suffering under this useless policy of removing subsidy. It people are paying more for gas. They can travel, attract to a lot of people. A lot of people are
It is like
complaining.
that.
People are complaining. This guy live in Ekiti. Do you think everybody? Do you think people in Ekiti make so much money like people in Lagos
Ajale will be 41 million.
or people in Borno
Hold
State?
on.
Do you think
Let
they make
Ajanle
so
Koko
much money?
land, and then Thomas land your thoughts, and then we go back to Folly because so that he doesn't lose his chain of thought. Yes, let Ajanle Koko land, and then you land Thomas, and then we go back to Folly.
You think people that live in Ekiti make so much money like people that live in Lagos? You think people that live in Borno State make so much money like people that live in Lagos? Or people that live in Yobe State? Imagine people in the Yobe State, one of the poorest states in the Federation, that used to buy gas at 197, now have to buy gas for 700 plus. And it's a farmer, a subsistence farmer. How is he going to survive with transportation to transport the food to the market? That will
Ajale,
take a lot of his profit. What are you guys talking about?
Ajale Koko,
Let me leave it alone.
your argument is
But people are enjoying 1.2 3
Adale
trillion.
Koko,
That's
All right. So Thomas land your point,
And
and
he
then we get
travel
back.
a lot. This guy travel a lot. You can see the nature of the business. How can he ride on 4-cylinder vehicle to travel from Ekiti to what do you call it, to Abuja, and then travel to Lagos to run his business? How can 4-cylinder engine do that in Nigerian road that are so bad? The engine will knock out. 4-cylinder, what are you talking about? Let me just leave you
Yes,
guys
one man.
alone.
Can I respond now?
Back to you, Thomas. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. With due respect, without interjection, please. What I was talking before about mortgage, when you are talking about variable and fixed, in this country, your fixed mortgage
But don't be
is
too
like
much
a
on the
no, no,
mortgage.
no, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Go on,
I'm
go on.
going to where I'm going. One man,
Yeah,
please.
yeah. Go on.
Your fix is just for a jollof time, not forever. They can fix it for only 1 year. After 1 year, you go back to variables. So that aside, about the car I'm talking about, I was driving a V6 engine before. Now, last year we were buying fuel here $1.50. Now we are buying almost $2.80. And I discovered that this car will kill me with fuel. What did I do? I sold it off and I went to hybrid car. I'm driving hybrid car now that will take little bit fuel and the engine the electric is with electric, and so people are adjusting in the whole world. So if Nigeria too can adjust their life, it will be better. Thank you, woman.
All
All
right.
right, can I come in now?
Yeah, comment for Foley, but I think that's a fair comment by Thomas Foley.
Yeah, I think the area we are getting it wrong is this. Thank God you can have a mortgage that you want to be paying every month. But this is a space where everybody is trying to buy cement to build house out of the money that is not even available. You are talking about you buy a car that you can charge. Remember, this is a place where we don't even have light to even sleep. To even, as in, you don't even have light to cook. So this is a country where
No,
things are
Foley, you don't charge
No,
where
no,
people are
hybrid.
hold
paying.
on.
Let me clarify, one man.
Yes,
Hold
No,
sorry.
no,
on,
no.
one man.
We know you don't charge hybrid cars. It's just it's a metaphor. Let him carry on.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
You know,
but he
wait,
thought I was charging the car. I'm not
sorry.
charging the car.
No. Yeah, we
Please.
understand that. Carry on, Foley.
This is a country where people are collecting salary that cannot even pay their house rent. This is a country where you work in a month, your house rent for a whole year, you can't pay your house rent for that year. Talk less of you want to eat or you want to feed yourself. So when you are talking about people adjusting, when you have maybe you have like you have a life that you are living like 200,000 monthly before, you can still adjust to 150,000. Nothing bad about it. But when you have 30,000 naira to live on, that you are still you are still looking for almost 180 to meet up with your life, and somebody is still telling you to come and adjust with 30,000 naira again, that means something is wrong somewhere. Don't let us stand as if we don't that we are not in this, we are not in this this space, that we are not, that it does, and not everything does not concern us anymore. This thing is, if the hardship is, I can't lie to you, people are crying. Level 14 officer can't even take care of their children. Parental voice has been lost. Parents don't have voices on their children anymore because they cannot even pay their bills. Children are the one going out now to go and be doing yahoo, go and do fornication, do and what's it called? Different sorts of crime to feed the family. This is space we have. And yet you are still telling us to go and adjust. To adjust to what? Until we find ourselves in the grave. And this is a place where people are living life as if nothing concerns them. That the people are enjoying life here with all our money. And it's with the poor people that you always tell us to go and adjust.
Fully.
Now you remove subsidy, no plan, nothing in place, and you don't no salary. At least salary did not even increase, and you are still asking these people to come to work.
Fully,
there is no other panacea but an adjustment, and I think you've already made the adjustments. Because, like you said, you only now go out because what are the choices? The choices are either you go with
but the adjustment is affecting my business. At times, I need to go out and sit out with my friend, tell them what I'm into. We discuss from there. Follow, you can do this. Come and do this. That's how we do our business. But now you cannot even go out to go and do that. At times, to go out and sit down with your friend. Maybe when you are taking one bottle or things, you share ideas, things that can give you money. But now you can't do that anymore. Is that adjustment, or they're destroying your life?
Foley, if you don't mind, can I please interject just a minute?
Please, I'm listening.
See, Foley, I understand the grievances and I understand the hardship. You understand? I know there will be hardship. But we are faced in between doing the right thing or continue in an inefficient way of how we used to do things before, and in the long run crash and go bankrupt as a country, or try to do the right thing now and suffer for short term and why we are sustainable in the long term. I understand what you are saying. See, at every time, if we want to change, we can find a 1,000,001 reasons why it should not be, and we can find a 1,000,001 reason why people should suffer. Now, look at it this way. When COVID happened, it changed people's life. What people didn't want to accept, especially in the Western world, we accept it. We have accepted all those things that we are doing now. Good. I know that we visit friends, we interact with friends. You know, if for some times it's going to be a choice between, okay, can I waste my gas and visit my friend just for the pleasure of it, or should I conserve my energy for business? Meanwhile, if I conserve my gas for business, it simply means that I'm going to charge based on my input to my business. So I'm not saying people will not suffer, but look at it this way: how long can we survive? How long can we survive if we continue this way and the country crashes, let's say 1 year after? Are we still going?
Please, I will ask you a question. Please, can you just tell me the reason why government actually stops subsidy? Can you tell me the reason?
Because I will just use a general term, because we are not efficient in our consumption and our expenditure.
Because it's no longer sustainable.
Exactly.
Why is it not sustainable?
It is not.
What's the excuse they gave?
Because the cost we are selling fuel is below the production cost.
Okay.
So it encourages. So government is paying the differential, and it encourages. What do you call it now? Just like the one we're talking about arbitrage. It encourages. What do you call it now?
Is subsidizing is a crime, or the crime in subsidy? Is it that policy that is bad, or the criminal act on it?
No. Hold on, Bishop. The policy in itself, it encourages the criminality. You cannot look. If you look at the subsidy now, what our Bishop was just explaining, that our fuel was being sold at a rate lower than production cost. So that's the subsidy. And in other countries, neighboring countries, they don't have that. So if fuel is being sold at half the price in Nigeria, then there is absolutely there's no amount of policing that you can do that you stop the smuggling.
Okay. So, one man. Let's assume that you have your family, and you always buy them food at home, and you notice that your children are complaining about that food, that the food you are buying for them, they are not saying it. Are you going to stop buying food for your children, or are you going after the criminal that is stealing the food from them? That's the question.
This thing, we're trying to explain this thing, but it seems that is this thing that now you are buying food for your children. It's just because you are money, right? You are even borrowing to buy the food for the children.
Okay.
But now you now have the reason why you have some area why you should conserve money and rechannel that even money to produce that food for your children instead of buying it for the children. But a point now you now over borrow. That's a point in time you cannot even borrow to now.
Sorry, please. The question is, I'm not talking about whether you are. If I'm buying food for my children, and they are not wasting it, and they were still complaining that the food is not even enough, or what I'm buying for them is more than what they're supposed to take. Okay, I now notice that somebody is taking that food to his family or to somewhere else. I think the best thing that I need to do is like going after the criminals that took my food to somewhere else.
All right. Sorry, Bishop, because I don't want us to look that one too much. But Folly, ultimately, is it your argument that the subsidy should not have been removed?
To me, my argument is like, these people know the people that have committed all this crime on that space. They are their friends. They are the one giving them money to campaign. Go after the criminals. Deal with the criminals. Don't suffer people for nothing. People are just suffering here. One man, this thing is not easy. I can't lie to you. It's not easy. For me to go out and come back, I need 5,000 naira to buy fuel. And at times to go out, I'm not making anything.
Can I quickly say something? You don't mind?
If you are still saying the same,
please, I'm listening.
For the same way, what we are telling
and the same people, and the same people that are even asking us to go and start ourselves, they were getting this fuel free of charge.
No,
they were getting money free of charge to buy them.
You know, Folly, out of everything that you're saying, that's the space that I agree with the most. And I think what was it? Kenneth just yesterday. He was so. This is the voice that you're hearing from Nigeria, because Foley is repeating the same thing that Kenneth said to us 2 days ago. That you are not seeing the sacrifice that they are asking you to make at the top. Is that what you're saying?
Definitely, definitely. They are enjoying their. They were buying Prado Jeep around. They are driving big cars, and we that were even we that we even need the money. We are not getting it. These people they were stealing the money more. No, there's not any agreement that okay, Oga, if I wake up in my house and I'm going to farm, I want to go and plant yam. I will know after a year, my yam will give me so. Okay, but now these people are asking me to continue staffing myself, and no provision, there's not any direction where I should be focusing, where I should be looking at. Okay, this is where they are coming from. Okay, I should be going after. Okay, my road is going to be well. Okay, give me the template. How many years? How many months am I going to suffer myself to enjoy those things? No template. No template. There's not any template about it. And you're just telling me to continue suffer myself. No hope, nothing. You cannot just tell me that I should be suffering myself.
Okay, Foley, let me ask you this, and then. So what you are saying essentially is that they've removed the fuel subsidy, but they've not really rolled out a clear plan to say
no clear plan.
No clear plan.
Yes.
Who's that heavy noise coming from? So I think it's from Bishop. Let me mute him for a moment. So there's no clear plan, and what you would like to see, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you will also like to see as a gesture was for the government to have said that we will also cut our salaries remunerations by 50% in order to align with the suffering of the people. So if they had done all that, would that be a bit more palatable for the subsidy? So if they told you that we're removing the subsidy and over the next 12 months, this is what will happen in that area, and because we recognize the suffering of the people, we're going to cut our salary by half as well, so that we're in this austere space together, and then we'll weather the storm together. So if they had done all that, would it have made the fuel subsidy removal? Would it have made it more palatable?
Yes, we will know that we are all in it together, but not when someone is suffering and someone is enjoying it. And you are the one making the policy. You are the one enjoying the money. The people you ask to come and suffer for it are the one that don't even have anything in their purse at all. I just passed through one. What's it called? Former governor of Benue State. Come and see cars in front of his house. They park there. Nobody is driving it. These people they are wasting the money, and people are suffering here. People are dying. I will be here defending them as if they are doing something. They are doing us a favor. These are commonwealth. These are money.
Foley.
Hold on, Ola. What do you see as the solution to this, Foley? Because of course, we are where we are. So how do we come out of it? What's the solution?
Like I said in the beginning of my conversation here, I said I'm not even ready to tackle them. I'm not even ready to condemn any one of their policy now. We want to give them that time. If you continue like this for like a year and nothing change, nobody will tell you that you have to eat the streets. I'm telling you, if there is nothing change after a year with all this suffering.
Do you think Nigerians are at that point? Do you think Nigerians, their policy, they're one hardship away from hitting the streets? Do you think Nigerians do you think they are at their tipping point?
Let me tell you one man. Let me tell you. I was having a conversation with one of my sisters today. He was talking about the way they were living. She just traveled to Canada, and she was like, "Wow, Foley, this is what is happening there. I should leave. I should come." Someone now asked her that, why are they doing what they are doing? But because you are still a stranger in that land. Why are you enjoying everything everything that others are enjoying? He said, I now told them that these people knew that once this guy entered their country and his life is not being cared for, he will be looking for a way to shortchange the system. And before they know, the system will be having issue. This is the problem we have in Nigeria. Someone will go to school, you graduate, no job. So you want to hustle. Your hustle not even pure. You want to do everything. The system is not encouraging you. You have a business, it's not flourishing. You have your kid, you cannot even train them. Children cannot even go to school. The crime will be increasing. And let me tell you what will happen. The system will now come after us, the innocent ones. Because those guys that they failed to train, they will become a terrorist. They will become criminals. They will now be coming after we that were even doing the same hustling with them. Because maybe we find our way of surviving in the system. But we'll be their target. I lost a friend almost 2 months ago. He was shot dead. This guy just went to bank to collect 2 million naira. And they go after him and they killed him because of 2 million naira. This is how people have been paying the price that they didn't even know about. They didn't even know anything about it. And the same is going after them one by one. It's killing people. You are sick. You go to hospital. There is no oxygen to even save your life. I lost a brother 2 years ago because of oxygen. They can't save this guy life. He has money, but there is no any equipment in anywhere to save him. And these people, wherever they have any headache, they fly out to go and treat themselves. And we'll be here defending them as if they are doing anything for us.
You know, Folly, we had Ribadu join us about 2 days ago. And a lot of what you're saying, he said it as well. He was joining us from Borno. You are joining us from Ekiti. He told us the narrative of a young girl that came to his house. You know, it's just the narrative of the men in Nigeria. They've been emasculated. Their masculinity has been taken away through economic positions.
Hardship.
You know, they'll send their wives out. They wouldn't ask her how she got the money, and nobody would discuss it. And you know, yes. So we get a lot of those reports. But we are where we are now, and the solution is more hardship before the light comes. And that is what TINUBU is saying, that the solution to where we are now is even more hardship before the rainy day comes.
And what are they doing? What are they doing in their own side as well to reduce to make sure that to even give us hope that they were ready? Are they not still throwing party? Are they not still wasting the money on unnecessary things? How many convoys is governor still driving? How many personal assistants they are still having? They are still paying them the same salary.
One man can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Ola.
You see, fully, we all agree that the excesses of the politicians or whosoever, it must be cut. Everybody agrees with that. But we should not underplay the economic woe that Buhari has pushed us into. You understand? Don't let's just look at it as a shy play. Even if you cut cost, I can tell you, it's still not going to solve the problem. Let's assume we are even saving costs from all those things. Now, you should look at this subsidy removal beyond just, they are just cutting it. You have to look at the industry that this subsidy regime is sitting upon. How many people is this industry supposed to create job for? What are the value chain around that place? What are the escalations? Those are the things the way I look at it. Then we are talking about how the management of this subsidy is not sustainable. Like, you think, okay, we should man all the border, employ people to man the border so that people will not go. You are not even looking at the cost at that. And I can tell you.
No. We already have people for that. We are paying custom already.
Okay.
Just put system in place that will checkmate them.
See, the way they do things where we live here is this. Any product that can easily be smuggled out of the country, government will never subsidize.
And I'm telling you, petrol is not something that can easily take out of a country. It's a tanker that will carry it. A very big tanker.
Yes,
that will carry it. It's not something you can put inside your purse.
You have to look at how many borders do we have, because we are talking of the story that this story of smuggling is not today's story. 70s, 80s that Nigeria will not be able to solve. Even
But
in the
they are openly smuggling this thing. There was a time that we played a clip of a custom officer that tried to intercept a convoy. I'm not sure if Adanleko could remember us.
No, I
There
even
was
I have the video. They call
yes,
I
the
saw
guy.
it.
They
yes,
even call their boss is even calling the guy. You are not
and
going to go.
they sacked him or something. I'm threatening to jail him, or
Mm-hmm.
So they
uh,
smuggled this in open glare.
one man, it's not
The
always.
civil servants are also part of the problem. Let's
It's not
blame a
always.
Nigerian too. Civil servant too and political leaders. They are the
Someone is talking now.
eating life out of that country.
So the thing is this: they still smuggle through other means. Yes, some people carry tankers, especially all those double territories, about 63. But what we are saying is this: even in the 80s, fully in the 80s, they still smuggle diesel and all these gas. Look at what happened. If you look at the statistics, you will be surprised that we were even consuming more.
Bring us to where Foley is. Yes, bring us to where Foley is. Where his argument is.
That's where I'm going now. I'm not going outside of that.
Yeah.
So you will notice that even in the 80s, we were consuming more diesel. When our population was just less than half of what we are, we were consuming more diesel than 2020. That's in the 80s. It simply means that when we were even still subsidizing for diesel, we were even subsidizing for Cameroon, Ghana, and other
Okay, but they've removed subsidy on this, right?
Exactly. And all of a sudden,
what do they use the money for?
Wait now. But what I'm
It's a
telling you
question. And see, yes, they are still borrowing money.
For
someone that can steal this money can steal the petrol.
That is a simple mind argument now.
Oh no, that wrong choice of words. Patrick. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's an easy way of explaining it away. The point is this: the fact that they remove subsidy from diesel does not mean the money will just be available. There might be other challenges that will take the money. As at the
I'm
time we
telling
remove
you,
money,
no challenges. They are stealing it. They were
Let me
stealing
give
it. They were stealing the money.
No, maybe that's your own assumption.
The same way that this money go.
That's what we all know. They were stealing it.
No,
they will still steal this one. This one you are talking about, they will still steal it.
That's another way to explain it away.
Let me even tell
that's another way. You should question it. Okay, where could the money have been? That was the question you asked.
How do you question them? How do you question them?
I'll tell you that when we remove the subsidy, it's possible that they have stolen it, but it's also possible that because we have new challenges. As I thought in the 80s, we didn't have all these Boko Haram, these complex security, global challenges that we have now. All those things are taking the money. We can't say
so
we will address them.
Are we not selling fuel every day in this country?
But
how many barrels do you think Nigeria is producing Nigeria is selling every day? Where are the money?
The system is dynamic.
Stop deceiving yourself.
The prices went down. So the system you are working in is not static. Though we are selling oil. What if your prices, even simple business that we are doing, your costs can go up, and then you have little margin to even run.
But why are you sounding like this? Are you not hearing that? Are you not hearing the kind of corruption that these people have, that is taking place in these people's government?
I'm sounding like someone who has a different opinion from yours.
These people are stealing.
It's not strange. That's how human beings are created. We have different views. You have a particular information. I have something else.
My brother,
Patrick, let Foley push back.
My brother, do you know how much they said honorary Emefiele stole from CBN? Do you know how many billions? The humanitarian, what's it called? That lady,
Sadia Farouk.
That Emefiele said is paying for this idiot every month 500 billion naira.
That's billion. How much is Nigeria's budget?
All right, we're headed into the middle of nowhere now. But bring it back to where you were. Bring it back to the topic, Foley. I'm not sure that you are especially impressed. Nigeria's daily consumption falls to 41 million from 67 because of subsidy removal. but you are not impressed by this because of the pains of the people. Folly.
Please come again, sorry.
No, I was bringing you back to the topic because we're going too deep into wherever we were going. I was saying the headline, Nigeria's daily fuel usage drops to 41 million liters from 67 after subsidy removal. So you are saying you are not especially impressed because of the pain being felt by the people.
Yes, I'm even expecting the something to come to 20-something million, because people are not even buying the fuel like before. People are not buying the fuel like before. So if it's 60-something million before, and they are still recording 40-something million, that means the 60-something million, there is not any fraud in it, because a lot of people don't buy. So there is a kangaroo arrangement around that. Maybe they are just trying to package the number. They are not still yet giving us the correct number.
They don't want to tell us how sharply it has dropped.
How sharply this thing has gone down.
That will highlight. I agree with you. Because I don't see Nigerians consuming 41 liters. You know, if you remove Lagos, Kano, and maybe Abuja, how many cars are being used? The most of it, they use it for I better pass my neighbors. So we don't have the consumption need for this level of petroleum, I don't think.
Apart from commercial buses now, you hardly see any good car on the road again. All of them fly. They use plane. Apart from commercial buses, it's we that we can't afford to pay for a flight, that we are still trying to pass the road. Most of them are flying. So where is the money? Where is the fuel they are using? They are all shouting that they are using 67 million liters. These people are just a criminals.
All right. What else is catching your attention in the news today, Folly? What's being talked about where you are?
Yeah, today.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the issue of increments of the salary of a thing. I think that's already that is actually pumping up now. But Buhari, Tinubu's people are now saying that Tinubu did not have hand in it. That he's not approving anything like that, like such.
Yes. Yes, and Tinubu is in France at the moment. So is that making the news? Is singing and dancing with Macron?
And I can even tell you this. These people can actually plan it. Okay, do it when we come back. We'll tell you that we don't want it, so that people will look like we are fighting for them. They can plan it as well. These politicians.
Oh, you mean the increment in salary?
Yes, so the politicians can still they can still do that. Okay, do this. When we come back, we will tell them that we don't want it, so that people will think we are fighting for them. This thing can still be possible.
Yeah, but is that not what you're asking for? Signs that they are with you on the hardship.
Anybody that manipulates you to do something does not want to lead you. If anybody wants to lead you, he has to be open, not playing with your emotions.
Politics is all about manipulation. No, even sure what they manipulate us now with this kumbaya or something.
I don't want to talk about Showore here. I think we've forgotten. I think we passed that. Showore has said his own before the election, and people did not vote for him. So let's leave the gentle guy alone.
What hope do you have for the Tinubu administration? Are you hopeful that he succeeds? And what would that success look like for you?
Man, I won't lie to you. If there is anything I want, anybody in that place, I want them to succeed. Because failure to succeed this time around, we are going to pay bitterly. I pray for them to succeed. If they didn't succeed, we are going to pay. It's we that will be suffering for it. That will be suffering it. We are going to suffer for it. These people they can travel to anywhere if anything happens in this country. So I pray for them to succeed, so that we will not pay with their life. We will not pay with our life.
If you start to see improvements in the electricity, a lot of this fuel subsidy that has been cut off, a lot of it will be plowed back into a lot of it will be plowed back into maybe electricity generation and all of that. So if you get that improvement in electricity generation, that is the subsidy that you really need, because that removes the money for your generator and it puts that money back in your pocket.
But do you know electricity is not something that any government should be proud of, because we pay the bill. It's a business. We pay the bill. Give us light, we pay. So that,
Yes.
I mean, I didn't see all those things as an achievement, because it's a business. Anybody can just come on board and give us light and collect your money. We are paying you. We are paying for recharge card that we're using on our phone. So if you can pay for recharge card, we can also pay for our bill, for our light. Give us light. I'm not saying that is not an achievement too, in my own part. It's what we are due for. You don't need to beg for all these things. Why? By now we're supposed to be talking about something different, not light, not electricity. We are too backward when we are talking about electricity. By now, I'm not seeing us discussing something like electricity. We don't supposed to be discussing all these things. We're talking about refineries. Do we supposed to be crying for refineries in Nigeria, where we have our home crude oil on our home? What have you been doing? Is it not the same people? So you're telling me today that somebody is promising me refinery. I'm not seeing it. These people have failed us. What for?
I want for yeah.
Can I ask for the question?
Yeah, of course. Carry on.
For Libby, I will say two things and I will ask a question. Well, I really empathize with what is going on in Nigeria. People are complaining seriously. And of course, the thing is global actually, because everywhere I am too, everybody is saying things are on the high side. But I want to believe we're going to get it right. I want to ask a question. The gas, I learned that gas price is coming down. I don't know how far that is true. Diesel, I heard it came down about between 100 to 200 naira. So gas, I was talking to a sister of mine, and she said gas is coming down. Is that true? Because you know a lot of things go on within the Nigerian space. We don't know who is who. We don't know fake news. I don't know. So
what happened is this. Gas actually moved to 9 is it not 9 what's it called 980, but now it has dropped to 740 or 720, around that level. So to me, I'm not seeing that as an achievement. If something is being selling at the level of 200, 230, 400 before, and it just went to 900 and it's now coming back to 700, and you're telling me I should be celebrating it, whereas salary has not increased.
What year at 200?
Yeah.
At what year was that?
Yeah, it was 250, 200.
Just last year, 2 years. Just two years. One last year things.
In 2020, it was 250, 300 around that area.
Yes.
Between 250, 200.
But now there was a time it was sold around 9 something, but now it's coming to 7 something. So I'm not here to celebrate it.
Because my sister said 650 now, and that it's even coming down to about 560. I heard Oshogbo 560. Probably they can work on those things. Let these things come down more. And at least
so 2 get 4 here now. 2 get 4. Is that not 2 get 4? If you spike up in petrol and you reduce in gas, do you not then move the money from your gas into your petrol?
What happened to gas then is Ukraine what happened to gas then is Ukraine-Australia war that make it to go up. Okay? And now I think they find their way of how to get their fuel, to get the gas. So that is why the something is now coming in. That's why it's coming down again. So it's not because government removes petroleum subsidy. That's why they reduce the gas. It's just if anything happen again tomorrow and they can't get the fuel, they can't get the gas, they will still increase it.
Just finally on that petrol space. I think with the removal of subsidy now, the government are issuing licenses now to importers who want to import petrol. So what you find is that there might well be a price war that would drive it down ultimately, and then it will find its true value. But I think universally, everybody feels that the removal of the subsidy was a good thing. But then we're speaking from away from Nigeria, so it's just theory to us. We're not having to pay for it. So I suspect that that's where your argument is, Folly.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, brilliant. So Ola, you wanted to interject. So let's hear from Ola, and then we move on. Ola, did you want to put a point to Folly? Ola. All right. I think Ola may not be available. So let me take you to this final space, and then we move the conversation on to Ajale Koko. So now. Folly, it looks as though they are now saying they want to reopen the SEME border for vehicles to be imported into Nigeria. So what are you then making of that headline? It's been widely reported. Federal government okay reopening of SEME border for vehicle importation. So we have so many ports that are, that can very well easily import those vehicles. But what are you making of that headline then? Is this not another conduit for smuggling, Folly?
One man, please, Folly, hold on, please. One man, let me say something, please. One man, sometimes I share some things with you, you don't share it with the platform. If you check your Instagram now, I sent you before 3 days ago, maybe you didn't see it. I just will send it again. Um, there is something on Nigerian government or Nigerian soil now that you can put on your own petrol generator. You'll be using gas. 2 kg of gas now, you can run your generator for 8 years. Just check your Instagram. I just recently, just share it with us so people will know.
It's not
People
a
are
link.
just
It's not a link you sent to Thomas.
it's a link. It's a link. No,
It's,
it's a link. Check it. Check
I'm
it.
there.
It's a link. I just
I'm
sent
there
it.
now. Let's see. It's not a link.
It's on your plate. I've sent it. I just
All right. I'm on my Instagram now. Okay. I'll refresh and see if.
yeah, refresh and recheck again. Yes, I've sent it. So share it with us. 2 kg of gas will last you for 8 hours. People are changing their lifestyle. Yeah.
All right. So Thomas, here it is. You see, it's not a link. It's just a write up. It says generator using gas in Nigeria, 2 kg gas for 8 hours. Please, please share with the platform.
Okay. I
Well,
think I've seen that, and I think some experts has
link
actually
to it,
came
yeah.
out. Some experts has actually came out that people should be very, very careful about it. That they are not seeing it as a thing that they can actually encourage people to use, because it's also dangerous to be using with your car. So I'm not sure it's something
For the B,
anybody can
that's
try
the
to.
problem I'm having. Yeah, for the B, that's the problem I'm having with Nigerians. They don't adapt with what is going on in the world. For the
So
B, in this
is he in
country,
the world? Is
let
he
me
in the
finish,
world?
please.
Somebody
Can I
just
finish,
did it
please?
in Lagos now.
For the B,
Okay.
can I finish,
Okay.
please? Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you. People are running on gas with their car in this country successfully. Even the gas car is the most cheapest car to run. What did I say? Most cheapest gas to run. Your car can run on gas. Your generator can run on gas. So if the gas is available and cheap more than petrol, it is very reasonable to me to buy a gas of 2 kg and my generator runs for 8 years. Come on, that is very cheap to me. Thank you.
Yeah. If it works, I trust Nigerian, they will grab it.
Woman.
Enigmatic Hyundai.
Yeah, good. I would say good.
Wagwan.
Yeah, everyone. I hope you guys are doing good. Let me just, Mr. Foley, I understand your concerns, and I do understand your
let me say, psychological palpitation that this subsidy removal and Nigeria's economy has caused to a lot of Nigerians. You not being an exception. And I want you to understand too that for the fact that we live abroad, does not insulate us from the problems of Nigeria, because we do have businesses and we have a lot of investment back in Nigeria, and we monitor events on a daily basis. But the only difference is that when we have probably the socio economic cushion, right, that helps us over here by varying degrees of maybe the geographical advantage that we have. You guys do not have it. You just have to face the brunt, unlike us. But we should be mindful that this administration we are talking about is just less than a month old. And then the biggest elephant in the room they have to deal with, and every administration that be trying to deal with, is this subsidy removal. You and I can agree, and almost everybody on the platform, regardless of the feelings now or the sentiments. In the second quarter, if I'm not wrong, Tinubu, being the president now, would have been ready to be coughing out, I think, $10 billion. Give me a second, please.
All right. So that's
all right. So
yeah, go on.
So now they are able to indefinitely and forever and ever now, right, stop dealing with having to pay $10 billion. So far this year, the first quarter of the year, Nigeria, I think they've paid over 3 trillion naira on subsidy alone. The subsidy, those 3 trillion naira or those funds, they are not coming to you. They are not coming to me. They are not coming to one man. They are going to, specific individual in Nigeria, right? So the marathon meetings and rapprochement, and then shaking our hands across the aisle that the administration have been doing, even having to have conversation with the folks in the creek, the Asarido Kobo, the leader of those creek boys, what's his name, James Ibori, all of them, the Niger Delta folks. It's about having to ensure that having removed this subsidy, they will have to find a way, possibly, to redirect what could have been the subsidy payment on a yearly basis or quarterly basis. And we should look at the advantages of subsidy removal. Of course, it is not the time when you plant your seed, right? Seed now. It is not the time when you plant your seed, having to do some certain things, in the other room with madam, that you start, getting the products of that seed. We wait 9 months, right? And even after waiting 9 months, it's not just immediately you start seeing the benefits of that seed. You have to wait.
Sorry,
but
because my battery is almost down. So I think at the beginning of this conversation, when I started talking, I think I told one man that this thing, I'm not ready to condemn anything they were doing now. They were waiting.
His battery is gone, I guess.
Yes, or the connection. Fall is joining us from Ekiti.
Okay, Foley, if you are still listening to me, I understand. I listened to everything you said, but we have to understand one thing, because your idea is probably like Showore's idea, who wants them to be chasing around the tips. How many people do want to chase around the country? All you need to do is just pull the lever. When you pull the plug, then you are 50% down the road. Then the remaining 50%, you know how to deal with them, like having to have the CBN governor who knows where they bury the financial skeleton, and Bauer and a lot of them, and they've been cooperating with the system. But we have to understand the fact that this administration is inheriting a badly shaped economy that has been so much hemorrhaged for the past 8 years, and you do not expect him within 20 days to continue the same direction. And the the market liberalization that you are seeing now is fuel subsidy. You know, sometimes it could often distort, you know, the markets, and then discourage private sector investment in that energy infrastructure.
Enigmatic. Let me just say this. A lot of everything that you say, I think we have lost fully. It's quite unfortunate because it's central to this conversation. Because it is a lived experience of what we theorize on this platform. So you are going to explain to us all of the reasonable reasons that the subsidy should be removed, and we are all going to agree. And we all know that it's a pain period that the country necessarily has to go through in order to be weaned off that subsidy regime. But all of that is good in theory, and it makes economic sense. But if Foley is telling you that from being able to fill his car with, let's say, 12,000 naira to now having to fill it with 40,000 naira, which has impacted on his lifestyle, his ability to earn money, his ability to be sociable, and all of that. So all that economic theorizing that we theorize is almost like they're almost like mocking words to somebody that is in that lived experience.
One man, for you to go to heaven, you have to die first, and for you to make an omelette, you got to break the egg. But Nigerians, they don't want to die, but they want to go to heaven. They want to enjoy the best of amenities, but they do not want to take certain. Foley is not. With a sense of responsibility, and then having to understand the fact that I'm not trying to be immodest with my comment. I have a lot of people too in Nigeria they are basically going through the same situation as Foley, but they are the only difference between them and Foley is that they are forward-minded, and they are optimistic, and because they understand what needs to be done and what is being done.
But do they have the economic cushion to be that ideologically inclined?
No, that is irrelevant now, one man.
It is relevant now. You can be ideological if you have the insulation.
Okay, would it have been would you Foley or whoever is, I don't know, because when I ask people what exactly would you have preferred, for Tinubu to just leave the subsidy and then keep subsidizing?
You know what they always respond to that question is that the government should have gone after the leakages rather than the subsidy. So all of those are crossing the border and all of that. They should go after all of those, and the corruption within that system, they should go after that before taking the easy route of vesting pain upon the populace.
That would be at best the Sicilius of a myopic political, reader of Nigerian political system. You don't do that. The best thing that this government could have done, before the day of its inauguration, they've held several meetings. They've had their committees say what needs to be done, the exact thing that needs to be done. When you listen to prominent economists, they will tell you the way they've gone is what needs to be done. Because how do you want to plug the leakages without having to remove the subsidy? It means even when you are let me say, when you are trying to cut down the oil theft in the Niger Delta, does that stop you having to cough out $10 billion in September or October? How would you do that? You would still have to pay that, and you would not be able to completely 100% stop the oil malfeasance in the creeks, because you have to before you go to 10, you have to go to 1 first. First of all, we've identified that we have problem in the creek. Some people are stealing the oil, right? And then the military oligarchs are involved. Now he has come out to have his own service chiefs.
Let me ask you a question. Number one question: where do you leave the welfare of the people? The welfare of the people is being hold on. The welfare of the people is being attacked. It's under attack by this removal of petroleum subsidy. They have handed hardship on already hardship that people are going through. That's number one. Whether of the people is under attack. Then number two, let me ask you this question. Do you believe that Tinubu administration can stop the looting of the crude oil in the creek? Do you believe it can stop it?
Okay, those are the two questions. First of all, let me
Do you
start from
believe
the
it can
second one.
stop the looting in
Let me start from the second one,
crude oil?
Raja.
Yes.
Let me start from the second one. Look, just like a human nature, right? Even people who are familiar with, let me say, information technology over here, you cannot forestall risk 100%. That's a fact. All you need to do is find the possibility of mitigating potential risk and finding the possibility of having to, ensure that there are no vulnerabilities. And where you see vulnerabilities, you find possibility to actually, be proactive about, your processes to minimize it and to mitigate the process. That's all you got to do. For you to expect that Tinubu, who is a human being like you, will stem the tide of a generation now, more than almost 50 years of oil theft in Nigeria, 100%. That would be ridiculous of anyone to be thinking
So
like
what
that.
you are saying now is that there is no guarantee that it can stop the looting of the crude oil.
There is a guarantee. Hold on, there's a guarantee that
But
he
there
has.
cannot be a guarantee now. How can you say
Hold on, one man.
What are you talking about now?
Hold on, one man. There's a guarantee now that he's demonstrating. If he continues with the momentum, he's demonstrating political willingness, right, to tackle the tide of that to nip it in bud by ensuring, because there's no way you will take away, the shenanigan happen in the creeks when you do not wash the hands of the military of it, when you do not wash the hands of the political actors, right, of it. And that's why you've seen that he has.
So what you are saying is essence is that it's taking measures, it's taking steps to put a stop to that looting. But he cannot take steps, he cannot take measures, put in measures that can stop the corruption around the oil subsidy.
The corruption around oil subsidy. Hold on.
Stop. But it can stop. It can take measures that can stop the looting of
the corruption around oil subsidy.
Enigmatic.
The corruption around oil subsidy is a cabal like, quote unquote, right, structure that if you have to actually tackle it, you have to start one step at a time.
What of the looting at
Enigmatic.
so it's not cabal, influence.
You're not letting me speak about that, because what I'm trying, you are talking about the looting in the oil oil sector.
Let me give you one information. Maybe
okay. You are okay.
Sorry,
you are talking about the looting in the oil sector, and I'm trying to give you
one
what is
information.
What is putting on ground now, right? What is putting on ground? Okay, go ahead. You want to speak?
Enigmatic, I think you have already talked about it. You talk about the risk. So the risk that is before the government is not the theft. The risk is that our revenue is dropping. Our revenue is not meeting up to what we have projected. That's a risk. And maybe our cost is increasing. We have to secure that place and stuff like that. So it might not necessarily guarantee that our revenue, that theft will stop, but it can guarantee that we are going to be able to meet our quota by negotiating with those Asari boys. You understand? That means our revenue will not drop. Now, the stealing is another thing. All the while when we were meeting revenue quota, they were still stealing. Oh. That time we were meeting during Obasanjo time, we were meeting revenue quota and everything. They were still stealing. So I think the first thing is to first be sure that we can meet our revenue. Let's make sure those things that are disturbing the production and everything is up. Now, the only thing that can affect our revenue is that those that are stealing from our own government-owned oil well. You understand? The wellhead, those ones, it can still work on those ones to make sure we secure revenue. Then when we do that, maybe by next year, by other year, it can start reviewing and bring in those people that are stealing to produce, maybe refinery, that have all those buckets of refinery. It can now create a system for them to be able to formalize their own illegal illegal activity to bring it into the formal setting, and then that's the way you can clean up that place.
Yeah,
It's happened in the US. If you read this book, The Mystery of Capital by Hernando de Soto, there were landowners in the US. They were illegal. The only way you can deal with it is to find a political solution, help them formalize it, clean them up, bring them into the system, let them pay tax, let them run, and give them the equipment to be able to do good business. Nobody likes to steal. Once they see that they can do clean business and still enjoy themselves, everybody will be okay. But now, Tinubu will ensure, I can bet you, he can guarantee that our revenue, our oil revenue and the quota will be met. I'm telling you that.
And to continue with what he's doing, the oil theft will be addressed clinically in the Niger Delta, because this fuel subsidy is more or less like there are no two ways to skin this cat now. It's an elephant that we need to deal with. Okay, look at what will you think would have happened if he had to continue paying as Buhari was paying the whole year? So now this will create more like economic efficiency now as we see it, because having to remove this fuel subsidy now we basically lead to more efficient allocation of these scarce resources now, that could have been going for the payment of the fuel subsidy, by allowing market forces basically to determine the fuel prices as it is now. But for now, it's still very hard because it's just a new plug that has just been it's a new fuse that has just been unplugged. So it will in the longer term, it will encourage competition, right? It will reduce inefficiencies in the terrain, and then it will promote economic growth. But people they just do not expect that under 20 days you will fix something that has been bastardized for 8 years or more than 8 years. And then when you look at the fiscal sustainability of fuel removal, right? Having to leave fuel removal regime, fuel subsidy regime, it creates significant burden on government budgets. It keeps leading to that fiscal deficit and then debt accumulation all over the place. So Buhari just paid over 3 trillion in the first quarters. As I'm explaining to you now, that fiscal sustainability, nobody can continue doing that. And then when you've taken the time to reduce it now, right? It will reduce government expenditure and will free up funds for other priority areas. So like you can now focus on maybe having more budget on the education, healthcare, and several other infrastructure, and then you can basically focus on those oil theft that is going on in the creeks. You can increase the budget. You already have your new team now. You are not dealing with the old team that you inherited from Buhari that has been accused. I'm talking about the military now that has been accused to be part of the system. He has met with James Ibori, because James Ibori, either you like it or not, is a leader in the Niger Delta, and then he is one of more or less the leader of Tompolo and all those guys in the creek. So they understand the language, and then you can target social assistance too, right? So instead of having to continue paying for subsidy almost every time, you provide generalized fuel subsidy now, and then this you can government now, Tinubu and all of them, they can have the ability to redirect whatever they've been able to save, or whatever they've been able to what could have been the $10 billion they should be paying almost every 3 months or thereabout, right, on social assistance programs. And then this will allow, like, all the student loans that they are thinking of, and then effectively they will have to have possibility of tackling the poverty, alleviating poverty and ensuring that they support reach even the local government and the state level. And then they will have to have a more or less synergized effort with most of the state governors, because when we are talking about this too, we have to focus on the state governors, because the state governors, they are closer to the people in the grassroots, and they are the ones who are probably
enigmatic. You still not acknowledged we are where we are through no fault of the people. we're where we are through the mismanagement of that country. But oftentimes and every time that country is being mismanaged, the burden of it is always being carried by the people. And it's that burden that Foley was speaking to. But
yeah.
you've just reading roughshod over it. You've not
No,
given
I'm not reading roughshod over it. I'm telling Foley, like, okay, in 20 days, you see most of these world leaders, right, they've been talking
You see
about.
what the enigmatics is doing? It's like a person don't tie koto. You see? Go back tie koto. My pay koto. My spin. Only defense don't give.
No, I'm not giving.
Spin. Defense don't give.
I'm not giving any
Then
defense.
it don't
Okay,
tie
what?
koto ni.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you a frontal question now, Babaja. Listen to me. Let me ask you a
Because
question.
I asked you a question. Okay,
I
if
answer.
Tinubu is doing everything to tackle the looting of our crude oil, what stops him from doing something to fight the corruption around the subsidy and put an end to it, solve it once for all, and
You
let
want him
people
to
enjoy the
you want him
subsidy?
to solve it? Hold on. You want him to have solved? You want him to have solved that from May 29th? Now we are in 22nd of June, less than a month. And then when you want to, like I told you, it is not when you want to. It is not when you want to eat a goosey and pounded jam that you just rush and go eat it like that. You have to make it. You have to make it.
So
It's a process.
which one is good for us? Not solving it and for Nigerian people to suffer forever and
Okay,
no
sovereign
subsidy
need.
again,
Hold on. Sovereign
and we
need is
pay
what
more,
they've taken
or
the step
take some
already.
time or take some
They've
few months to
they've
solve that
taken this. They've
problem,
taken the
and
step.
then
Hold
let
on.
Nigerian people and deliver welfare as specified in the constitution.
They've
The
taken
welfare of
the
the
step.
people. The government must care for the welfare of the people. But no
Of
welfare,
course,
the welfare of
they've
Nigerian
taken the
people is
step to
under attack.
ameliorating. They've taken the step to ameliorating the misery of the people. 20 days, 19 days, right? It's too early to judge.
Enigmatic, just a
That
second,
is just
please.
coming. That is just coming
Enigmatic,
with his
just a
own
second.
ideas to tackle this thing. Do not forget this is a multifaceted issue that involves oil, that involves looting on one side from NNPC. You have to deal with that. From
You see,
the
Ajale
creeks, you
Coco,
have to
when you
deal with
say
that.
welfare of the
From
people, so are you
oil
saying the
subsidy
welfare of the
itself,
people
you
is
have to deal with
limited
that.
to
one
fearless
voice,
subsidy
one
only?
voice.
So the money they are giving for fearless subsidy,
Oh God.
I feel
So sorry. What's going
realized
on?
that if they channel
Can
those
you
things
hear
to
me?
basic
Can you
education, primary
can you
education,
can you
and health,
hold
so
on,
is
Ola?
that
Sorry, can you hear me? Enigmatic was talking now. Just
who tell
let.
me?
I did. One man. Enigmatic was talking now, and I was asking you to let him land, and the two of your voices were on top of each other. And I was, but you
Let me
can go.
land real quick.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
land.
yeah.
So see what you are seeing now is a systematic approach to ameliorating the miseries of Nigerians. But Nigerians, they have to find a way to be patriotic and see what this government is doing. They've seen a government, okay, look, on the very first day, because what this man did on his inauguration day was he wasn't trying to have a negotiation, not trying to go back to Aso Rock, missing the point by telling the whole world that the subsidy has been removed. Even, are you aware of the fact, if he hadn't mentioned that subsidy has been removed, by law, right, that Petroleum Industry Act has already actually dealt with subsidy already. There's no budget for subsidy, no budget for subsidy. So the only now we see that we continue paying the $10 billion, right? And then we can keep blaming the government for not providing infrastructure, for not doing what they need to do, or having to deal with that elephant in the room, right? And find a way to rechannel the resources to something different. And like I told you, it's a multifaceted issue because we have a monumentally corrupt NNPC that is basically doing nothing but amassing wealth for itself. Now we have the issue in the creek where people are giving us wrong figures for our oil consumption. Now they are getting there gradually now. 8 years ago, 21 days ago, we had a contemplation of quote unquote that we were consuming 68 or thereabout million per day, right, or thereabout. Now it's dropped by almost 20 million. That's a progress. Now you've seen the oil remover have been. They have been now. They are having series of issues. He has appointed the new chief service chief. He has an NSA that they are going to basically tackle it headlong. Met with the royal fathers, met with the who is who in the Niger Delta, then dealing with CBN issues right now, as we are seeing, by liberalizing the market now and the forest exchange, dealing with the issue of NNPC. The first time we are having SA on energy. So when you look at this oil subsidy, it's either we kill oil subsidy or it kills us. But 20 days is too early for Nigerians to be okay. What actually do they want? Do they want him to leave the oil subsidy and keep paying Benin Republic, paying Togo, paying Cameroon, paying Dino Melaye, paying all the oligarchs $10 billion every 6 months? Or you take the $10 billion and rechannel it to your economy? Which one do Nigeria want? But you do not expect that this will fly right within a month of a new administration that is just trying to get it. We don't even have the full complement of his cabinet yet. But Nigerians are already saying we want what actually do they want? You want to go to heaven, but you don't want to die. You want subsidy to be you don't want to suffer, but you want subsidy to be gone. All of a sudden, you want to have 24 hours electricity supply. All of a sudden, you want to have a Mefele acting like a Jesus Christ. You have to have, it's a process. Even when you are involved in a corporate environment, right? When you have a project,
but does the process have to be as brutal, enigmatic? Does the process have to be as brutal as it is? Because there's no palliative, there's no insulation. It's just ripping the band-aid off in just one brutal move. Does the process have to be as brutal and as brutish as it is?
I want to be very correct. I'm not trying to defend any government here, but I'm speaking right to the reasons why we should keep subsidy or not. So if I've given you the reasons why subsidy should be gone, right? Would you have preferred a few number of Nigerians cutting away $10 billion every 6 months?
No.
Hold on.
We agree that the subsidy should go.
Okay.
But the manner...
So I understand what you are saying. I'm taking you there now. Calm down. You know. So what you are seeing now, if it's either Ashwaju would have made an elaborate speech on that inaugural day, and then it goes back to the Aso Rock, like Buhari did, who came with an intention to remove subsidy, like OBJ came, who Yaradua came with an intention to remove subsidy. Ditto Jonathan, who came with an intention to remove subsidy. But one way or the other, they found a way to corner them and they couldn't get it done. It was on TV that El Rufai said they have had an arrangement, they've signed the papers, they've done all the policy ideas and everything has been shunned out, only for them to find out that they up till now that they don't know who convinced Buhari or who are those people who changed his mind from removing subsidy. So this man has seen what the steps he's taking now is taking a cue from the previous administration not to fall into the same trap. Because mind you, one man, the people behind oil subsidy, they are big boys. Once you go back, once you do not make that instructive statement, right, before the war, so people can read your lips and say this is what you said. If you go back to that Aso Rock, I can tell you, it may not have. It could have by now probably we will not be talking about subsidy removal. So look, is for sometimes even in our private lives, right? For things to get better, sometimes we have to give it the latitude of being rough a little bit before we get to that road. So people are saying, okay, he could have gone into the office and then wait for maybe 1 month or 6 months, and then he will come up with look. If he had done that, subsidy would not be the removal of subsidy wouldn't be possible again. It is Nigeria we are talking about. Subsidy removal would have been gone and dead if he had made the mistake of not pronouncing it in the eyes of the world to let the international communities and those world leaders to listen that subsidy is gone. Because if he did not even make that statement on that very day, one man, like I say again, this is not TINUBU removing subsidy now. Subsidy has been removed, right? By policy idea, by the law. It's go and read the Petroleum Industry Act. for subsidy removal will not have matured beyond June of this year. So what is the big deal then? Either he says it or he doesn't say it. Subsidy removal has been gone. It's done, gone, and dusted. He's just told Nigerians this is what is going to happen because it's been made a law. The Petroleum Industry Act is already there. No provision, no more in the budget for subsidy. But he told them by virtue of the Petroleum Industry Act, that was the only thing he did not mention. He could have mentioned by virtue of the Petroleum Industry Act, we have 24 more days or 22 more days to sustain subsidy. After that time, by what I have or by what I've seen, it's been signed into law. It's an act of parliament. Subsidy removal has been expunged from the budget for life. That was the only mistake he did. That was the only mistake he did. He could have read it verbatim like that, but he told Nigerian subsidy is gone. But there was nothing wrong in that because he was telling them what was already in an act of parliament. So either Baba Aja likes it, or Foley likes it, or Nigerians like it, or not. Subsidy is already an act of parliament, and it's a law already. So what is the big deal?
Yeah, can I make enigmatic? Can I make a comment? Actually,
yeah, come in, Prince. We've not heard from you today, Prince.
Yeah, see, I was gonna say regarding Tinubu announcing the removal of subsidy, right? I think what happened, it was not its real plan, so to speak. Although he announced it that it was going to be gone, I think what happened was the working of certain people or groups to bring about shock and awe to the Nigerian people as to revolt against the subsidy. I don't believe in my heart that Tinubu wanted to remove the subsidy on the very first day that he took power. I think it was going to allow things to play out and let the market forces work until, even get some palliatives in place for the people. But some people already have it in plan. See, there's a reason why nothing happened under Buhari. He could have done it, but he didn't do it. But they're waiting for this shock and awe in order to make the Nigerian people, turn against the government, essentially. But right now, the acceptability of the subsidy removal from all corners seems to be limiting their pushback, so to speak. You saw the labor people; they were there to cause some brouhaha, but somehow, some way, they held back. So I think Tinubu right now is just playing along, so to speak, but it wasn't intentional for Nigerian people to suffer from day one. That's my take on it.
Prince, do you think it was a rush of blood to the head? Because they said that fuel subsidy is gone. They said that was off script. That wasn't in the script of the prepared speech. So do you think it was caught in the excitement of the moment and it just decided to free flow? Was it a rush of blood to the head that fuel subsidy is gone?
Yeah, I think you asked that question before. And yeah, it was ad lib that said it. Fine, but again, I think that was not the intended consequence of him saying it. I didn't think it was his plan to. I mean, what government wants to come to power and have the people turn against him from day one? It was though it may have happened extemporaneously. Nonetheless, it was not his intention to start off in his presidency as such. It was not. I think again, the people that have that run this subsidy regime and the people that get paid out of it, they're not stupid. I've always said it. We like to call our politicians and people in Nigeria stupid or dumb. They're not stupid. They're not dumb. They're very smart. They're always way ahead of a slow moving bureaucratic government. These people are private people for the most part. They are smart and they're always way ahead. So what the government is thinking, they already have the inside information, like Martha Stewart. They can game the system at any point in time. So they already have it in play. They were just looking for an opportunity to pounce on the Nigerian economy, people, to create chaos. That's what they were waiting for, and they took advantage of the opportunity. because I do not believe Tinubu meant it on that day that it should be gone. In fact, it could have even extended it unofficially, okay, for the subsidy to be there and somehow work the Nigerian people through the pain. But so I mean, the way it turned out is the way it is right now, and I genuinely feel. I mean, Kalata. I mean, enigmatic is. I mean, his analysis is always on point on this issue, right? But it's kind of tough to want to justify the pain of people like Foley, to bear the pain that they're going through. It's tough. So it's trying to use statistics and logic to combat people suffering, people in hunger, people dying. It makes you kind of emotionless to people's pain and plight. So I understand where he's coming from. But
I think you are where I was trying to get to. That as much as we all see and agree with that the subsidy can be removed, sometimes when you hear from Foley, and then when you hear from people that join us from Nigeria, there's a heavy pain price being paid for this policy. There's a heavy. You heard Foley now. There's a heavy pain price being paid.
Yeah, I heard him. I mean, I was trying to interject, but again, it's like telling a woman that lost one child and another person lost 10 children. Well, they both lost 100%. Don't think the pain of the one that lost one child is less than that lost 10 children, really. So it's kind of a catch-22 kind of a thing. It's painful. I can't be telling them, well, bear the pain. Sometimes the right things are painful. But I believe, though, Nigerians, they can pull through it, really. But we have to be able to, in the short term, sacrifice to gain the long-term benefit. And I generally think Tinubu, it knows the game. It knows it needs to do good by the people. I mean, it has to do good by the people. And I think his policies and what he's trying to put in place is for the general benefit of everyone. It doesn't matter what part of the country or what region you come from. That's what I believe. And he's going to try his best. And I think one would think actually that enigmatic works for the government of Tinubu because his position and his articulation about what the government is doing is quite apt. So and I genuinely believe that is analysis on it. Yeah,
enigmatic is our man Flint, is our man on the inside.
But my own position is this: the primary function of the government is to solve problems, and not to say you want to solve problem by creating another problem, on top of the problem that is on the ground. It is never done. That is not the way a responsible government acts. And this is the way he has acted, rather. You say you are solving problem, you adding more to the problem, inflicting pains and hardship on the economic well-being of the people. So what is their responsibility? Where is the responsibility of government? When government cannot solve problem, the problem we have concerning the corruption around the petroleum subsidy is them in government, is not us the people. We the people must not suffer their own failure. They know what is going on there. They know the solution to it, but they don't want to solve they don't want to solve the problem.
Well,
so rather, they want to turn around against us, the people. We must always be. Why must we be at the receiving end all the time? Why must the people be at the receiving end? I've lived in this country for several years. When the government solve problem here, if they solve this once and for all and put happiness in the life of the people, that is what we know. That is the way problem is solved by government in this country.
Well, you have you can't look at America or maybe England about solving problems where they print money. You have to look at economies of South America
forget about print. That is forget about that. Whether they print money or not printing money. don't
can't
don't
forget
bring
about
that.
it.
But the
But
main issue is that when there is problem in the society, they go after it, attack it, solve it, and make life better for the people. But that is
well,
not the case with our own. They always want to justify their reason for adding
Patrick, yes.
more pains, more pains and suffering on
Well,
the people
I like to say
all the
that
time.
you have
Are
to
we the people?
compare. You have to compare Nigeria's economy or society to that of the people of South American countries or the Southeast Asian countries, because they're pretty much on par for the most part. You can't be comparing the way American solves problem or England, United Kingdom, to that of Nigeria. They have more
Okay, so
levers.
the problem cannot be solved forever if you are basing that on that premise that okay, this is the way their
No,
economy
I
is
said
designed. Our
the
own
way.
hold on, because you are basing it on the premise that the advanced country, they can easily solve problems, but we are not advanced, so we have to suffer and continue to suffer forever. So I don't get it. I don't get it. So what's the
No,
problem? What's the
that's
essence
not my
of government then?
that's not my argument. I guess my premise of saying that is that the Western countries, they have more levers, they have more resources, and they have more leverage in dealing with problems around the world. Okay, they are the World Bank, they are the IMF, and these other international banks and bankers. So we're not in the same category. But if you really pay attention to what goes on in the U.S., for example, there's so many malfeasance and approach to solving problem. In
Answer
fact,
the
many
question.
times,
Do we have the potential to be a great country like them? Do we have the potential?
well, absolutely, and
Okay,
that's the
hold on right there. So we have the potential. Why are we not developing that potential for us, for our system to run like theirs? Why
well
are
to
we
that to that
failing?
to,
Is it
to
not
the
by our
answer.
own making? Hold on right there. Is it
United
not by our own making for us to be backward? Is it not by the making of the corrupt people in government? So what is your argument that the
Well,
system is the
on
it is
that
not the
point,
system. People
I
make the
do.
system work, and people make the system to fail. It is our people, the corrupt leaders that you have, that make the system to fail.
On that point, I totally agree with you on that point. But that's why you need a leader that has the will and the guts to want to do things like Tinubu. See, now people are making, there being kind of a mockery going on about him not doing anything so far, just signing into law what Buhari has put in place. Well, Buhari does not have the will. And that's a testament of a leader or leadership, to have the will to do things that's not comfortable. Okay, all these past leaders, as somebody said earlier, from I don't know 70s, in the past 8 years, they've never had the kahuna, so to speak, to want to remove the subsidy and try over these past years to help the Nigerian people get to a point that's manageable. They didn't want to do that. They keep kicking the can down the road. But there comes somebody that is bold and has the will to genuinely want to help the people, and we so much concerned about him not being caring towards the Nigerian people. That's not true. That's absolutely not true. It is actually, see, we talked about it before on the show a couple of days ago, perhaps, that Tinubu is fighting corruption structurally. He can't be chasing after every corrupt Nigerian or the people that are doing the corruption. So it's better for him to save money and resources by plugging the system right now, or revamping the system structurally, and in so doing, the trickle effect is going to benefit Nigerians overall in the long run. Okay, so it's doing this, but it's a system, just like you said, that's so corrupt, cannot be changed overnight. Not only the corruption itself, but the corruption fights back, just like they say in Nigeria. Okay, so it's very convoluted, complex country. So let's not make it so simplistic at how it comes in and does this and that and solve the problem. No, that's not the case. No, we have a big problem in that country, and we all know that when it comes to corruption, there's no gatekeeper, there's no system or mechanism you can put in place that can actually curb the corruption going on overnight. Nigerians are always going to fight back. They are always steps and steps ahead of the government. So the best thing they can do is bring about the right policies, that really cater to the people, fight corruption structurally, and put in place people that genuinely want to serve the country and the people, that would do right by the people. And I think we do have such a leadership in Tinubu. It's undeniable so far based on what he's been doing and trying to curb the corruption going on in the country.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So now we have you, Prince. Let's hold you in situation, and let me take you to this space, Prince. I had quite an interesting back and forth with Bishop on this, so interesting to see them what your take is.
You said you are coming to me, one man.
Let me.
But
Yes.
let him go. Don't worry.
No,
Let him go. Let him go. I'm okay. I'm just trying to remind you. Let him go. Then you can come to me later. Let Prince go.
All right.
Let Prince go. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I actually forgot, but okay. Let's because I was with Foley and then he dropped, Enigmatic came in and then the flow. Let me take you to this spot, Prince. So the ministerial slots, Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. So this is sources. So as I was saying, Prince, I had an interesting back and forth with Bishop on this particular topic. And I was saying that the country is absolutely categorically fed up with all these career politicians who recycle every administration. You know that some of the names that we're contending with in Nigerian politics, we've been contending with some of these names for going on 50 years. You know that Buhari was the president when I was in short trousers, and is in the president now when I've lost all my hair. You know, so no, people now want new and fresh faces, and with Tinubu now reflecting on possibly dumping all of these governors for technocrats, I thought this was a move in the right direction. But Bishop was saying that for reasons of the political inputs that they had in his administration, or rather in the emerging of his administration, that he owes a duty to them. So to that space, technocrats or career politicians, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Moment. I heard that debate between you and Bishop, and optically, I do agree with you. But on analysis wise, I agree with Bishop. I'm not too keen on technocrats, really, because sometimes the job that you're trying to do is beyond your academic work or your understanding of numbers. It goes beyond that. It's extend to people, because at the end of the day, we're trying to manage people or help people. That is a Nigerian citizen. So I think Bishop also talked about having a balance. I agree. Have a balance, a mixture of technocrats and politicians, because we see these politicians are just mere politicians. A lot of them are smart, regardless of people like El-Rufai is biased when it comes to religion. We all can agree that he's a very smart guy. He's very smart. Even Ganduje, for that matter, these people are smart. But at the end of the day, they're human beings. They will always take advantage. Some of them, not all of them, actually, will take advantage of the system or what is before them. That's just the reality. I wouldn't like Tinubu to just get a bunch of people like Obasanjo did, as I think Bishop alluded to. People with overseas or international credentials to come and run the country, because at the end of the day, just like you said, what do we have to show for it? What do we have to show for it? Is it going to borrow money to pay salary? Is that the benefit of having so much people, so much technocrats that's so smart? No, it just it sounds like what a person like Peter B would do anyways. I rather have, yes, and some of these names, they've been recycled so many times. Is it Fashola? Is it, El-Rufai, Ganduje? It would be nice to put those people in places where they don't have the camera shining on them all the time, and bring about new people. But we can't just bring about people that lack the sensitivity of people working with people or personality. Yeah, so that's my only concern, I would say, with technocrats. And I don't, I didn't read the article, but I don't think I the article may be saying fully by its headline what Tinubu intends to do.
Should I give you a few paragraphs just to give you some backdrop to it?
Sure.
All right. Ministerial slots. Tinubu may dump ex-governors, prefer technocrats. This is from a source. It says, as they push for the ministerial appointment gathers team, there are strong indications that President Bola Tinubu may have dumped the idea of populating his government with former governors and prefer technocrats and professionals to be members of his cabinet. Correspondents were reliably informed yesterday that the fate of former governors in the formation of the cabinet remains doubtful, as the president is said not to be looking in their direction. A source familiar with the development disclosed that former governors on the platform of the All Progressive Congress APC and PDP are making frantic efforts to ensure their nominees get appointments to the board of MDAs and parastatals. Recall that President Tinubu on Monday dissolved the governing boards of all federal government parastatals, agencies, institutions, and government-owned companies, except the NDLEA and NAFDAC. As Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, in a statement, said the action was an exercise of the president's constitutional powers and in the public interest. Ex-Northern governors jostle for position, push for nominees in MDAs. With the dissolution of the MDAs and parastatals, correspondence was informed that former governors are pushing for their proteges to be appointed, and it goes on and on in that vein. So essentially, that's the backdrop to it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. Well, see, Tinubu knows, not just Tinubu, any government that comes in for one term it cannot accomplish its goal or its objective, what it intends to do. It's not possible. So I know Tinubu's not only looking at the first term, it has to look beyond that to the second term if it genuinely wants to make an impact in the Nigerian state. That's just it. So so it has to work a fine line, so to speak. It can't just do away with its governors. But now, I mean, I'm seeing some political machination going on in the sense that, look, if Tinubu is willing to substitute Ganduje for Kwankwaso, well, I can see that, because we all know that Kwankwaso worked hard for Tinubu in this past election. But if he's willing to go for Kwankwaso over Ganduje, well, we know the political value of Kwankwaso in Kano, which is a very important state when it comes to election. So if he's willing to do such things, then that is fine. But it cannot just look short term or not look beyond his nose by just doing away with his governors or these politicians, because these are the people eventually will come back and ban against him for his second term. So, and I know that he's a smart man. He knows to me, he's probably the most it's as a politician in the Nigerian space, perhaps the most well-versed politicians, and he knows better. He knows better not to cross lines or to stomp on people's toes or to just dismiss people. It is what you call a true unifier, not someone like Atiku, which is a joke, but it's a true unifier in the sense that he knows how to navigate the political terrain in Nigeria. So I've seen him again. But if you talk about young people, technocrats, and again, it's better for him to put others, politicians that have been around for over 10, 20 years, put them in places that they are not that visible to the Nigerian public. And I think that would do him well.
I was saying, Prince, I think Hassan, it was this particular topic, that are there specific portfolios that are so critical that really they should be kept away from traditional politicians and ring-fenced to technocrats and subject matter experts? We're looking at things like, remember the guy that they gave the power generation. His name was Maman something. That they gave the power in portfolio to. The guy could barely speak English, and you give him the power portfolio. So those sort of appointments, Adamu, who said he knew nothing about the education sector, but he was the Minister of Education. So are there portfolios like the power sector, health, etc., that you don't really want anything politicians near that? You want a subject matter expert with good administrative backdrop to really straddle that space. Are there portfolios that you should keep the politicians away from?
Yeah. Well, sure. I mean, some portfolios. You need I guess technocrats of people that know what they're doing. Maybe it was Bishop that said it earlier. I think I would rather go with an administrative person that is well versed than just a technocrat, because if you have a good administrator, he or she is able to manage, organize people to get the job done. Okay, so yeah, yes, certain portfolios you need experts, but we can tell by TINUBU'S recent appointments for these different positions past few days that he actually chose people that have the credentials or that are competent. Watching BKO on TVC, they were talking about, I think, the IG of police is credentials and how qualified he is for this position. Nobody's talking about him not being unqualified or not fit for the position. In fact, all the people chosen, I think, including Ribadu, actually, they all pretty much have thumbs up as being the right people that can actually do the job. Sure, I mean, you can always find maybe better people, but sometimes you don't need the best of the best. You just need the right people that can fit the position and can get the job done. So I believe he's gonna choose, based on his record, his antecedent, he was gonna choose people, be it politicians or technocrats, that can actually do the job and have a solid background in the field or the area in which he appoints them to be. That's what I think.
All right, and to this headline, then I think you've had little snippets in interjections, but now your thoughts really on this space. Nigeria's daily fuel usage dropped to 41 million liters from 67 million after subsidy removal. So we have it on authority. This is the vice president of the country releasing this information. So embedded in that headline, I was saying to, I think it was Hassan or Bishop, that is where the suffering, the last 8 years, 10, 20 years of suffering is all wrapped in this headline. They were essentially stealing half of the common patrimony of the country every single day. Nearly half of the fuel that we were budgeting for not being used by us.
Yeah, actually, I heard somebody earlier also, I think it was online, that said perhaps it's only, or maybe it was Foley that was saying it, maybe perhaps only 20 million liters is the actual usage in Nigerian space. Who knows?
Would you be surprised if that was the case? Because I do not see the demand for even that 41 million liters. How many vehicles do we have in Nigeria that we're consuming that much?
Yeah, of course. I'm not even sure if it's Wall Street or the Nigerian space can cook the books better. I think I'd give it to Wall Street. They're pretty good at it. But the Nigerians, like, it's right behind them. Of course, this numbers reported. They just pad in the figures or the books so they can get as much subsidy as possible. I don't think we have a really good. I think what Ola was maybe Remy was explaining a few weeks ago. In Europe, they have a really good mechanism for capturing the usage of fuel in that country. We don't have that system in place, so they can just cook the books, and the importers or the marketers can just tell them, "Hey, this is what we do. This is what we." It's no, but I don't believe these numbers. It looks good. I mean, looking at these numbers from an economic perspective, you would say, well, because of the price hike, there's fewer money in circulation. Therefore, it's affected the usage or the consumption of fuel. That's what it's showing right here. But again, I mean, who knows? These numbers, I don't believe these numbers. Of course, it makes sense that the number has dropped. It makes sense that the number has dropped. But what is the true figures? To me, the subsidy regime is highly inflated, and that's why it's kind of tough to trying to justify to Folly that hey, this subsidy is not really going to help. If you get rid of it, it's better in the long term for the Nigerian people because nobody knows how this subsidy, how far it goes. Perhaps subsidy in its true form would not be a bad thing if we subsidize in a really moderate way based on actual usage. Then that'll be fine. I think that'll be fine, and we can systematically try to get rid of the subsidy. But nobody knows. These people, they bring a blank check, so to speak. I mean, really listen to Mele Kyari a couple of weeks ago. It sounds like that's what they do. These people don't have the right figures. They just present whatever numbers they want, and they get reimbursed for their subsidy business. So yeah, to this subsidy.
Do you think they should put these figures to Mele Kyari and then we can hear how he explains it?
Absolutely. Who's best to approach with such a number? It seems that it has to explain it. I would love to hear what he has to say. Absolutely, we love to hear what he has to say on this. But again, it's in a system where anything can be circumvented so easily. We just live by the whims of the people in charge.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, the opening up of SEME border for car vehicle importation. What underpins that? Because I didn't even see that as anything. I don't see it either as a priority or a policy that favors the country. But it's been reported all over the news. What's your speculation to that space?
Yeah, not really sure. I think Bishop said earlier that it's not just cars and rice that crosses the border. There's so many small business manufacturing that cross the borders also. So of course, it's beyond cars and rice. There's a lot of things, a lot of trade that goes all the way from SEME border all the way to Accra, Ghana, and other parts of this West African region. So I think it's a very important border place. For commerce, but cars. In fact, why should cars be coming from SEME to Nigeria? That's a really very what we call it income income tax or a levy that the ports, the customs charge importers of cars, and there's a lot of money to be made. So I don't know why they will open the border for SEME for cars, be it new or used, to come through the borders. I think that should be strictly through Nigerian ports. But I know when Buhari closed the borders, a lot of hardship did happen to people on both sides of the border. So I don't really know what to make of it. But it should be more than cars. That's the reason why they open the border, because if it's just for cars, I don't see the benefit to the Nigerian states in that regards.
All right, and Prince, to this news now that has been agitating the Nigerian news cycle for the last going on 48 hours now, proposed 114% salary increase. I don't think the National Assembly and senators earn an outrageous amount of money. So this is the RMAFC boss saying this, and it was captured on video saying that. So now the story, and there it is right there, Shehu Mohammed, Chairman, Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission. So he doesn't feel they earn an outline, but there was one piece of information that came through that really surprised me, that the annual salary of the Nigerian president is no more than 7 million. But to the wider storyline, this has not been signed off by the presidency, so it's not something that is going to happen imminently, but it's something that has been brought to the fore and is being pushed forward. So what are you then making then of that headline? The parliamentarians and government functionaries wanting to give themselves over 100% payment increment in this austere climate that they've vested upon the nation.
Yeah. See, yeah, I didn't know that about Nigeria's president's salary, 7 million naira. Is it dollars you said? Naira.
Naira per annum. So that's to tell you then that his take home is roughly about $500,000 a month. Can you believe that?
So about, I think, $900 to $1,000 a month. I don't know about that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's out of whack. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I thought the senators make way more than that. Is that not the case? The senators?
I don't imagine it would be, but that's the basic salary though, without the accoutrements that usually pads out that space. But
yeah,
in terms of a basic salary, that's what we're being told.
Yeah, well, quite frankly, I'll be surprised if TINUBU is keen to want to sign this into law. Right now, this is not a time for it. It's not a time when Nigerians are going through hardship to increase the salary for these politicians. Well, if it's true, and I think they are talking about it, but I think yeah, I'm not sure why the timing is now. But again, in the Nigerian space, anything kind of goes. Amongst other things, the priorities that TINUBU has, this definitely should not be one of them. You can put this on the back burner. I don't think TINUBU is hurting for money, or in fact, any of these politicians. So, though it may be low, maybe justifiable so, because I heard also it's been since 2006. It was the last time they had a review of salaries, and time may be due right now, but this is not the right time. I mean, if we're talking about the Nigerian workers, then sure, this would be the apt time for that. But if we're talking about politicians, I don't think something that you should spend a lot of time and energy trying to pass or make bring about. It's hopefully not. I hope it concentrates more on policies and get people appointed right away that can go to work on behalf of the Nigerian people to bring about less pain to what they're already suffering from.
All right. Let me play this clip, and then you give us a reaction, and then from it we're going to Ajanle Koko. Watch this.
Well, oil subsidy, I told you that I've been in petroleum for 3.25 years. I don't understand what the Nigerian economists and the members of the government, their definition of that they are subsidizing Nigerians for the oil they are buying. Who is subsidizing who? The Nigerian oil industry, petroleum industry, was developed with Nigerian capital. In fact, most of the expertise are Nigerians. If you go into the field, it's Nigerian capital, it's Nigerian oil. What I understand Nigeria should charge Nigerians is the cost of 1 barrel at the wellhead, and then the cost of transportation to the refinery, the cost of refining it, and its cost at the pump. If anybody said he is subsidizing anything, he is a fraud. So all these people talking about subsidy, who is subsidizing who? But there is so much fraud, as I said, and influence and corruption that I don't talk about it. But the day I have to talk about it, I will ask the petroleum economists to come and tell me who is subsidizing Nigerian oil. Whose oil is it? We had 4 refineries with a capacity of 480,000 barrels a day. Let's see if they are equal. Because of corruption, they have virtually allowed those refineries, to become so inefficient that I don't think they produce half their capacity. Now, instead of taking the balance of what to be refined outside, as we used to, when there's a turnaround maintenance when I was in Petroleum, hardly Nigerians know. Because we negotiate with oil companies, we say, okay, Nigeria is using, say, 200,000 barrels a day. Take 200,000 barrels a day. You refine it, you bring the refined product to us. You sell the rest of things we don't need. And then you call the subsidy is Nigerian crude. We ask them to take a commission for what they have refined. But when our refineries, we built 3 more refineries. It used to be one in Port Harcourt. We built another one in Port Harcourt, 150,000. It was all of 250,000. Wari 100,000. Kaduna 100,000. And we asked, that's supposed to be adequate. Now, even if you are taking 250,000 barrels to be refined outside, all you have to do is to pay the fee for this refining, and you bring your own oil and sell it. And people say they are subsidizing. Who are they subsidizing? I don't understand it, and I need the petroleum economists who will explain to me this question of subsidy. It's sheer fraud and corruption.
So now, Prince Daddy, that was Buhari in 2014, telling us the processes, because of course he was the petroleum minister under Obasanjo's military administration all those decades ago, and then he was the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund under Abacha's administration, and he was also the petroleum minister under his own administration as a military head of state. So he knows the petroleum space in toto. And he explained to us in detailed mapping that there is no such thing as subsidy. So now, Prince Daddy, when Buhari came into government, Goodluck Jonathan claimed that he was subsidizing 31 million liters of petrol per day. So that's what Goodluck Jonathan claimed. And that was what Buhari was criticizing with that detailed map out. So now, when he came into government, to then end, he described it as a fraud, by the way, you heard him. So when he then came into government, to then end that fraud, that 31 million that Goodluck Jonathan was subsidizing, not only did Buhari not end it, and not only did he double it, he 150% it. So from 31 million to 67 million. So what do you make of that, Prince Daddy?
Yeah, well, man. Yeah, briefly. Well, so that how eloquent Buhari was. I mean, he looked like a man that knew what he was talking about. I mean, he's been around this petroleum business for a very long time. As just like you said, his different position he had over the years. So if anybody knows, you would think he would know, and he seems to know what he's talking about. Who's getting the subsidy? He talked about how the inefficiencies of the refineries you have across the country where they're not working because it benefits certain people that it doesn't work, or that the refineries do not work. Is the benefits to the people that are getting the subsidies. So if Buhari knew all these things, had information all along, how come he didn't do nothing about it from day one when he came to power, when he knew that it's all a fraud? It doesn't benefit anyone. How come he didn't do nothing about it? So that's the question. So sometimes it's not about having information, it's about what you can do with the information that you have. So are we saying that Buhari is spineless? I mean, he's not a man of his word, because it didn't take much for TINUBU to buy into that belief that the subsidy has to go, because they don't know the corruption behind it. But I guarantee you that Buhari knows more and is more versed in this corruption with subsidy than even TINUBU himself, because TINUBU has always been looking from the outside. Of course, he knows a lot of people and people that are smart around him, but it doesn't have the first-hand knowledge. This is probably perhaps the first time he's having that opportunity. to critique and to know exactly what is going on. But Buhari is a man that's always known it, and he had power to summon people, to ask questions, to do inquiries. But what did he do? He didn't do nothing for 8 years. So I mean, what can I make of it? What can I say?
Yes, I think you said it all. You've echoed all of our sentiments. You know, these people, they just take advantage of us in open glare. And it's so maddening. It's because what is said in 2014 was exactly right. You know, how can you be an oil-producing country? You have 3 refineries, and you make them moribund. Now you claim to be cycling oil down and then invoicing double the price on your own country. A total fraud, which he described excellently. They then said, come and clean it up. And not only did they not clean it up, he stole even more. It's just so mad. If this happened in the Middle, it wouldn't happen in the Middle East. It would have been an Arab Spring again, wouldn't it? It's unbelievable, Prince.
Yeah, it would have been an Arab Spring. Yeah, it's unbelievable. But I mean, see, that's what I say. This politician, including Buhari, in the later years, it became. I mean, look how eloquent it sounded. But in the later year, as he got older, of course, I guess age caught up with him. But this man knows what he was talking about, just like many other people do in the Nigerian space. But when it's time to take action, to do something about it, that's how you know a test of a leader. Not the person that talks all the time or multiply words, is the person that makes decision when things are tough. So it's amazing. I mean, and you couldn't find.
How much do you want to blame Tinubu in supporting Buhari or 8 years long? Yeah, how much do you want to blame him?
Well, it's not my
betting of his bad governance. How much do you want to? How much do you share some blame for Tinubu at all, or you don't share anything?
I mean, Tinubu only had 1 vote, and Buhari commanded 12 million.
Really? When he was campaigning hard, do you know that Buhari, on his 4th time, already failed? He failed completely in his 4th time before the election. He actually rigged the 2019 election, and Tinubu was one of those who actually led the campaign for his re-election. So what are you guys talking about? He campaigned hard for him.
Well, it did, and I agree with you. Just like I said before,
he aided, he supported, and everything that Buhari did. So,
but just like his ends were tied. I mean, he never held any position in Buhari's government, and also,
and it's lucky that Buhari did not even implement. It's lucky that Buhari did not implement that petroleum subsidy. If Buhari had stopped the subsidy, there is no way that Tinubu will have won the election. There is no way that Tinubu will have won the election. The hardship would have been too heavy on Nigeria because it wasn't not even popular with Nigerian people. If Buhari had implemented that petroleum, would stop the petroleum subsidy, the hardship would have been huge, and that would have turned the table against them in election. So he should be happy that Buhari did not implement that. In part of the fact that they passed a law that this thing, as far back as it not last year or January this year, Buhari continued it. If Buhari stopped that oil subsidy, as at the time that they passed law that should be stopped, there's no way Tinubu will have won the election. He will have failed. Nigeria will have voted against them.
Ajale Koko, who will have won the election then? Is it Peter Obi or Atiku?
Atiku will have won.
With the problem on Atiku's neck?
Atiku will have won, maybe Obi will not even leave the party. Maybe Obi will not even leave the party because it will be clearing before the election, 3 months before the election. Or I say the
Ajay Koko, and Atiku will come and sell the NNPC as he promised us. He will come and sell it.
Where is the guarantee that NNPC will not be sold under Tinubu?
The refineries will be sold anyway. They've said that.
That was what Atiku promised us in 2019. So there's no difference when you say if Tinubu has not supported Buhari, or if Buhari has removed the subsidy, Tinubu wouldn't have won the election, and the same person that will have won the election will have done the same thing. So there's no difference.
No. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that even the Tinubu should be grateful.
You know what? That's what I'm saying. You said he said Buhari wouldn't have won 2019 election if not because of Tinubu.
Oh yeah. Tinubu.
And then if
he should share this part of the blame of Buhari failure, we cannot exonerate him from it because he supported it. Buhari has already failed in his first time in office. That was gearing to everybody that he has failed in the first time in office. The hardship the economy was not in right direction as at the end of his first time in office. We saw that clearly.
The question Thomas is asking that we didn't have any better choice. The only person that we have was Atiku, and he couldn't have done better.
We don't know. Maybe Atiku or Obi, where is between Obi and Atiku?
Obi was the vice then. Obi didn't contest then.
No. I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about 2019. No, I'm talking about now. That if Buhari had removed that oil subsidy, as at the time that they passed the law that the oil subsidy should end, Tinubu wouldn't have won the election. Because that hardship would have been too heavy for Nigeria. Because Buhari doesn't even have a good record with Nigerian people. Anyway, so now, taking out the oil subsidy, inflicting suffering and pain and hardship, severe hardship on Nigerian people will turn against them. Look at it's just a little what do you call this thing? The currency that he did. Look at he almost cost Tinubu election. He almost cost it.
But Ajale Koko, are you not happy with this web subsidy removal? Because
I didn't even know how we got to all subsidy today again. I don't know how do we got to this all subsidy again.
No. I just I saw a throwback. Did you see the video that somebody just sent us as a reminder of Buhari's stance in
2020? Before you showed the video, you were already talking about it. I heard Enigmatic talking about it. You asked Prince Daddy also.
Yeah, but we got there off the back of this headline. So Prince Daddy, thank you. So Prince Daddy, let me go from you then to Ajanle Koko to move it on. We got there, Simba, off the back of this headline. Nigeria's daily fuel usage dropped to 41 million liters from 67 million after subsidy removal. So is this data that was released by SHETTIMA that has taken us back to the fuel subsidy removal again? And then we were then speculating if in this headline is a good 60%, at least 40% of all of the sufferings of Nigerians for the last 2 decades or so. People essentially stealing half of the sovereign wealth. So to that, Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, SHETTIMA obviously is trying to achieve is trying to achieve one thing. It's trying to justify the reason for the removal of subsidy.
Have we lost you? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
As what we consume before the removal and after the removal, what we are consuming now. So it's putting forward the mass that, look, see how much we are showing we have saved the nation. See how much looting and how much petroleum being stolen on the daily basis. So it's just trying to justify the removal of petroleum subsidy. So every administration will surely does that. And what he has done is good. And the saving that they are recording now, we want to know where that savings is going. We want to know what they want to channel the savings on. We want to have information as to, what they are doing with the saving, to the best interest of Nigerian people. That is what is important. It is not to just tell us that, oh, look at how much we are saving for you.
But Ajale Koko, do you think that these figures 41 million 61 million 67 million liters suddenly dropping to 41? Do you think these figures should be presented to Mele Kyari, and then so that his explanations should be this is a serious matter. This is a very serious thing. That's a lot of money. That's more than maybe 7 African countries' budget combined.
Yes. So that is 27 million barrel. I mean, sorry,
liters.
Million liters a day. I think it's a day, right?
A daily now, daily usage.
Yeah, 25 million a day. And what do you call it?
Lamido Sanusi alarmed about this, that these figures, are we drinking the oil, was what Lamido Sanusi, when he saw what they were invoicing the country for. He said, are we drinking the oil?
One man, that was as far back as 2012.
Look, that Buhari administration.
That Sanusi, this thing, that was as far back as 2012.
And look at those figures, man. It's alarming, it's alarming.
Look, one man is the corruption of the highest order is what Buhari administration practice.
But one man, Ajale Koko, sorry, please. Can we say they could be justified saying maybe because of the fuel remover of the subsidy remover, maybe people now drive less, use petrol less, so our consumption came down drastically. Can we push back on that?
Yes, I will agree with you that could be a contributory factor as well.
That was Foley B's anecdote, wasn't it?
Foley B and Ekene. You remember that Ekene said that he doesn't run generator at home anymore. That he only run it when it's in his shop during the daytime, and his phone, he will charge his phone before going home. That he doesn't. He told us, maybe you forgot. He told us, he said he doesn't run generator at home in the night anymore, just because the cost is too high now to fuel both. He cut down. That's the only thing he can do to cut down his expenses. So the point that Thomas raised now, yes, will be one of the factors that responsible for this cut down as well. I believe that they haven't got there yet, according to who was saying it.
Please study.
Yeah, Foley B. So they haven't got there yet. We have not got to the accurate. We will know after some months. It's just 3 weeks. 3 weeks is not enough to really know the accurate figure. It is when we run it for over three months. That's 1 quarter. Then another 3 months. Then we'll be able to compare and know how the consumption, how it fluctuates, and we can really by then know the exact the average that we consume on daily basis. So it's just doing what they have to do as a government that have taken away people's benefit. It's just doing that to justify why they have taken the benefit away from Nigerian people. But now the savings, what do they want to do with it? We want to see what they want to channel it on that will make a meaningful impact in the life of the people. That is what we are waiting for. This one is good as they are informing us, but we want to see what they want to channel it on. That is what we should be asking from them now. And to your question, that should they ask Abba Kyari? Yes, Abba Kyari should be sat down and they should put this thing before him. That what happened? What happened? Well, if we have his defense, he will say a lot of things, but that is not even the way to do it. What was responsible for the looting of that petroleum? They know it, but they don't want to do it. They know what are responsible for this looting, but they don't want to do it. The only thing they know how to do in that country they call Nigeria is to take away what is good for the people and put paint on the people. That is what they have done for several years in that country that I know. There is nothing good that Nigerian people have enjoyed in the past that is never taken away from them now. They are people, we are just people that benefit nothing from our country. We don't benefit, poor people don't benefit anything anymore. It's just, I've never seen why a country should be run like that people cannot, the people's welfare does not matter to them in terms of security, economic well-being. What is it? Food is so expensive. Security, people, their security of life and property is not guaranteed. Even the security, job security is not guaranteed. What is it that is guaranteed in that country for people in their own country? They cannot enjoy life. And some people will say this and that. When you cannot enjoy life, we are living in this country with peace of mind than when we were in our own country. Why is it like that? Why? One man was asking a question yesterday that can we still even live in that country? It's a question. It bothers millions of us in diaspora. It bothers millions of us. That's what we take for granted here. You can't take it for granted in Nigeria. It costs you a lot.
You know, Ajale Koko, just in that space you are, I can only recall one instance in this country that the electricity went off. And do you know that you got a £50 check through the post as an apology? And it was only for about 3 hours.
What did you say? What did you say?
I said in that space that you are, just the things we take for granted. that in all of my time here, I can only recall one instance that the electricity went off. And it was only for a few hours, about 3-4 hours. And for that, you got a £50 check through the post.
Can you see that?
You know, just the things we take for granted, you know, just that you just take it for granted, don't you?
For granted.
Yes. You open the tap and it runs. Of course, you open the tap and it runs. That's his job. That's what's meant to happen, you know.
And if you want to travel, you don't even think about it. You just say, "Oh, I'm going on so."
If I want to, after the show, drive to Scotland, it's only a matter of petrol.
Yes, you don't think about anything going to happen to you. You don't think of anything, kidnapping or insecurity or police harassment. Or you don't think. You just jump in your car and just move, even in the night. You know, so it's unfortunate that we have a country.
You know, in this country, if somebody is snoring too much, you can actually report them to they call it noise abasement or something like that. If somebody is snoring too much, you can actually report them to your local authority, and then they'll come and put some machine to test if it's beyond acceptability, and then they'll come and address it. But in Nigeria, the generator, you have to overcome it to get a nice sleep.
Look, yeah. So it's it's just I don't. It's, you know, when you talk to a lot of people back home, people that used to be very comfortable economically and financially, but now Nigeria has put them in a very serious hardship. So when you listen to people like that, and you look at
sorry, Baba Jale Koko. Sorry for interjecting you. I have a question.
Yeah.
Because what you are discussing now, you know, if you look at it holistically, we are hundreds of years behind these people that we are comparing ourselves with. To even start with, do we really have our population? Are they really that educated? Do we really have the structure in place for all these amenities that we are taking for granted in the developed world? Let's take, for example, we all know how much we pay for all these things that we're enjoying. We know how much we pay for electricity, we know all these utilities. And do you think if Nigerians want to enjoy all these utilities, do they have the money to pay for all these utilities? And you know,
Nigerians
because
are ready to pay.
They are not ready.
No, just to address so apologies, Ajenle Koko. You see what you're saying? I think it's somewhat of a misdirection. Nigeria has the capacity to have all of these amenities even cheaper than we have in the abroad. You know, because we have gas. I think we're the largest, the fifth largest, and that itself, it can light up the whole of the West African subcontinent without at cost. It can, and we have money, and we're not going to invent the science to put it together. It's just really commissioning these things to be done. And that's just it. It can be as simple and basic as that.
Well, it's not what you are saying is not true. It's not, because all these things that you are saying, even the exploration comes at a cost. They are not free.
Yes,
there's no place. Just wait. I don't think there's any oil-rich country that even the people that are swimming in oil and gas, Qatar, even Saudi Arabia, they don't pay as little as we pay. I'm telling you, woman, I know how much I pay as a rent and for electricity every month. What I pay for electricity in a month is almost 500,000 naira, even for my own one room, a self-contained apartment I'm using, even in Saudi Arabia. What I'm saying is that we need to get to a certain level. I'm not saying that. I think there's a lot of things that we have to put in place. What is the average salary, an average salary earner in Nigeria earn? You know how much you even pay for even ordinary telephone tariff 1 month. You know how much, if you convert it to naira, how much does it come down to? I think there is a lot of things that we have to put in place. So even in all these countries that we are talking about, all these Middle Eastern countries, the only thing they subsidize, they don't subsidize petrol. The only thing they subsidize is education and health. That's all. Then they have a lot of, maybe some people need assistance. They used to assist them. They give them loans also, which they pay back. We don't pay, there's a lot, you pay dearly for it. I think there's a lot of, because what I think the Western world, maybe because they've been existing for so long, they have their data for everybody. Everybody is engaged. Everybody contribute to the system. We have a lot of people in Nigeria that are not contributing anything to the system. Anything, they're not contributing anything. They're just parasites. Parasites. There are a lot of people that are doing businesses and they're not even paying one kobo as tax. And these are people that are very rich. So I agree with Baba Jale Kuku. We need this thing to, at least we need to better the lots of our people. But to get that, it has to come at a cost, and we have to put a lot of things in place to get all these things done. The other time when Ekenen and Optan came and we are talking about how even the citizens, how they are stealing. They don't know that what they are doing is stealing even all these little infrastructure that are available. Electricity, they steal it, even water, they steal it, and they are not paying back. They are not paying, and they are saying it and they are laughing at it. So to me, yes, it's good, but I think what we should be talking, we know the problem, but how do we address it? It's not only by putting everything on we need a lot of citizen education. Not only because look at what Ribadu was saying the other time when Ribadu came here, that look at the way people connect electricity in Maduguri, that how will you even pay, how will you even come to that kind of community and say they should come and pay for electricity? And that same people also be complaining that they don't have what they don't pay for. So it's a very difficult, and if you look at what even this Buhari was saying when this clip that you show for us, he came in and he was overwhelmed. He couldn't understand what to even do with it. And even this subsidy that you are talking, this is 7 million. Let me tell you one man, if Tinubu comes in as he came in and did not even address this subsidy issue and stop it, before the expiration of his tenure, we'll be talking like close to 100 million liters per day. The thing will just be skyrocketing. So I think what we need to be doing now is maybe we should also be, if you have solution, you should also be giving solution, not only highlighting the problem, so that at least our listener also.
But we gave solution just now, and you disregarded it. That we have the probably the top 7 largest gas deposit in the world.
It's do you know, woman? Do you know how much it costs to explore petrol oil? If they are selling, it come at a cost. It come at a cost. What we are even getting, let me tell you, in Nigeria now, after removing the cost of exploration, what we are getting from that petrol, the crude, is not to half of the selling price. You remember there was a time the crude came down to almost $20, and now they were saying that we're having even deficit. Minus. You remember that time?
Yes.
So to me, so this thing you cannot say because you have it, then you can it's free. It cannot be free because even the exploration comes at a cost, and the refining and all these things.
No, I wasn't.
And that is why even in US is six.
Hold on. Before you go to US, I wasn't talking about petroleum. I was talking about gas.
Hey, let me tell you, Qatar discovered gas as far back as 1971. But it was not profitable for them because even the technology to explore it that time was not profitable for them to liquefy it. And so they abandoned it. It was only in the 90s when there was new technology that made it more for them to get little profit on it. That was when Qatar started exporting gas. So it's not as simple.
I wasn't talking about exportation. I was talking about using it to.
I'm telling you that even, let me tell you, gas. Why are we flaring our gas if it is as easy as that to just, liquefaction? It also comes at a cost. It needs technology. So the way we are looking at natural resources, we just look at it as if we just dig it from the ground, then you start using it.
Nobody is looking at it like that. We are not illiterate. But what I am saying is that the cost benefit, irrespective of however, okay, what's the solution?
I'm giving you. That's why I'm giving you the examples. That's why I'm giving you the examples. Ask an average person who is living in Qatar their cost of living, they will tell you. The only difference is that you earn the money. So it's not difficult for them to pay. But ask an average person who's living in Qatar how much you pay for electricity, how much they pay for water, how much they pay for utilities.
That is the way it is. That is the way it is.
No, because the way one man is looking, what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. But
if that thing is made available to Nigerian people will pay for it. Because if you have it, okay, why do they have Disco, Gemsco, and all the rest? It's because make it.
Ajale Coco, the little that is available, are they paying? Just the little.
Why they are paying? Why do we?
They are not paying.
I'm telling you. Okay.
Nigeria, there is always solution to every problem. The way you are describing is as if there is no solution to the problem.
That is why I said we should provide solution. That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm going.
They have prepaid meters.
Yeah, but that's what we're doing now.
Why the prepaid meter not available? Why are they
let
not
me tell
available?
you. Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Baba Ajale Coco. Baba Ajale Coco. Let me tell you.
Okay.
If you see somebody who's telling you that because the payment is not available, is a lie. I agree that there are some little difficulties, but they prefer not even to use the prepaid meters. I'm telling you, because it pays them better not to use it.
What do you mean? That
I'm telling you, Baba, you are not here. I'm in Nigeria, and I'm telling you the mentality of our people. You've left Nigeria for long. I'm a Nigerian. I stay in Nigeria.
So you are saying that it's available. You can apply and get it the same thing.
What I'm saying, what I'm telling you, people prefer not to even get it.
People prefer not to even get it.
Believe me. You know, the day Ekene raised this issue, and I took him up on it, he agreed with me. They would rather not taking it than to take it.
Because Simba, because if you take it, if you're before now, they always put the meter in your house. See, people still find space to pass something by, but now they are erecting it on the pole of your house.
It's not even. They will not. They are not. It's that even a little. What they do when Thomas, what they usually do is this. You know, the prepaid. If you don't pay, because they expect that this amount of electricity that's supplying to your community, they can estimate that, okay, so time is supposed to come, irrespective of your consumption, supposed to come and recharge your electricity. So if they don't see you, it can easily be caught. But with normal, regular, arbitrary this thing that they do, nobody can say this is what you are using, this is what you are paying. So it's better for them to just give them they call it estimated bill.
Estimated bills, yeah, estimated
You
bills.
understand? So they will prefer to just go, and I have a friend, let me tell you, in his house, he has so many gadgets. He uses, I only got those number of AC that he has in his house and everything. And he did not go for prepaid meter because they give him only maybe 10,000 or 15,000 naira every month. I came to Nigeria almost maybe it's not to a week now. The 10,000 naira electricity that I bought has finished.
Because you are paying. Because you are paying.
Because I have a prepaid meter. But my friend who use more electricity than me actually pay less.
10,000 naira electricity in because we've been in Nigeria for about 10 days now. That's not what are you quibbling about with that?
I'm not saying this thing got finished about because I asked my wife, I said, what happened? We have there's electricity, but it is not getting to the house. She said she just bought it on Thursday. Thursday last week.
Mr. Rachosman, what is your point?
No, what I'm saying, I don't call you Pata, you have started again. I'm not saying we are talking about
you. Every
what
time
what I'm
your own solution to every problem is that Nigerians are the problem. So
I'm not saying Nigerians.
Don't go Saudi Arabia. Your life not better for your high. So Nigerians,
you are not understanding. We are not understanding. We are looking at the problem. I'm talking. You have to look at the problem. Okay, go ahead.
What new information are you telling anybody? Nigerians are the problem. They don't want to pay. They don't do this. They then that. What is interesting in all of those? What is in all of that? I'm in Saudi Arabia. I pay 500. They don't want to pay. Blah blah blah. What is that? How is that interesting to anybody? Your argument is the argument that what is that Nazi guy in Germany? That was, as if some group of people have a separate DNA that they just can't be. They are no good. They are created to be no good. That's all your argument. Every time I've ever listened to you. So who told you that Nigerians cannot pay the way they pay in the UK? They're telling you that you have gas, you have petrol, you can generate revenue. You're saying, hey, but you know how much it costs to bring out the gas from the ground. So what? You bring it out and you generate revenue, profit margin. You bring money into the country, spread the money into the people, and everybody lifestyle will change. And everybody will pay 500,000 bill the way you righteous man pay in Saudi Arabia. What is your argument?
Call him Simba.
What is your argument? What is your argument? What is your argument? They say
that's why I was saying to Simba that he wasn't getting my point. But yeah,
they said they stole all the money. Some few people steal all the money, destroyed your country. No, those few people that destroyed your country, you don't see them to blame. It's the man in Alaba market who is trying to find a way to connect a wire somewhere. It's the only devil that you can see. It's the only devil that
no, Fatai. So Fatai, what's the argument now?
My argument is every time. I don't even know for the point. Actually, I don't even care. I don't even care to make any argument. This guy is
so you were just blabbing now. You were just blabbing. You were just blabbing. No. One man. Let me make a statement. Fatai was saying what was Simba argument. What you are saying, blah 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 blah. But that's insulting, no?
I know. I'm not a baby.
No,
I know what I'm saying.
No,
I know exactly.
That's rubbish. That's rubbish.
No, that's not rubbish.
You were not making argument. Simba was
No,
not
I'm
saying
not
blah
making.
blah blah. Simba was not saying
He
blah
was
blah
saying
blah.
blah blah blah.
Simba
He
was
was saying blah blah blah.
no.
He
Simba
was saying
was
blah blah blah.
making an
And he said
argument.
exactly.
You
I
see,
am
that's what I'm
giving the
saying.
fact.
I'm saying that
Hey,
is
bro, wait.
that is rubbish.
Patoski, wait.
Àwọn
First of all,
Ulabalu, support Ulabalu that page your mouth.
first of all, I
Bala
didn't
blue.
come in. First of all, I didn't come in for
Our
you.
Bala blue.
Wait,
Bulaba.
let's
Bla
first of
bla.
all, I
Àwọn
told them.
mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta àti Simba pàápàá. Support
Bala
Ulabalu
blue.
gbogbo àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta.
You know, the obedience, they told us that very soon they will start cannibalizing each other, and this is what is happening now.
First of all,
No, we are always very objective. Our Bala blue, I'm always objective.
Oh
So
my goodness. There's no Patoski.
Maybe a neutral voice, maybe a neutral voice will quench all this blah blah blah.
It's just
Isaac, you don't wake up. Isaac, good to see you. We have entered Bulabalu territory.
no, but Fatai, argument Simba was straightforward. Let me tell you why. Let me explain to you.
Patoski, I understand. Before we go to the argument, let me explain the logic of my coming in, right? Actually, what I just came in to give him a piece of his own medicine, by the way. All right. So maybe I understand. I understand after your point on the neutral. If I never had anything to do with him, of course I'm not gonna just come in if you're speaking now and start talking to you like that. Right. That's another story. But on another level, actually, he has that consistent attribute, right? It's Nigerians are the problem, Nigerians are this, or that's the objective. That can be argued. Oh, I don't mind to engage an argument, right? But on the first point, it's a piece of his own argument. It's a piece of his own medicine. Maybe a little bit higher note, I gave, or I just gave back a piece of his own medicine. Brother, tell me the argument you wanted to make, brother.
You see,
no. So sorry. When did he prod at you that you are now coming to prod back? When did Simba prod at you?
No, it's okay. He understands.
He's saying that Simba is always blaming people.
Every one of them
instead of blaming government.
Right. Every one
just
of them
like Ajale Kuku always blame government.
Simba is anti-people.
You anti-government. Ajale Kuku is anti-government.
Actually, their attitude, their frontal has become so toxic. I have on my own decided to. I don't want to come because last time I came publicly to say I don't have interest. I know like people say no, it's everybody's platform. I'm not a sadist to be subjecting myself to toxicity, right? So, but I'm very happy that at least I had the opportunity to just give one last shot. The other people, I leave them alone. They can enjoy their lives. So, brother, tell me the argument. I don't want.
You see, the argument that Simba is trying to make is this: we know that every party in Nigeria has a role to play. You understand? Yeah. But you see, we have been every time. Majority of people have been beaming the light on government, not thinking of what are the roles that people have to play. You see, corruption at all levels is always increasing the cost of transaction. If, for example, you give meter to people, that statement that Thomas made, my sister-in-law has made the same statement. You give meter to people, they try to bypass it. Now the disco have to look for a way of putting the meter on the pole. That comes at a cost. You understand? Why would somebody bypass a meter?
Okay.
So in that case, you have to now look for a meter. Sorry, you have to look for a meter that is waterproof and weatherproof, and you know those kind of things. So our people have to sit up.
No.
There are certain things that are not good.
All right. Before you come back at him, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Get myself out of the way. Hand over to Thomas, and then you can have a seat. Yes, the Major General Thomas. Yes. So Ayo with the super sticker, thank you. And again, Ayo with the super sticker, thank you. Ayo with the third super sticker, thank you. And then Ola comes in with a super chart to speak to something infant mortality. I'm not quite sure where that came into the conversation. But thank you. Prince Daddy, who now with some regularity comes in with the super sticker, and then again he does it, and then again he does it. So thank you, Prince Daddy. And then Ola continues the conversation with a super chat. So thank you, Ola. Thomas, I don't know who is prodding us here, but he was super chatting to the to the subsidy space. So thank you. And then Kulata opened up all of the supers and whatnot with a super sticker. The first one he's ever done, according to him. He didn't have anybody to yap, so he just super stickered instead. So you can super chat or even super sticker if you don't have anybody to yap, just like Kulata did. So thank you, gentlemen. We reconvene. So Thomas, Ajale Koko has the floor. He was only yielding for the interjections to run his course. So when the interjection does run its course, take Ajale Koko to SEME border and ask him why we are now importing vehicles. Gentlemen, see you tomorrow.
So, bro. So,
Yeah.
you know, you want of
We are
course.
saying so our people have their own side of the argument.
Yeah. That's the point I wanted to
And I
address.
think
You
that's
know,
what Simba is trying to say.
there is a sentiment, right? That called conditioning. Let's say whatever condition, we call it conditioning. So over the course of time, right? The people have consciously or unconsciously, the people have been conditioned to progressively degenerate into that situation, into that lifestyle. I remember when I was so young, right? I was in kindergarten. We used to sing this song. I mean, it's not totally exactly, but I'm just in the kind of similar line. When we line up in the primary school, Kini won fo le se láyé tí mo wá, kini but now I don't even think it's a value anymore. So you see, the trajectory has been downward in the country, right? So people, survivor. You see when you, I mean, I'm also sure you will have read this psychological principle by this guy called Maslow. So when people are at the survival level, it's unpredictable behavior. You know, when people are at survival level, security, in the Maslow hierarchy of needs, right? So the down below is survivor. Over
Basic physiological.
Basic. Thank you. You know what I'm talking about. At that level, it's not a predictable behavior. You know, people at the end of everybody could chop themselves die at that behavior. But it doesn't mean that they are not rational beings. Even that behavior, it has rational understanding, which is that they are at a survival stage in which everybody does whatever to survive, right? So and if you're a country that you are blessed like Nigeria, right, and progressively you take the resources, you destroy the whole thing, right? You condition the people to over the time to continue to degenerate in that, rather than trying to climb up survivor in the survival, climb up out of the survival ladder. They are getting progressively worse in the survival ladder. At that level below survivor, at survivor and down below, the behavior is not because Nigerians have some DNA with criminality or whatever, but they are progressive. Because I can remember I was so young, right? But I still remember that we will be singing proudly. Even instead of me to thief, I would rather become a slave. That was how high the value was. It was not different. They were not different Nigerians growing up, right? And also, they always make the argument about the time of our Awolowo, he put this in that time. But if you even if you're young, if you are lucky to just pass through life, Nigeria even at that time was already going down in the 80s. You still see a better behavior of people. By the time we got to 90s, everything does scatter. So we need to gradually return to normalcy when people can graduate out of survivor into some security. The Western world that they have is like some magic. There's no magic here. If they are conditioned to the the situation that Nigerians are, they will be the same thing. They would even be worse. But they are in a kind of in the minimum security level of the ladder, and that's how they have predictable behavior that looks like they are normal human beings that are kind of different. This guy, what is his name again? That German president before, within the one with the Nazi label,
Hitler.
Hitler. This was the premise of there was this intellectual that was well known that time. I don't remember the name. These were the argument they used to target Jews. They kill millions of them. That they are separate. In fact, they even have an academic academic funded to study that the black people have a different kind of behavior, have a different kind of DNA. So, but it's conclusive. Biologically, DNA, everything. There is no behavior, but also you will know behaviorism. Is what talks about conditioning, right? It's also psychological. So there's nothing different in the DNA. Everybody can be conditioned into any behavior style, any behavioral style, right? If over the time you are subjected to degradation, over time you will be worse than a pig. Has nothing to do with you as a person, right? The same is blood that runs through everybody. That's not even there's no serious academic that categorize a certain people as a group of people, like the entire group, this is their behavior, right? Now you can talk about cultural, even that is even also under conditioning. It can be cultural conditioning, it can be socio-economical conditioning, it can be so you trace this back. Even people even trace today's behavior back to 1,000 years ago, and that's why they dig the ground. They dig the ground for archaeological artifacts to understand how people used to behave 2,000 years ago, right? So you can trace it to this conditioning that has happened over how many years back or whatever. But there's no serious argument, no serious person is debating whether a group of people by default are this kind of people, right? That at the minimum, there is a situation that happened at a period of time that deviates their behavior. So it's not like the Nigerian people are some kind of people that just they don't want to pay NEPA bill. They don't want to. How do you pay NEPA bill if you look at look at what Foley was saying? Look at what Foley was saying, right? If you're going to go to Abuja to go and take 80,000, right, and you already spend 50 or 60,000 on fuel, how are you going to find the money to come and pay electricity bill? And you have to survive. Maybe you have a child who cannot. There's a mosquito, and you just need a fan to at least pass through the night. Aren't you going to connect the wire somewhere to find the electricity? Doesn't make you a devil.
No.
The other thing is a man.
Can I interject if you don't mind?
Yes, brother.
Yeah. You know, on what Patrick said about that electricity the other time, I was just saying that. You see, one thing, Patrick, is the way we do things in Nigeria. It's not the standard way of doing it. I don't know if it is possible in the Europe, but I know in Canada here, which I believe is going to be North American standard, you can't just go to the meter and bypass the way it is. Normally, it's supposed to be made difficult for you to just go to that meter and bypass. That is why we say sometimes when you allow the private entity to run a business, they know how to safeguard a business without all the moral stories of how Nigeria should behave. Because number one, whenever you are dealing with human being, you don't expect human being to be a saint. What you want to do is you want to put a standard in place that bypass that people cannot bypass. If everybody is going to be moral, you don't need password to your computer. You won't have cyber security experts in your bank because we believe that they are okay. Let us leave our computer, let us leave our database in the banking edge, in the banking end, so that because they are clean people, they are not corrupt, they can just try it. See, Oyinbo, they are worse than us. Like I keep saying, the only thing is that we are loud. We are just too
They don't
loud.
know me.
So if a Nigerian now managed to steal $5 now, everybody on the internet will know how he managed to do it. But if Oyinbo will steal $1 million, you won't even know that he's doing anything like that. We never know. You will never think. So the thing is this: whenever you have a business in place and you want to make your revenue, you have it in mind that people are going to undermine you, and you do things to make sure they don't undermine you. So putting the meters on the pole may be the best. It's better than some kind of estimated billing. You can't be doing estimated billing for people.
Oh,
So
thank you, my brother. That estimated billing has to go. It's part of the problem also.
that means government is stealing from you.
Problem.
You two, you are stealing from the
Yeah.
government. So both government and the citizen, they are both thieves. So it's just all about action and reactions. So to me,
But Ola, you just hear Simba now that some people even prefer not to get the meter because they know if you
Brother,
didn't
this is
get the meter.
condition.
Let me
That
finish,
is
please.
condition
Let
of
me
life.
finish.
That is
Can I
condition
finish,
of life.
please? Can I
That is
finish,
condition of
please?
life.
Can
Okay,
I
finish.
finish, please? Please.
Finish it.
Yeah.
Finish it.
Yeah. You know I don't like people interrupting me. You know that.
Me
Please.
too,
Yeah.
but people interrupt me
Yeah.
also.
yes, general, we know.
Yeah.
Me too,
So
people interrupt me also. I don't like it too.
yeah. So Simba just stated now that some people even love not to get the meter because they know if you have prepaid meter, your meter will be mounted on the pole. At least I'm electrical engineer, so I know that it'll be mounted on the pole. The source from the meter is the one that will go to your house, so it cannot be manipulated. People would love to get the direct one, the estimated bills, so that they can bypass maybe your AC, your refrigerator, your heater, your all those big gadgets in the house. So who do you want to blame now? Is it the meter that is available for people to get and people are not getting it, or the government that put this in place, people are not even getting the meter? So who do you want to who do you want to
Yeah.
blame?
The point,
Okay, let me say.
the point is that that is not the new information. You know, that is not the new information. There's nobody who came from Nigeria who doesn't know that people are trying to find a short way around things. People are always trying to find short way around things. That is the condition of the space. If the country is so destroyed and people have to survive, people have to survive. It's not everybody who doesn't get the meter is the devil. That is the point.
Okay, so Thomas.
I think Ajale Koko wants to come in. Ola, please hold on. Ajale Koko.
I'm not even coming in. I even have the floor. So, but
Èmi ló kàn. Èmi ló kàn.
Let me Google land so that you continue.
Let Ola land. You take back the floor, Ajale Koko.
So
Ola want to say something.
Yeah.
Yes, Ola want to say something. Then I will come back to you.
What we are saying is this: government promote irregularity there and recondition the mind of people to irregularity. If government was stopping to steal in the first place, because I'm saying government is stealing. You know, I work for NEPA between 1997 and 2003. So I have experience in that space. And I am not apologetic. I'm saying that government steal from the people. Hear the word. When government steal from its people,
So ìwọ Ọlá ìwọ náà ti gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ rí.
Ajale Koko, ìjẹ́rìí.
Òwò náà ti gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀. Ẹ wo bẹ́ẹ̀ ni Ọlá ṣe ń gbọ̀n kó lè defend ara ẹ̀.
Ajale Koko, ìjẹ́ reason why I hate that environment.
Ẹ ti gbowó àbẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ fi kọ́lé ìra mọ́tò.
Ajale Koko,
Canada.
Those of us we have different departments. So those people in the marketing, those people that go and journal, they're different from people in the maintenance, and they're different from people in transmission and generation. So I've not even told you the part where I work. So but the thing is, I hate that system with passion. You know, the system that was feeding me, right? That's the system that was feeding me for good 6 years. But I'm telling you today, I hate that system with passion. Because number one, you cannot become worthy without doing something shady. So, and I was not going to live from hand to mouth by being sincere, and I was not going to, I didn't want to find myself in a corrupt manner, so that I know that I can be rich, but I know that already I've made some people to suffer. That is what people will call blood money. When they say blood money, that's an example of blood money when you extort people just to survive. So to me, I quickly find another passion. I moved into IT immediately because I didn't want to stay in the environment. So not everybody you find in Nepal that love to stay in that environment. So what I'm saying is that government steal from the people. When government steal from the people, it's normal for people to react because government is the one even teaching people how to steal, how to be corrupt. Why estimated bill? Why will you come to me and give me what I didn't use? Okay, you are not giving someone the light for a whole month and you are bringing estimated bill of 100K, for example. What are you doing? You are stealing. So to me, that system we have to go. Private people, even it's private people now, you now make law that private people, private investors, they have no right to make estimated billing. It's fraud. It's fraud. There should even be a law to even convict anybody that will give estimated billing. So to me, it has to go. So if they like, let them go and put that prepaid meter in the moon, as long as people cannot bypass, because it is your duty to make sure that you put a system that people cannot bypass. Not that you are waiting for people to bypass your system and then you now
call them criminal
So when I work with ATM system in the banking industry, what we did that we made sure that people should not be able to steal, not to wait for people to steal and start chasing. It's not effective. So to me, Oga Patrick, if they like, make them put that meter for moon. That's long. So that's the way to go. Thank you, Ajale Goko.
Oh, brother Ola, they don't even want to fix it, right? It's not if where the world is advanced up to this point now. Electricity generation is not anything. It's not some trying to fly to the moon, right? Every country but they don't want to be from the low level to the up. Even thank you. You clarify yourself. From the low level, they want to go and collect the egunje. All exactly. Of them, everybody, from
exactly where you give
when you give
the industry that manufacture meters, you are killing those people that are meter readers that are supposed to be reading. There, you are killing thousands of jobs by bringing your corrupt estimated billing.
Thomas, these people will not allow Baba Ajale Koko to come in.
I'm cutting them off now. Yeah, let's go back to Ajale Koko.
This platform, Wahala too much for this platform.
Ajale Koko, ìwọ ló kàn, èmi ló kàn, ó yá èmi ló kàn. Everybody's èmi ló kàn now in Nigeria. The Igbo, Yoruba, everybody's èmi ló kàn.
Look, you see, human behavior in any part of the world is the same. The way white man behave is the same way black man behave. So the complexity in human behavior does not dictate that white man will behave in such a way that is different from black people or different from Asian people. It's the same all over the world. It's just the situation that we find ourselves that can.
But Ajale Koko, black can be extreme. The black one can be extreme.
Yes, a situation we find ourselves can influence our behavior.
Baba mi fẹ́ kí yín ó dàárọ̀ kú tó mẹ́ta.
Our economics is running away.
Yeah. So you see, when we have system failure, when we have a system that is not working well, people will look out for a way to survive. And most of the time, they can go to the extreme. And what am I trying to say here? Look, in the 70s and in early 80s, I don't think we have problem with people connecting illegal electricity line or something like that. No, because we have constant electricity, particularly in the late 60s, late 70s. We always had constant electricity. Sometimes, yes, we can have some interruption, but even as a matter of fact, in the early 70s, or let me say, yes, early 70s, before NEPA will take away the light, they will make announcement on the radio. I remember that very well.
Jingles like for 3 weeks, so. Jingles for like 3 weeks. They will be informing you like 3 weeks ahead.
Yeah. They will, if they are going to carry out some kind of repair that will take away electricity for some hours, they will make announcement over the radio. That social area, we are going to do this, we are sorry, we are this, we are that. So they'll be ahead of time so that you can...
The whole country or just Lagos?
In Lagos, I know. That is where I grew up.
Yeah, they
Up to Benin City. Up to Benin City. Up to Benin City.
Okay.
Yeah, it was under Benin zone. Yeah, they were announcing it on those states too. Yeah, that's correct.
So that was the system that works. You can't see anybody tampering with meter, tampering with electricity. You can't see anybody climbing electricity pole other than NEPA official. And you will see them in their truck. You will see them in their uniform anytime. You can easily identify them that this is NEPA official. And they will not even come to ask for bribe. The same with water corporation. We used to have meter for our water. If you don't pay your water bill, they will cut it off. That is the way system work, and you will not see any illegal connection or anything. But when this problem started, that you don't have light in the late 80s, 90s, when it started getting worse, that is when people started finding solutions to their problem. Because you will see in one street, you don't have light, but another street behind you, they have light. People started looking for a way they can have electricity, because you can't enjoy electricity as you used to enjoy it. So that was why you see this, behavior by our people trying to look for illegal ways of connecting electricity from one house to the other, from one city to the other. It's because the system failed. We have system failure in our country. So you can't blame the people when we are saying that government have most important role to play to have a nation work well for everybody. So what I just want to say there is that, look, behavior of human being in any part of the world is the same. It's just situation that we find ourselves that can dictate the way we behave, sometimes to the extreme. So in our own situation, it was the system failure, government failure, and that is why we found Nigerians acting in the way they are acting, because the system failed them. The government that's supposed to solve problems and provide electricity for them failed. It wasn't like that in the 70s and in the early 80s.
Thank you, Baba Ajale Koko. Sorry, I kept quiet for Fatai because I don't want to engage him in the way he engaged me, because if I responded, then I think the whole place will be scattered. He was talking about conditioning, and I think what he's actually talking about was actually what affected his response to what I was trying to discuss. He has also been conditioned in a way, so, and he just came and then just, he said it, I just came to just get at me and want to get me angry, but I'm more than that, so I don't have to respond to whatever he says. He don't seem to respond, because if you remember when I started my argument, I started talking about reorientation, education, and everything, and then that we have to put a lot of structures in place. That's the angle I'm coming from. I'm not blaming, because it's very easy to buy people around you by the time you are putting emotional blackmail into it, that you are anti-people, you are this, you are that, just because, everything that he's saying, to me, well, I give it to him. He can even come back and say more. I will never respond to whatever he says. What I'm trying to say is that, yes, I agree that our people needed all these things, but we also need to reorientate people that this thing come at a cost, and then all of us, we need to be responsible, both the people and the government. That's the angle I'm coming to. That's my own argument, that both the citizens and the government have a role to play to make our country better. So, but if you people are just seeing it from the angle of saying, okay, no, everything has to be on the table of the government alone. Because when we look at it, who is this government that we are talking about? The people are the government. You talk, because when you are talking about the teacher is a government in a school. Every one of us, we have people who are heading one place or the other. And if everybody is doing what they're supposed to do right, then the country will be better for all of us. But when we are talking about government as if government is that one spirit somewhere, then that's what I don't understand. I said that we have to look at this problem holistically and attack it holistically, and we should be profiling solutions. It's not only good for us to mention the problem. Okay, how do we tackle this? In the 70s and the 80s that you're talking about, the wage that people are earning that time is enough for them to take care of them, and so they can afford it. And then the how much was Nigeria earning then? How much are we earning now? What was our population then? What was our population now? What is our population now?
Before you go further, let me have something. Let's put one thing into consideration. During that time, it wasn't the entire population of Nigeria that was included in the.
How many people are even getting the electricity?
They were participating in the whole system. It was just, most people were still in the villages. I don't even know the country. Exactly. But today it's like everybody is included in all participating in the system, and also the whole things, the infrastructure has been extended to almost every corner of the country. There's no village you go in Nigeria today where the electricity infrastructure hasn't been extended to their, place. And then now it means like consumption is way higher. The production, exactly. So we need to put this thing into consideration, because when we keep saying, because if some people will make argument like, back in the 70s was the school Kinikon was free for people, but it was just the few population that were included, and there was enough resources to just give you that free thing. But today, how many people want to give free? When people say even back then give scholarship, I can say they give more scholarship today. It's just that there's more people that are in need of scholarship today than back then. You understand? So we need to consider all these things.
Look,
Thank you, Mike. So that's Babago, that's the angle I'm coming. So I'm not an anti-people, because it's very easy for you to whoop up sentiment like that. That as he was saying that I was in that. Well, no problem. You can say whatever you like.
So they will always see anything wrong in what you.
No, I know why. Sometimes when I see, I know Fatai, but there's no problem I don't have any problem with him. So he can come and say whatever he likes.
I think I appreciate Simba for the way he comported himself, the way he didn't respond. Otherwise, it would have resulted to issue atayonyo. But you know, I think well, that is maturity at its best, right there, and that is the way we should act in order to not to cause confusion on the platform. So I think I really appreciate you for your calmness and for not responding. But Fatai too, I think he make clarification. He was just he just came for you opposite because you are. It seems you are anti people all the time. You say, let me go and give it to this guy. So, but you know, we are all
No problem. I know. We are all here for well, everything that we're having sleepless night. We want the best for our country. We
yes.
want the best for our people. So and so nobody is here. Nobody. I don't think there's any Nigerian that will be against Nigeria. So nobody should have that notion that this kind of people are against the people. So because it's very easy to do that, and that is the same thing that our politicians are doing by just turning the people against the government and saying no, this government is not good for you, they are not doing this for you, and so and it's very that route that is very easy to go.
They perform worse than the government they campaign against.
Exactly.
Baba Buhari that campaigned very hard against Jonathan, that Jonathan petroleum subsidy was a scam. Baba did, Baba double it.
Baba Yoko should remember, I think what we should be praying for in our country is that, we always look back and say the previous government usually better. Even right from history, if you look back, there's no time we will not look back and say, this one that left was better.
What happened this time?
So it should not exactly. That's what I'm saying. This one should not happen. I think these are our last card. These are our last card.
We must. This one, it must not happen this time. Otherwise,
Simba. You see, people like you and myself that will support a subsidy removal to the likes of Ajale and Showore, we are anti-people. But what Showore what people don't know is that when we prevent the government from doing its job, the long-term problem will be an issue. Okay, look at this now. If you want to say, oh, Murtala Muhammad was okay because of his welfareism or whatever they would like to say, the thing that we're not looking at that what was our population that time. Now, the type of policy they were using that time, what was the impact or what were the impacts on development or innovation? Just look at when people are saying, "No, subsidy is bad." People don't really know why, so they can't really justify why subsidy is bad. They don't really understand the fact that
you are very on point. Ola, sorry to cut you. Babajale, you remember that time Muritala used to import meat to Nigeria called Eran Muritala?
Yes, Eran Muritala. Yes, Patrick, I remember Eran Muritala. Yes, now.
That was mad. That was very clueless.
Anyway, I was too young to even discuss.
The man was importing meat, fresh meat, not live cow, not live cow
from Brazil.
So, Ajale Koko, what I'm saying is this: when you look at the style you want the government to run, and we are getting our population is exploding, and those kind of system is what we need to liberalize so that we can get people on board. Let me tell you one thing: if we practice the same system you want us to practice in Nigeria and in China today, China will not be where they are. Now, an example of what we are saying now is this importation of fuel that people, you go and create jobs for people in Europe, in Asia, and just to come
and import poverty back to Africa.
Exactly. But if you take that thing off, you understand? You see, some people will want to take advantage. I know people like to criticize Dangote. Oh, he's monopolizing all those stuff. It's not because people like Dangote, they will see opportunity in such thing and they will put infrastructure in Nigeria. That is why people like Dangote by the time you are looking at maybe 2025, 2027, that guy must have employed over 100,000 Nigerians. Those are the people that he has employed directly. But we're not even talking of the escalation. Those people that we just keen into the supply chain, to the value chain. Probably the value chain of Dangote today may be worth like about 400 to 500,000 jobs. But people are not looking at that. Oh, it's monopolizing just because some people are not allowed to go to China and import cement to us. They are not looking at the job that guy is creating. So to me, this subsidy.
Ola, we are talking about China today. All those decisions that China took, look at what they say about even the number of children they can have and all those things. Can we take such decision in Nigeria and people will not revolt against it?
Simba, let me help that.
If you say it, people will start cursing, because if you say people should not give back more than one child.
You understand? Because even when we are talking about the behavior of people, I think I agree with Thomas. The black people, our own behavior is different too.
Well, I can say that, but let me
structure around us. A human being.
Maybe because you have been, maybe even the colonial or whatever, the religion, the whatever they have brought to us. Because I'm very sorry to say this, because before I say it now, they will say I'm anti-people. How can somebody who cannot take care of one child, we have 10?
No,
you can see.
Simba.
No, let me tell you what happened to me yesterday, Ola. And this is a true life experience. One of my cousins called me. Hi, he said, "Doctor, how are you? I learned that you came to Nigeria and you didn't ask of me." I said, "When did I came to Nigeria?" He said, "About 6 months ago." I said, "That is a lie. The last time I came to Nigeria was last year." He didn't know that I was in Nigeria when I was talking to him. Then the next thing is, he said, I learned that you are in Saudi Arabia. If they give you Hajj, can you give me, so I want to come for Hajj? I said, they don't give people Hajj in Saudi Arabia. You pay for Hajj. That even the amount you pay for Hajj in Saudi Arabia, even if you are in Saudi Arabia, is more than what you pay if you are coming as a Nigerian. It's not free. It's not as if you just walk across and say you want to go and perform Hajj. You have to register for it and you pay for it. And I said, okay, I'm interested. Next year I want to come for Hajj. Any little amount I have, you had the remaining one for me. I said, is Hajj compulsory? That if you don't have the money, you don't need to go for Hajj. He said, but you have went. I said, no, I've never gone for Hajj. You understand? What is that? This is the same person that the wife will always call us and say he doesn't have money, and is prioritizing Hajj over the welfare of his family.
Well, let me ask something, guys. You see, you mentioned that people that make babies, they can't afford taking care of babies. You know that it's not only those people, even the rich people also make babies and create poverty. So we all can agree that back in the days, compared to today we have more people that we've created more millionaires today than before, and we also created way more poor people today than before. And one question people have to ask is, when poverty is a problem, now what's the creation of the poverty? That's where we have to start in order to cure the problem. Now, I'll give you an example of the rich people that also create poverty. Whereas I don't see that problem in the West, where someone is rich and then he creates poverty. Usually, his wealth usually becomes a generational wealth. Now, you guys will notice this. The moment people make money in Nigeria, the next thing they won't do now, what is time to be more lemon? They will just start making babies with, like, either marry a wife or whatever, or just there's no control, there's no policy that cannot hinder you from doing that. So what happened at the end of the day is, when the man now dies, the wealth, money that he has left, they're supposed to pass on to maybe 2 or 3 kids for them to inherit the generational wealth. You have way more children, they have to now share that money, or if you even get to all of them, now guess what? He didn't transfer that wealth to another generation. You just create poverty with your wealth. Basically, that's what just happened. So these are the factors. There's so many. That's why I agree with saying, but many of it is human. The people themselves, it's the mentality. So how can you solve that? That's when we have to say, hey, government, can you put policy in place where, hey, you give birth, we come after your pockets. Is the way they do it in the Western world now. I mean, people that have money here are even scared to make baby because they know that they have to pay heavy child support and those kind of things, you know. So those are the policies is what control human behavior. Create laws and make policies. It will control people's behavior. So you can't just say you want to send everybody.
You can't make law that is contrary to your custom and tradition now. What kind of law? If they are doing it in the West, does that mean that
So
we have
so
to
you
does the West
okay,
copy?
let me ask you.
Hold on now.
Okay, land, yeah.
Hold on. Why must you copy everything from the West? It is not
No,
everything from the West that you have to copy.
no,
West
it's not a
doesn't
matter of
copy
copying.
anything.
I never say you copied anything from them.
I don't think Mike is saying
But
that.
No, what is? I thought he said that
but let me clarify myself.
when people have baby, unnecessarily they have to pay child support just the way they do in the West. No, it's not our culture.
No. I said that in the West they put something in place like that with child support. But I'm not saying we necessarily have to pay child support. But what I'm saying is we have to put some kind of things in place that will correct people's behavior, make people think twice before they create problems. Like it doesn't have to be child support. You could say, hey, you have this small baby, you can't have this many uh uh something in the form of you just have to make people put things in place where you create a child, it must be taken care of. If you have the money, then your child cannot be poor. The more you have, I mean, you got to go after people's pockets, but it doesn't have to be child support. It doesn't have to be exactly where in the West, but you have to put something in place to correct that behavior that's creating poverty.
Let me tell you this. You see, it's because we have people in position of power that doesn't know importance of population. If we have people that can give us through education, yeah, hold on, no, listen to me.
I'm listening.
Yeah, if you have leaders that can guarantee free education at all levels across the country, up to university, and they make a law. You see, sometimes you have to make a law.
So how would you pay for the education? Tell me.
Oh, hold on now. Hold on.
It's like you telling me to give you a Lexus. You have to tell me how to pay for it. Tell me.
Hold on. If you make it compulsory that every child must go to school, and whoever doesn't let them go to school, any parent that doesn't let the child go to school will be punished. If you make that law, and all your leaders across the country, all the political leaders are on board with this law, and people are punished, people that,
Will the parent pay for the school or the government pay for the school? Who's paying for it?
Let them implement that.
Wait, now, hold on. Yeah.
Hold on.
Who's paying for it? Is it the parent or the government?
The government.
So how will the government pay for it? Where will they get the money?
What are you talking about? Do you know? Hold on. You see, when you people say where would they get
print money now?
Because I can tell you where American government get the money.
Hold on.
Okay.
How can you say where would they? Look, okay.
I'm not saying they can't get the money, but you have to tell me where they will get it, so that way we can. Hold on.
Look, if the resources of the country are well managed, do you think that we cannot afford it? Do you think we can't afford it? Look, even the higher.
No, we can't. No, we can't.
Hold on. What is the population of students in higher institutions in Nigeria, across Nigeria? Do you know the?
No, you're talking about education from primary to all the way.
Hold on, I'm asking you.
That's millions of children. Millions.
Okay, 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5 what?
1.5 million in higher
million what? No, you said only higher institution. You said
hold on,
all children.
Because already elementary school and secondary school, public school is free. All right?
Where?
In Nigeria.
It's free right now.
Elementary school.
You want it to be free, Abi?
Hold on. Are you not a Nigerian?
I'm trying to understand do you want it to be free? You said you want it to be free, right?
Elementary school not free at the moment. It is free. Secondary school is free. And university, I'm proposing that it should be free as well, because we only have 1.5 million students in Nigerian university, state, federal, across the country. So
I'm not sure if the elementary is free. They still pay.
No,
They still pay something.
Universal basic education or maybe
we are
primary.
talking of universal private. We are talking of public education. We are not talking of private. So
It's completely free in Nigeria right now.
Oh Lord, what kind of question is this? So
Mike
look at
I'm
is
not
free.
sure. I'm
Mike,
just
it
asking.
is free. It is free. It is
So,
free.
Completely.
Primary and secondary, yes.
Why
So how is the government paying for it? That's
Public
what I
school,
want to know.
public school, not private
public
school.
school. So you don't even know.
So 100% free. Then so why are we complaining? Because there's no other country in the world where it's 100% free.
No, they don't pay school fees, but you have to buy every other thing. You don't pay
Is it
school
not
fees.
even
That's
free?
what.
Okay. So so that
America
means
you live, is public school not free?
no. I can tell you how they are paying for it though.
What do you mean you are talking about?
Let me tell you, American government pay for the public school. They tax every property and they use that property tax to pay for the
Who told you they
education.
don't tax?
That's what it.
Don't pay? Who told you that Nigeria doesn't pay property tax? Who told
Everybody
you
pay
that
property
Nigeria
tax.
doesn't pay? Eh?
Simba, do you pay property tax?
Do you know what they call
Tenement rate now.
tenement
That's
rate?
the tenement rate you pay. Yeah.
It's a what?
They call it tenement rate. So you can
Hold on now.
Babajele Koko. There is a need. The only time because nobody will come to your house and say, "Come and pay your tenement." It's only when you need something from local government. You understand? If you don't have any need to go to local government to report for anything, they will not ask you. So people are not paying it.
No,
majority are not paying.
No. That means your government is not doing enough. They are not making.
No, that's what I'm saying. They are not forcing
like
people
in
to
Lagos,
pay it.
Like in Lagos, where I agree.
No, you don't use a Lagos model. What I'm saying, Babaye Koko, I agree with you that there is tenement rate.
Okay.
But because in my own local government, I remember the only time they asked me for that was when I wanted to collect the certificate of state of origin.
So Simba, you're not paying property tax right now.
No, they are not. There is no. I don't think that there is no structure for them to even capture it. Do you understand?
Do you know why, Simba? It's because you have state government that doesn't allow local government to function on their own. You understand? If they allow the local government to function without any dominance from the state, without any control from the state, they will look for that form. They will make every effort to tax.
I agree with you. The other issue is the free money that all of them are getting from Abuja.
Well, the free money, is it not the state government that pocket the money and just give them whatever they like? The money doesn't go to them directly.
Ajale Koko is just because they alter the structure. This is what we are saying by restructuring. Local government, federal government should, I agree if they say local government should not be, federal government should not be sending money to the local government. Allow every state to decide how they want to group their local government. Give the state money and let the state control the local government. See, all the GBT style that the federal government.
Does your state control your local government in Canada?
But Jale Koko, it looks like you contradicted yourself then, because you are saying you said the government should make education free, and then you are telling me that the education is free already. So what is the problem with the government? What problem do you have with government if the education is already free?
Hold on. I'm not contradicting myself. I'm saying that government should make law. Fund education very well and make law that every child must go to school. Whoever that does not send the child to school must be punished. And then, in addition to that, university education.
Okay, Babaja Koko, what will you do to children of the beggars on the streets? You don't even know the person that even impregnated them.
No, I want beggars. All the beggars.
Who's the father? But the father is nowhere to be found. Maybe that beggar, that woman who's a beggar will have like 6 or 7 children for seven different fathers.
It is easy to be solved. That one is easy. It can easily be solved. Look, federal government will identify children that orphans long pay one. they can take them to orphanage home, or
I want you orphan and Tony Baba Tony, yeah. It's not an orphan.
Show up now. Now.
They don't take responsibility. Let me tell you, you know, you are talking based on your own, the way you look at yourself, the kind of education and exposure that you have. We have people that don't care. Millions of them, they don't care. They will just throw these children out there.
Look,
they don't care. Let me tell you, the kind of welfare system. I'm very sorry, sir. I'm very sorry, sir.
Yes.
When you ask Nigerians that, okay, if you don't take care of your children, then the state will take the child from you. You will see that it will not stop them from having them. They will just be throwing them to the states. They just be no, believe me. You think
they want the state to take their wages?
Exactly. They're not ready to take responsibility. That's been issue.
Look, let me tell you this. You see those people, you will get them settled. You will get houses.
You are here when Ribadu was talking, and Ribadu almost crying about what is happening in the north. You heard him. Let me tell you, Babanyareko, as far back as late 80s, I used to go to Niger State, Minna, Kutangura, Bida, and all those things. Let me tell you, as at then, if you are eating in a restaurant, and maybe they put the food on the table for you, Babanyareko, and then you just say, okay, let me go and wash my hand. Before you turn by, you will not see that food again. I'm telling you, as they will have taken it. Those boys that and if you ask all of them at the age of 10 or even 15, you ask them when did they left their home? Maybe right from cradle. And so that's why I'm saying that we have a lot of things to correct. Is as you mentioned it, the culture, the religion, and so many things is actually hampering our development. And you know, there is one thing about growth. How can you be producing like that? And our growth, that it will take a miracle for us to match our growth, our GDP growth with our population growth. And if your GDP growth is no more than your population growth, there's no way you can develop. And that was why China took that decision that no, we have to regulate this population. If not, we cannot progress. And they took that decision, and it worked for them.
No, Simba. The another way we can regulate our population is this: if you see the Western people, you know, they give birth to dog, they give birth to cats, they give birth to pet animals in general. Now,
give birth to all the adopted them as children. How can you say a man give birth to dog?
Let's manage it that way. Let's manage it that way, because when you know, it's only in this country that I know that people are looking for daycare for dog, cat, and daycare for all those cat and dog, always more expensive than human being anyway. What I'm saying is this: they go to a particular productivity level that you don't even need to tell anybody not to give birth to children the way they like, because you will see that all the incentive says that the government is even encouraging people to give birth to as many as possible. But you see people, they don't care. They don't even want to go through the stress of even raising kids, because you will see women here when Nigerian women will say, "But you know, I'm a lady now." You see them be driving trailer that we are competing with. You will see them will be driving rich in the warehouse that will be competing with PESA, all those warehouse machine. There's nothing you as a man want to do. Mechanic, train conductor, train this thing that you want to do that they will not do. So what I'm saying is this: I think our problem in Nigeria is just mainly productivity. See, if you give a law in Nigeria to give birth to 2 or 3, maybe Nigeria has a law. There was a time that we had a policy that for children. How many people obey that? Because they will bring politics. Obasanjo was saying something about a week ago that, okay, when they wanted to bring Sharia into the law, he said a custom was said, but you will not go to Sharia law now, because Obasanjo know the thieves among them. He said, we will not go to the Sharia law now. He said, Obasanjo said, what did that guy tell him? He says, politics.
You mean Sharia court? He won't go to Sharia court.
Yes, he was telling one of the northern leaders that, but I know you won't go to Sharia court. The guy said yes, but it's politics. You understand? So all those things you see there, people will look at the culture. Once you tell people that you know that okay, people that want to give back like a pig, all those things that just say that they believe that it's only God that helps take care of children. If you tell them that don't give back to more than 2 children, let me tell you one thing: you will lose the next election immediately, and someone will use that as politics to tell people that look, they are trying to impede your fertility. They are trying to get. They will just use religion and politics. So the best way you can take.
You remember what happened when they refused immunization now? Because somebody just told them that they put some things there that will make them sterile.
Exactly.
Then they stop receiving vaccination.
Exactly. So once you immediately tell them that don't give more than 2 children, honestly, you will lose the next election immediately. And it's one mediocre that will win that election. So to me, the best way for our problem to solve our problem is productivity. Because let me tell you one thing: there is this addiction to productivity. Once you start making money, someone that is not making money before, all of a sudden he makes spend money buy bicycle. The next time he buy motorcycle. The next thing he start getting is how to buy car. So there's a way that you'll be addicted. It's just like when someone takes substance, that you'll be addicted with substance, people abuse substance. That is the way people will abuse productivity. And I've seen that one at first hand in Canada here. Because when you just imagine someone be begging on Christmas Day, on a Boxing Day, people were begging seriously that they would like to work in the warehouse. Now in China,
to earn more money, to
get more money. Now in China that we talk about today, some people sleep in the warehouse. Warehouse is where they sleep. They don't even spend to even rent apartments. So
in Nigeria, people will be begging for more public holidays.
No. Don't say no. See, if we fix our environment very well and if we are more productive, people will prefer to sleep in the warehouse and make more money and go and enjoy themselves later than to be seen. See, it is very easy when you don't have money, when you stay at home, to see all the women on the street that is rolling their nyash, all those things. You understand? But when it is money you are pursuing, you step up. You won't see all those things. It's not as if you are not still going to do woman. No, you are still going to. Even the women you want to do, say, will even be pursuing money. Maybe they will maybe even competing the Dangote seller with you that they want to drive. So the thing is, our problem is productivity. How come we are not productive? All this welfareism mentality that government should do this, government should do that. No, we should be looking at like when Foley was saying this thing the other time, was that when I could not talk because during that session, few people can talk, so I didn't want to talk too much. The thing is this: I would have told Foley that time that Foley, instead of saying, because what did they do with that money when they removed subsidy from diesel? I was about to say, but they increased salary. You understand? I was about to say some other thing that government did that time, but when I didn't even have floor to even say anything. So we should be
they will kill you that time. If you say this thing that time, they will kill you, because Foley was raining and he was speaking to the sentiment of the people.
Exactly, and that's where we got wrong. Because some people are not even aware that we are borrowing to fund subsidy, and they don't even understand the implication of our debt profile. See, if you've not Norway went bankrupt some years ago. Do people really understand the meaning of going bankrupt? You think you're a millionaire, you will have money in your account, especially if you default on the sovereign. You may not even be able to access your account. They can say, okay, they fire you from work and they pay you some kind of exit package, and you won't be able to access your money. So if you continue with this kind of a criminal, illegal subsidy we are having in Nigeria today, this is where Nigeria will be headed to. That people do not really, people don't understand this, and people that really understand that are supposed to tell them, they will be talking of some kind of a sentiment. Now, look, because I keep saying this thing: when you increase government workers, the people that are doing private job that cannot meet up with the market, they will all raise their own value too. Now, it's not all this obligation of say, okay, I want to drive and greet my friend. When COVID came, who taught us how to use alternative means? People were using online. People that were saying, okay, you cannot work from home before. All of a sudden, working from home now, they are now begging people to come back to the office. because it has created another problem on its own. It said that people are now doing 2-3 jobs together because I can be on my system and be working for about 4 companies. Simply means that what was not possible like 5 years ago, it's not possible now. So to me, people are not looking at this subsidy because the way people are looking at this subsidy, they are looking at it as welfare. It's not welfare, it's a forced, I say forced benefit, because someone that rents one face me and slap you, that there are about 6 of them managing in just one, they are not benefiting from this because they are not car owners. The car owners, before you can buy a car in Nigeria, you must have got to a level. The car owners are the one benefiting, not the poor people that we really want to talk about. Those baba you want to talk about, by the time you raise teachers' salary and all those for government worker salary, the babas too, they will raise their own salary to meet up. Everybody will raise their services. So we should concentrate, okay, when the Labour Congress said, okay, we want 200 minimum wage, that is what they should be pushing towards. If you're not pushing to that minimum wage of 200 now, if they need to cut that salary of the senator now, you have justification to say, okay, let us cut the salary. Because I keep telling people that even if you cut the cost of the National Assembly and cost of governance, it does not guarantee anything. How much are you going to save? How much are you going to save from that? The money you save there will not create job for jobless people on the street.
How much is the total budget of the National Assembly? Let's say it's 300 billion. Exactly. That is what you can save in a day. That's what you can save in a month.
Let's even say it's 1 trillion. How does that generate job for a graduate that is looking for a job on the street? So the way to generate job is that, okay, we are taking this subsidy for an investor that want to invest. Okay, Bua, Dangote, and all those about 22 people they gave license. I think I'm not sure if I'm correct, but I think about 22 licenses. Please correct me if wrong. About 22 people that they gave license to simply means that they can establish their destiny in Nigeria and create job for people. Now, this is my own theory. I'm not against government giving subsidy, but give the right subsidy. Give subsidy to Unilever when they now employ, let's say, about 5,000 people and they are running generator. Import it on generator till you are going to get your this thing right. Give them subsidy, give them tax break. Give Wapo Cement, Lafarge Cement, and all those things, give them tax break. But tell them, okay, if you can employ so many people, you just give some kind of incentive. So people need jobs and all these false sense of subsidy. All the subsidy, they are lies. It's false. So is what we need. Let all these overnight multi-billionaires, let us send them out of business. Let them free the economy. We can't continue to be importing product from foreign country and create job for them and dump it here. And we are saying we are enjoying. When in the recent, we are supposed to be manufacturing. Okay, why do you think Warri Refinery and Port Harcourt Refinery will never work for government? The government is running. Because some people, you budget like 222 billion to a particular refinery and they share the money just maybe to pay workers and share the remaining one. How will it work? When some people
and they are getting promotion, no, they are not working and they are getting salary and getting promotion every year.
Exactly. So that refinery will never work and they'll be importing. Maybe that refinery is supposed to be employing like maybe around
because whatever they are getting is not tied to productivity.
Exactly. So when you look at that now, okay, how many is benefiting from Atiku importing generator to Nigeria now? If Atiku is manufacturing generator in Nigeria, it's understandable. But you go and manufacture from somewhere and dump it here in Nigeria. Maybe the industry that's supposed to employ like 300,000 people, you just employ 2,000 people and 3,000 people, and you are saying you are driving on subsidy. It doesn't work that way. This is why I'm telling you people that before you fight against something, try to understand. Yes, what did they do with this money or those things? We can easily say that, but the question is this: at least the government is not paying money to supply diesel to.
No, I don't even understand the argument of what did they get from diesel money? Which diesel money are we talking about? As if that which free money come from removal of subsidy from diesel?
Exactly. Because what happened is that we were no longer subsidizing. Just imagine, like I said.
So is it a free money?
It's not free.
So as if there is another way of generating revenue. That's what people are looking at it, as if once you stop the subsidy, you are generating more revenue. It doesn't have to. It's just like you reduce your spending. That's what it means. It doesn't mean that your revenue has increased.
Exactly. You reduce your spending and you create more job, because this time around it's not free. you have to put some structure in place, facility in place to do your business. So it is even good because look at this Dangote refinery now. People may play that. Even the like of a $10 that you still refine from foreign country, they will not be going to Dangote because if they don't go to Dangote, for example, Dangote is going to kill their business. So,
no, but you know how much Otedola invested in Dangote. He's a partner. He's a partner in Dangote.
That's exactly what I'm saying. And that money is not in Nigeria. The money that used to be taken overseas. So
you are forgetting when he was talking about the revocation of the license they gave to them for the refinery in 2007 by Yaradua.
Exactly. So because these people they actually wanted to build Nigerian refinery then and work, but you see how people made eloquent and elegant statement to the point that the Yaradua just revoked those licenses, and today we are still talking.
No, it's all these NLC, TUC people now. They are the one now. They are the one. I don't know. They are the one because they are the beneficiaries.
That is exactly what our people are still doing today. When you are fighting against subsidy, you are saying you should stay. You are supporting those people that are making billions, millions from that place. Not this thing. There's no way because what it benefits by masses is this. If you now reduce our spending now, because when I said something there, it's like one man didn't get what I said, that when you are talking of infant mortality rate that is still high in Nigeria compared to developed nation, when you see talk of life expectancy of 52 years in Nigeria, we see the danger here is this. Why do we have all those things? Because we lack some social infrastructure. Now, money they are supposed to use to build primary for primary health care. Because I am expecting people to be negotiating. Okay, the money you want to save from this thing, in the sense that you are not going to spend, well, please let us just monitor that to put this money in primary health care so that we don't want the National Assembly to share the money. Okay, let us make sure that this money that we are saving now will be going to agriculture instead of this. That's what people should concentrate in Nigeria. Now,
in fact, let me tell you this. Just yesterday, one of my colleagues was telling me that in one hospital I worked before, that the doctors on duty overnight, they did 17 cesarean section. 17, just one night, one night. And if you look at and this thing, that cesarean section, maybe people will just pay like 50,000 naira for it, which is subsidized already. Subsidized. Now, what I want to bring out is this. Even the normal delivery is still no more than maybe 10, 15,000. But majority will still not come to the hospital. Presently, as I'm talking to you, the number of deliveries that took place in Nigeria that are supervised by skilled health worker is still less than 40%.
Simba, I was telling you something here like about 3 or 4 days ago when my brother that needed manipulation. When we went to a private hospital, they were saying 380K, right? But when we went to Igbobi, how much would I say? We spent about 10,000 for the same thing. So those are the things that people should concentrate more on, because people don't know that cheaper healthcare is part of your income when you don't spend so much. When you don't spend so much in sending your children to school, instead of focusing on private school, you want to force the government to do the right thing by making sure that our public school is up to standard. So, but when we start talking of subsidy, you are subsidizing for the Republic of Benin, you are subsidizing for Cameroon, you are subsidizing for this, and you are, see, I can't just get this point. See, now, Dangote Cement, we export cement in Nigeria today, whether we like, because we've already, we have capacity that is more than our local consumption. So we send cement out. Now, I know that people say Dangote is the one creating problem. And as a matter of fact, I think Dangote is the reason that the cement cost is down. And people don't really know why cement cost is expensive. They think it's Dangote. It's not Dangote. You'll be shocked that cement that maybe, let me give an example. I don't know how much they sell cement in Nigeria now. Maybe cement that the cement that ends up with a consumer sometimes, maybe it's actually coming from the factory for less than 2,000 in coats. And where is the cost of that cement, for example? Where you see, you want to go and put cement in Lagos, Omonile will charge you. They won't let you pass, right? the person you are supplying to, he will keep the cement in his own warehouse too, and it will be incurring cost.
The cost of transportation.
Cost of transportation, cost of warehousing, and the fact that the person that is selling that cement to, he needs to make he or she needs to make
profit, and we also pay staff that are working for him. The people that will offload, the people that offload from the trailer.
Exactly, and he will take care of his children. So people really think that is Dangote that no, it's the value chain that increases the amount of that, and people really think is Dangote that. So
Ola, can you finish? So can we introduce new voices, please? Yeah.
I hope you can go ahead. You can go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, yeah. Do we have Remy in the house?
I just brought him in now.
Yeah, yes. Remy? We don't have Remy.
Remy is a very unusual for Remy to come here and not talk.
I'm here.
No, he just came in. He just came in now. Yeah. Oh, so yes.
Okay.
Can we? How are you, my brother?
I'm good.
Yes, yeah. Let's hear from you. What brought you here
So
today?
me that have been here since 11 p.m. Yes, since yesterday.
No. I didn't know. Let's go to you first. Yeah,
okay.
Let's come to you first. Yeah. Do we have who is even talking? I think it's Isaac. Oh,
I think the person that is talking left. He just left.
Why did he have to leave? How do you have to leave? You don't have to leave. Oh my gosh. We should be tolerant sometimes.
Maybe he will come back.
No, we should be tolerant sometimes. Yeah. You said it, and I told Remy to hold on. I want to bring you in. Yeah. And you left. Yeah, that's all right. We're still expecting you have pushed out the lane. You can still click it and come back. Yes, let's hear from Remy.
You can take the census of the people that are available so that maybe you call them.
No, I'll put a link. I know Folibi just will be joining us, so I don't know, maybe it's available. But let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Okay, I've been listening over the night about Baba Ola, Enigmatic, and the rest talking about the subsidy removal, and Baba Jaleko trying to talk about welfare society, the pain Nigerians are going through. Well, all of them, you guys are right. Nigeria are going through a lot of pain. But there's a saying that a house that does not have a solid foundation or that was not built over the years, we are just waiting for that calamity to happen. We have realized our mistake. And when we realize our mistake, then we're supposed to correct our mistake and move on. First, Nigeria does not have the, the revenue or the way to collect revenue to spread it evenly among its populace. I'm talking about welfare society. Most Nigerians are not well taxed. What is the percentage of the tax we collected from Nigerians? And what are the people living up to their expectation to being responsible? What about an average Nigerian that like to saboteur everything he or she finds herself just to profit from the situation? What about that mindset? It's a lot of trouble, a lot of mistake, and a lot of trouble we have. And I think since 1979, when we got to the Second Republic, because we didn't get it right during the Shagari Ekweme regime. And when Buhari came in, the coup that made Buhari to come in that time, he tried, but unfortunately he was booted out, and our problem started from Ibrahim Badamasi, when we continued to talk about the social adjustment program, devaluation of the currency. Until today, we were just like floating in the water without no direction. As we have today, we have a lot of children unborn, children that were born no parents, and there's no population, control. We want all the best thing of the world to happen to our country, but we do not want to sacrifice. That is an average Nigerian. If we go to all of these countries that have really...
But Remy, that population control you talk about, do people don't have the right to give back to how many kids they like, even though we know they cannot cater for them? So what do you think?
So you already said the thing. If you cannot cater for the children, why do you bring them to this world to suffer? Don't you think that is sheer hypocrisy and sheer madness? When you know that you and your partner, you can only afford 2 children, and then you're going to pump them out year in, year out for the next 10 years.
But they will say God said we should be reproducing. We should be reproducing.
And then
Nigeria will be
people want government to inherit that problem and take it.
So the way I look at it this way, in short, is that the subsidy removal is the right thing at the right direction. And I think I want to say something. I know everybody are involved, but most of our past leaders, I think when they sell the idea to them, don't remove the subsidy, I think they were also bribed one way or the other. Because if they were not bribed, if they are not utterly corrupt in their mind too, they would have put a stop to this thing. This guy that came in now, I'm not saying he's a saint or that he is not also corrupt. I think he has taken the right direction this time around. Now, the money that we're supposed to borrow for this subsidy, even if she's going to borrow money for production, that would be the right thing in the right direction. You should subsidize health care, that is fine. If you subsidize production, that is fine. But never subsidize consumption. Everybody should be able to be disciplined to live up to whatever he wants, to live the kind of life he wants. I was listening to when the poly guy was talking about is using V6 engine to travel all over Nigeria. Economically, when things change, as a businessman, you yourself, you should not just be counting on sentiment alone. You are not the only one doing that business. If things are not going your right way, you should be able to sit down and cut your code or cut your cost. And that is a very simple thing to do for most people. Okay, this is time this fuel is dipping into my profit. What about the essence of taking a public transportation to where you are going from one city to another city instead of you driving? Because you drive, you're also decimating energy to drive. So if you save some of your energy for your work, it's also part of you are also reducing the cost of production. Because when you are too tired, you'll not be able to put a lot of effort into what you are doing.
Remy, I remember I told you about my sister joining train to Ibadan, Lagos.
Yes,
it has really reduced the accident, the stress people driving around, fuel people burning around, that they can also actually catch a train to Ibadan, catch a train to Lagos.
So actually, nobody is happy that our people are suffering this way. But people refuse to understand one thing. Everybody always think that, oh, it's greener all over there. It's totally lie. Because in this abroad you are living, they collected different taxes from your hand. And they now spread it around. So, and things are also getting expensive over here. Anybody that live in this Europe or America will know the truth. Let's call a spade a spade. In fact, the money you spend on on food, on household, maybe on food, and maybe if you rent apartment or you are paying your mortgage, it's nearly 40% or more than that to your income. It depends on the kind of house. If you live in a if you buy expensive, if you take up a house, a mortgage, you pay more, just like you said. I also have a friend in Perth, in Australia. He told me the same thing. So even here, a bag of milk that we used to buy for €1.40, it's over €2.
Remy, even food are expensive, but yes, because we have the money to buy it, we don't complain. Food are expensive.
No, not that we don't complain. You cut your costs also. You cut your costs because you know that that the income you have, then some of your lifestyle before, maybe you used to drink champagne or you used to buy a lot of this kind of, then you reduce the amount you used to buy, or you probably forgo it. And so everybody cut their costs all over the world, not only in Nigeria, but only that in Africa we did not plan. So we have the negative effect too much. So but we must move on. We can never look back. They must get this subsidy removal. So it's over and it's over. Now we know where we are today. The things are getting clearer. No more subsidy on fuel. That is one. And then the exchange rate parity is now getting clearer. So we will know that, okay, our dollar to the naira is about 700 plus or 600 plus. So it's easier for people to now project. In this kind of economy, should I go and invest? I will not lie to you. Nigeria is begging for investment. It's a fertile land for any investment. You ask MTN today. Who were MTN before? They are just in South Africa and some other country. but they will never regret their investment in Nigeria. How many
investment in Nigeria has brought back more than the total investment in the entire South Africa?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Not
Even
South Africa, entire South Africa.
Even Airtel or Econet that people thought they would die, they called from Metamorphosis changing name and they're still in the business. Yeah, just last week they started their 5G technology too. So it's a very fertile line to do business. So if things are right, people will come to your country and invest. It's a big land. You don't know, we Nigerians, we don't know what we have. Just yesterday or 2 days ago, I was watching a video. You can see a lot of Africans are moving to Nigeria. Ladies from Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, they are moving to Nigeria, marrying Nigerian men and trying to live and live in Nigeria. They love Nigeria, but we think some of our little progress is nothing. We have tried to. Maybe it's not enough, but that's a room.
There are people progressing and there are people not progressing. It's just like any country in the world, you know. Because I know a lot of, I even know one Niger, there's two of my friends, two brothers. One of them was deported from America here. And the one that got deported, the little money he went back to Nigeria. The guy is even richer than his brother here in America. So the guy blew up there. All he did was just took his knowledge from here and things he saw, the way he saw how they do things differently. And when he got back to Nigeria, started doing things just differently, started doing business. The guy said his secret was just introduce customer service. You know how in the West there's customer service way of doing things. He said in Nigeria, he said his own business, he just introduced customer service, and his business was just outperforming everybody else. And the guy, he blew up there. He blew up in Nigeria.
I want to say something the other time Simba thought about bad control. To be frank with you, we need to do that. I said before that Nigeria needs a little bit of force. People will be saying, maybe I'm lying. How can you be pumping children out without no father? Look at the northern part of Nigeria. Most of these children, they end up being insurgent or banditry or whatever. So at the end of the day, but if there were, China used the bad control to control their population. And when they have set up what they do is that when they set up most of their production base, China is so easy. What do they do? If Ibadan is known to be producing textile, I think it's from a lot of, okay, if they are known to be producing textile in Ibadan, the government helped them and they set up a lot of small factory to produce textiles together. The government give them soft loan. So each town or city is known for a particular place. There's a place in China, they call it Yiwu, small items like what do you call nail cutter, all these small items that you can see in most of that city. They were just producing everything like that in that city alone. Anything you need about small item or small tool, you go
so basically our problem is productivity there. We gotta be productive instead of just
productivity. We must try to know this particular city, what are they good about, cost advantage. Then government support them. But one thing I say about them,
let me
conclude. Then you talk about one thing I say about them that I did not say about Nigeria, and that's why I call for total reorientation. The people there, they love one another. If they get a big contract, let me tell you how they work. They get a big contract from America or from Australia or from Canada. And this factory know that it cannot meet up that demand. All of them will come together in that city. They will sit down. They will talk about how they are going to produce this thing in the spirit of the contract time, maybe in 2 weeks or 1 month, and how they are going to share the profit accordingly. Everybody listening, everybody work together. And before you know it, they meet their time demand or something like that. They will
can't come together. Like,
yes.
Trust each other.
The problem we have, I'm so sorry, we are so divided and we are so selfish in our thinking. And that is the problem we have. We do not see ourselves as one. And if we do not see ourselves as one, the mistake will still continue to happen. But whatever the case might be, there is a little bit of force the country used in the beginning. Now, as I'm talking to you now, they are now encouraging them to have 2 children or 3 children, but they refuse because education is expensive. To train one child in China, that child you are seeing in Harvard and everything, they put in a lot of money.
Remy, let me buttress you a little bit. Do you know in this country, people think before they give birth to the child, because they know education is not cheap. People don't just go to the room and into the other room, just get giving back like malu, like pigs. But
And
Nigeria don't
here,
care how they go to cater for that kids. They just
and
keep on
here,
burning. Ọlọ́run ní ká máa bí sí, ká máa rẹ̀ sí. Just be giving
and
back to
here,
them.
and in this part of northern Europe, the Scandinavia or Nordic people that they believe in welfareism society, they have started churning out new law. They change their immigration policy because they discover that some of these asylum seekers will come here and they start having children, and before you know it, they already pump out 7 children. But it has overstretched their welfareism system that they are now curbing them, reducing the amount of money they pay their children. And they want to tie that they want to force their mother or their father to go and work. So before you can get a benefit, you must earn it. So you can see, even in so developed countries, things are changing. A lot of people don't know. They just think that when you go there, everything is free. There is no free food anywhere in the world. You must work for it. If you don't work for it, they tax you a lot of tax, so many ways that at the end of the day, you will have paid a lot of money for people that does not have a job or people that are having children. So I'm so sorry. Anybody that wants to rule Nigeria should be very strong and courageous enough to just continue to do the right thing. May God really help him, because we are so set of people that are extremely stubborn, that are extremely myopic in our thinking. Everybody have the best idea every day.
I think you are not fair to Nigerian people. Say Nigerians are myopic.
No. I already, in my analysis, I already
what of the government?
I understand what Nigerians are going through.
The government done well to the people.
But Ajaleko, you are also
you told me that the government give free education in Nigeria. So if that's not good enough, I don't know.
You are also
what are you talking about, Mike?
You told me it's free education. I don't know, but you're the one that told me they give education is free.
Where were you born?
We are talking about now. You say education is free in Nigeria. I don't know if it's true or not.
Elementary and second, did you go to private elementary and private secondary school?
It's irrelevant to the point. I mean, you told me the education is free. I didn't even know. I just found out from you today. And then you're saying government is not fair. What else? In a country where people don't even pay. They don't pay tax, they don't pay anything, and they get free education, and we're still complaining about government. I mean, what about the...
What do you mean by they don't pay tax? You don't even know about that.
Are you saying those poor people, those people that don't have anything, that they are paying?
How do you expect somebody that don't have anything to pay?
The amount of people...
Somebody that doesn't have anything to pay. How much somebody doesn't have anything? Why must they pay
the
tax?
percentage of people paying tax in Nigeria, they are not up to even 5%. I'm telling you. And government will be able to give free education for everybody. That's a lot.
You don't know what you are talking about. As long as...
Yeah, so Mama Lakara is paying tax. I mean, Mama Alata is paying tax.
Who told you that pay tax?
Why should Mama Lakara pay tax?
Yeah?
Who told you that Mama Lakara doesn't pay tax?
How is she paying it? How is to walk to the tax office and go and pay?
Why should Mama Lakara pay tax?
Why should she not pay tax? In America, if you sell a car, you no go pay tax. If you sell anything, you no go pay tax.
You can see there is threshold you get to before you start paying tax. In Canada, that I made it, if you make less than a particular amount of money, you don't pay tax.
If you make what?
If you make less
than
maybe in Canada, I don't know. When USA, you pay tax even if you make $2.
So if you make $10,000 in a year, you pay tax in Canada.
No, that's not the argument. It's not relevant to the argument. He's telling me, he's saying we're talking about education, and I'm saying that for the society where people don't pay tax and they are still getting free education.
You are wrong. We thought you are saying that.
Ajale Koko, let me ask this question.
They pay tax.
How do they remove tax?
Okada pay tax. Babalero pay tax. Iyalata pay tax.
How do they pay? Tell us now. How do they
pay their tax?
Okada to the tax office and go and pay? Who?
The local government take levy from them.
How do they take it? That's what I'm asking. Is it from their paycheck? How do they take it? That's what I'm asking.
Oh Lord.
No, just tell us now. I don't know. I'm not saying you are wrong. I'm just telling you to tell me how they take it.
You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen.
Okay, I'm listening. Tell me now. How do they collect the tax from them?
When you see them on the street selling those things, or in the marketplace where they sell those things, the government officials, local government officials, come there to collect levy from them.
That is the tax. How do they determine how much they make and how much they have
forget
to
about
collect?
that now. We are telling you something and you are saying, how do they determine?
Well, we are just asking now. Tell you, it's just question. I don't know. I want to know.
How do you want to know how they determine what they charge
Okay. In America, for example,
they
in
pay.
Europe, wait now. They see how much you make, and from what you make, they determine how much they will take. But I mean, am I saying anything wrong here, guys? I'm saying the way they tax you in the West.
You are asking tax. I told you they pay tax. Now you are asking.
But I'm asking how do they have to have a
how is that relevant to the issue?
It's relevant.
Can I please?
Okay, Ola Dalun Jare.
You see, Mike. It is very easy to compare America to Nigeria.
No, I'm not comparing at all. I'm not comparing. It's not comparison. I don't do all those things. I don't compare.
You say in America there's a way they know.
It's not comparison. That's what I'm saying.
Wait now. You know in Nigeria they come with what they call development levy. That even extend to school and collect through the school. When you even take your children to school, they call it development levy. So the thing is this. Even saying Yalakara should even be paying tax. A person like me personally, I will go against it. Because you don't collect tax.
So how would the government pay for Yalakara child school fees?
Wait now. See, you don't just say, okay, because people are making money, and even someone that is even making.
No, the argument is that the government is going to fund the education. That's what we're arguing about. We're not saying whether you tax or not.
Even if you are not working, won't government even sponsor education? So because
how would government come up with the money?
That is why some people within a particular earning, you have.
But how many of them do we have in America? They have middle class, so you can tax the entire middle class. Wait. In Nigeria, in America they have huge middle class. So when the middle class taxation is enough to fund the lower class free education. Wait now, let me learn. But in Nigeria, we don't have middle class. Is it the Dangotes that the upper class? How many are there that we tax all of them to fund millions of people's children's education? How possible is that?
Mike Parabale. In Canada, I told you that if you make less than a certain amount of money, I can try to you make less.
Ola, you cannot be using Canada as an example now. How many people are below that level that you are talking about? How many people are above?
Majority are in the middle class bracket, and he's telling us he's the one comparing Canada with Nigeria. He accused me of comparing America.
Good evening, everyone. Can I please chip in a little bit?
Let me land. If I don't land, you don't even know where I'm going to. Look at this situation. When you want to tax Yalakara, all those stuff, the thing you have to first of all look at is how much are they even making? Before government can tax you here, they put something in place to make sure that better for you.
But that is Canada now. We are talking of Nigeria, Ola. Forget about Canada.
Wait.
Forget about America.
Ola, if government don't tax the Yalakara, what are they going to tax?
Just wait and hear me out.
Okay.
And hear me out. There's a reason that if you earn 100,000
and that same Yalakara, we have 7 or 8 children. No.
Thank you. 90% of Nigeria
that she will throw into the public for people to take care for her.
She shouldn't pay.
Sorry,
people that are not AINers, those are the people that even give back to children. People that are earning 500K.
Ola, who should the government tax? Answer us.
Sorry, Mike. Ola.
It's like sorry, Remy. There is somebody. I don't know who is that person that want to talk. I think
me.
Okay, please, can we play some? Can we give play some opportunity?
Ola, please. Ola, hold on. Everybody, hold on, please. Let's invite new voices. We cannot be talking, and new voices are not talking.
I'm even making the point.
Yeah.
My point. I'm not saying new voices should not talk.
Yes. Let's, Ola, we come back to you. Let's hear from Play Summer, please. Thank you.
Yeah, but
Play Summer is trying to come in.
Make his point there. Let Ola make his point before.
Ola, Ajale Koko. Ola has been speaking. Simba has been speaking. All of us
point here. One interject here.
No, Thomas. Jẹ́ Kọ́lá sọ̀rọ̀ bàbá Èkó nígbà fọ́ torí Ọlá fẹ́ support bàbá Ajale Èkó ní sójó parí ó dákun.
No, Simba, it's not that I'm supporting.
Go on.
The welfare team.
You see one thing in this system. Is this: those people that are earners, they are the ones that are sponsoring those people that are low earners that are not even pay taxes. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm saying. Those people that are earning 1 million a year, like 500,000 a year, they are the one paying taxes to sponsor those people that are not earning more. And look at it this way: those people earning 1,000, 1 million, they don't even give birth to more than a child or 2 children. But from the pool of taxation, they take care of those lower income people that were not even paying taxes. Because I'm telling you that it's a tax bracket here. There's a minimum you can earn before you can pay tax here. So what I'm not saying is that we are talking of Yalakara, they are more like a petty trader. How much are they even making? Now,
Ola, we just told you that in Canada that can work because you have upper class, middle class. You have a lot of middle class in Canada, but in Nigeria we don't have middle class. The high earners, we don't have enough high earners.
I will make a competition of whose voice is louder.
We don't have high earners in Nigeria, so it's not. It can't be like Canada. Stop saying that.
Don't have middle class. Let him land. Why?
He already landed now. We already get the point. He's saying in Canada they tax.
You're 100% correct. If that's what you want to know, you want the argument. If you don't want me to continue.
Well, you've made the point now. You say in Canada they tax the high earners. If they don't tax the people in the bottom, we get it.
Michael, Mike, you can't
okay, let him land.
Well, we are here to learn from each other. Let him land, and then if you want, let him land.
We already landed now. We got it. Go ahead. Go land again. Land again. Right.
Are we doing competition for someone that argue most? So the thing is this: I'm not even saying that even before government put some structure in place before they start collecting. I made an example of China here the other time that when they wanted to lay people up, government said, okay, we give you subsidy to your electricity, to your water, and then you can tax them. But in Nigeria, people that are even doing job on themselves, that are even that the government is not even doing anything about their life, and you are now saying they should be taxing these people to death. This is wrong.
Nobody said tax to death too. Nobody said that too.
Exactly. Okay. Tell me what
we didn't say tax to death too. We just say tax. Whether it's 1 naira, it doesn't matter. Tax.
I say now, someone that anybody that come out now that is doing something now, you should go and tax him just because it's working. Don't even
you please land this so we can move this summer, please.
So just be taxing now. Even see that tax just because you want to tax, and the government should not do anything about it. Like, don't you want to tax people just because you want to tax? This is a wrong mentality. It's a wrong mentality because if we don't get to a stage now that even a graduate that is even looking for work, not because okay, pay tax, not because he must pay tax. If the person selling the traffic, he pay tax.
Okay, Ola, when you finish, Mike, please. Ola, when you finish this one, you allow place someone to talk, but I have a question for you. I think the next question is, how do we put our people to be more productive? So you answer that one after place someone.
Yeah, thank you very much, Simba. Good evening, everybody. Baba Ja, Ola, everybody. Ola, I was coming to back you up, but you came to scatter everything. But anyway, no problem. That's on a lighter note. Yeah, I think we were talking. Remy said something about the education before, which is well on point. I remember about a week ago, Ripadu from the north. He explained that was the first day I've lived in the north before, but I didn't get the in depth of what that guy said that day. He said it was the religious leaders that made those kids not go to school in a way that they from childhood they try to say they should come to Arabic school, and by the time these children will grow up to like 15, 20 years, there will not be belong to any group. They will not belong to the elite, and they will not have any vocational knowledge. So that is why you see a lot of these children, the more these bandits come to canvass them with 5,000 naira, 10,000 naira, they will follow them. That's on another side. Now, let me come to... So anyway, there is need, just like Mama Jaleko said, Nigeria need to educate these children. That is the basic. As if we did not educate these children, this problem will not solve. I don't know how they are going to do it, but they have to educate these children. That is the problem. Then secondly, on market women paying tax.
Sorry, the performance. Before you continue, fine, I agree with you. You have to educate the children. What about those ones that already pregnant for another new set of children, unborn, no father?
It is education. All these things is education.
How do we deal with those kind of things in the northern part of Nigeria? Even in the southwest, some people just have 7 or 8 children.
Remy, let's forget about the ones that are available, but let's educate the upcoming ones so that they won't get. If the ones that is done already, we can't undo that one. But the one coming up is the one they will orientate, educate them. Look at their elite, all these Rufai them, all these Rufai, all these what's the Ganduje? Those guys don't have too many children. It is few of them that boast on having so many children, But particularly, what I'm saying is that we have to. It's like you want to kill a fire, you want to quench a fire. You will go to the root. It is not from the flame. When you want to extinguish a fire, you will go from the root. So the ones that are here now, we can't undo them. But the ones coming up and the children themselves, the children particularly that are coming up, if they are educated, somebody gave an example, I think maybe it's Ola, that even in Western world, nobody says you should not have children and there's no restriction. But because we value our wife, we give them respect that they will work to, we all earn money to support each other. That is why we know that to have children, it will deprive either of us from working. So you see, those are the things they need to teach, because in the north, their wives cover their face. They keep them fully at home. So they are so comfortable to have 10, 20 children because they know their wife is not going anywhere. What else will she be doing? After giving birth this year, instead of her roaming about anywhere doing nothing, they will pregnate her again. So they need to orientate all those things, the children and the men themselves, that your wife are valuable.
So, you mean they use it to keep them busy? They use that one to keep them busy?
Absolutely. I'm telling you, absolutely. They use it to keep them busy. And they have 2, 3, 4 wives. You see, in fact, the wives are now turning into competition to have more children than each other.
Sorry to interject you. I think the question we must ask ourselves, does Nigeria need to put in birth control that you cannot have more than 4 children?
No, it is education. Law cannot tackle all these things.
Education to some
because we have culture. Everybody. That's the thing. We have culture, we have religious differences.
Education, some people that does not go to formal education, that they will just go to traditional or maybe Christian or Muslim education. They don't like going to formal school. You should look at the culture of the society itself.
That is what I'm telling you. There should be restrictions.
What you said now, that some people like Muslim, they continue to have children. We have Muslims all over the world. Some Muslims in some part, they only have 2 or 3 children and they are done. And some people have more than 3. Not only Muslims, some Christians also have 3 or 4 wives and they have a lot of children.
Okay, Remy, let me give you this background. Maybe you guys just listen to this.
I support there should be a children cap in Nigeria. If not, no matter what kind of education you give them, people will not listen to you. They will say, now, things are also changed all over the world now. Men, not enough work. Women cannot find husband. A lot of women are ready to even be 3rd or 4th or 5th wife. They don't mind. Some women just want to have children. They don't care not to have father. So things have been totally I don't know which adjective I should use now. So we are contending with various factors, not only on religion alone. Also, you can see a lot of our women in Nigeria, all over the world, even here, that they just call them in Nigeria, they call them baby mama. They're just giving birth to anybody they like, and nobody control. So we need to have a very good sound.
I get you. Maybe because I lived in the north, I so much understand what Ribadu said. Do you know one thing that struck me again when he talked? He said, those ustaz that teaches these children, this Arabic school, it is not like they are just so keen to let them know the way of the Lord or something. It was because those children are useful for them. They have farms that they carry these children to go and harvest, to go and cultivate. That is the more reason they give them a doctrine like they have to go. But I don't want to label that. That is just it. That's just my point. Let me just go quickly to the akara sellers that doesn't pay tax. My brother, everybody in Nigeria pay tax, just like Adiloko said. There are areas they charge them.
Not income tax. I know because
You say?
we pay PAT and some other thing. I know.
Yeah. So no, like it is local. Though this local government, this area boys, they push them. They collect money from them every daily. So
For that tax, man.
You say
that's not government revenue, now. That's just area boy taxing for themselves.
No, that's where you're doing mistake. Yeah. It doesn't go to the government, but they claim it's government that sends them.
Yeah,
That
we
is the
agree with
problem.
you, but it's not.
No. But whatever they pay something. It is not only going to the
we're
government.
not saying somebody's
So
not being.
the performance,
a
question I will ask for you. When you said they pay tax indirectly that way, do you have any document to back it up that
exactly? Is it documented?
That is your government problem. They collect that
but that's
money.
what we are saying. We are the base of the argument is that how is government going to fund the free education?
Hold on now. It is still the government that will regularize all those things. It's not those Takara women.
Government.
Blame the government.
So we all agree on
women.
that the bureaucracy is bad, but the
so
thing is,
if that is the way, all of us we can agree now tentatively that we do not collect tax from them. But when the government regulates it and they have a tax number,
nobody's going to agree that with
those
you.
boys that collect money from them say it's government that sends them.
Yeah.
And what does this one? What do they know? They pay.
They are even overtaxed.
Overtaxed because it's so calculated normally.
How do you know they are overtaxed? How do you know that? How do you know that?
Hold on.
Please, everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on, please. Too much voices. You know I will not take that. Please. Let's hear from Ajali Koko. We go back to.
I'm not concluded.
Hold on, please. Let's hear from Ajali Koko. We hear response from Remy. Then we go back to Play Summer.
Yeah. They are overtaxed.
Play Summer has not finished now. Why did you stop Play Summer? Play Summer has not finished. Babajeko is interjecting.
Yes, I said Ajali Koko is interjecting.
No, because I said
Ajali Koko. Please hold on. Simba, please let me moderate this section, please. Ajali Koko,
are you part of the welfare team?
Please. Ajali Koko is interjecting. Remy will interject. Then we go back to Play Summer. Thank you. Yeah, Ajali Koko.
Yes, they are overtaxed because they tax them. They take that levy from them every day that they show up at the marketplace. The local government come and collect that levy from them every day. So, but all of you that works, you pay your tax every 2 weeks or once a month when you get your salary. So, but this is Yalakara or that market woman that sells in the market, and it is not every day that they make money. They might make some profit today, maybe the next day they don't even sell anything. But these government people will come and take because it is compulsory. They have to pay it while they are in the marketplace. So, but you have government that deliberately make it so in order for them to loot that money instead of having a system in place where it can be well recorded how much they pay, and upon that they can use it to develop infrastructure and then pay benefit to the people. In this country, everybody get benefit one way or the other, whether you like it or not. We get benefit one way or the other. If you don't get it on healthcare, you get it by education for your child, or you get it by some kind of scholarship, full ride scholarship for your child and stuff like that. There are a lot of ways that people get, even people in the middle class that you are talking about, and even people at the upper class that make millions, they get a lot of benefit through tax relief and all the rest that government give them. So what are we talking about? What kind of tax relief do they give that to Yalakara? Where are the benefits there? Is it because what am I trying to say? That Yalakara, the Okada seller, the Okada rider, the same thing. Every day, they will collect that levy from them. Every day. So let us not say that, Nigeria don't pay tax. No, they pay tax. Even the poor people pay tax the more. But you have a corrupt people in position of power that uses that money, that looted that money, and did not use it well for the development of the country and the people as well. So that's my contribution.
Let's come.
I disagree. I disagree with some of your assertions, Baba Janle Koko, because you cannot generalize the old system. Now you are putting a blanket generalization on everything, that they collect levy from Yalaka or everything. One thing I know is that because the country
you have to debunk it if it is.
That's what I'm trying to do, sir. That's exactly what I'm trying to do, sir.
Okay, do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. When you look at Nigerian setting, especially in our market, which are not well organized, you can see that some people have store in the market, and some people, they do not have store. They just create a little space for them, maybe in front of the market or maybe by the roadside. Sometimes they do collect levy on space like that. And then sometimes it also depends on the state and local government. In some states, they don't even bother them. In some states, they bother them, like they will collect some levy for them, maybe per week or per day or per month, which this kind of money, we don't know, cannot be traced, because there is no, all these women you said they are collecting from there, ask them, do they have a number? Do they write their name down that I collected money from Mama Thomas or Mama Simba or Mama Simba, No name, nothing. They just continue to go exploit them every day.
No. They give them receipt. They give them receipt every day as they make payment. They give them receipt from the local government.
They receive listen, their claim receipt you claim they gave them. And other people will come and they sit down, they will tell them that receipt it's fake, it's not true. And there will be a lot of commotion every day. A lot of
no, forget about commotion. The fact that government officials
in a nutshell, to me, personally thinking, I don't think that is a tax. Because when it's all about tax, a tax you have a very...
Can you let him land, please? Let him land, please. Let me land it here. Thank you.
A tax you have a kind of organized format that the authority can use to verify your income, maybe monthly income, so that they can be able to tax you accordingly. But this kind of people that we talk about there, you said they are being taxed, I don't see how they can, how exactly can we say how much exactly is what you are selling? How much income do you make per day for us to be taxing you or something like that? Any tax that does not come into that, you have a tax number and we can follow it regularly. I will not totally classify that kind of tax. You can claim it under some other sub-ed, like some miscellaneous levy or whatever. You can claim under that one, but you telling us that is a tax. I'm sorry, I disagree.
Hello, please. Can I land my point?
Yeah, let's go back to Play Summer, please. Play Summer. Right. Hold on. Play Summer. Thank you.
All right. I'll just land this point with two things, and I'll yield the floor. See, whatever I'm saying, I'm talking from experience. I have business in Nigeria, I have in America. All these things we are saying, even the structured business in Nigeria are not taxed enough. They are not taxed enough. I have business, and I know how we maneuver to pay little token. So that is why I'm telling you, government is not doing their work. It is not this Akara woman. Let me come back to America, where Mike lives, and said, what did Mike say again? That government tax small business. Barber shops don't pay tax. barber shop don't pay tax.
They pay tax. Right?
Yeah,
They have to
in
report
America.
their income and pay.
Say it again.
They have to
In
pay
America,
tax. They
they
pay.
pay tax.
Yes.
Barber shops, most of the barber shops collect
The only
cash.
thing that's tax free is
Hold on. They
non-profit
collect tax.
organization.
Are you aware they collect cash? Most of the barber shops.
You say?
Most of the barber shops, they don't take credit card. They collect cash.
Yeah, you collect cash.
Why do you
have
think
to
they collect
report
cash?
your earnings. Listen,
Okay, good. If they make $100,000 and they declare $20,000, how will government know?
Yeah. Well, whatever they declare, they'll pay. But if government can trace.
Ola just told you something.
I'm a businessman too. It's not only barber shop. Any business, all businesses do that.
I specifically use barber shop so that we can.
I know, but they still pay tax. They still have to report their earnings and pay based on what they report. And if government can trace,
my brother, you don't have business in America. You don't have business in America. If you have business in America, I have business.
I do. Whenever people pay me in cash, I can find way not to report it. All I have to do is not deposit the money in my bank account.
I'm so sorry to tell you that you don't have business in America. I have business and I know what I'm talking about.
Okay, on what basis are you telling me? Are you accusing I don't have business in America?
Barber shop. If you declare,
did they issue you a kind of receipt or something?
No, exactly. You have to have certificate. You have to have a license. You have to have tax. You have to have tax. If you own a barber shop, any business, you have to have tax. What do you call it?
Once you have a registered company,
tax ID.
Tax ID. Thank you. Tax ID, and that's what they will tax you on.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you have tax ID. Tax ID is just for you to do.
What you are arguing are they evading tax? That's what you are saying.
They are not evading tax.
That's what it is. They pay them in cash. They don't report it.
You said how do they know? I collected cash for the whole year, and I told government I made $20,000.
Oh, you are evading
tax. You still pay. That's what you are reporting. You're evading tax by lying that you might not report your income.
Why will you say I will pay?
It's a tax evasion. Do you agree with us?
Mike.
Okay, hold
on, please. That means voluntarily you are evading tax. You are a thief.
Exactly. That's what he's saying. So you can't say they're not paying tax. They're evading tax. That's what they're doing.
Something now. There are so many things you guys don't know. You see, American government. Hold on. The way they are structured, whatever government cannot do, they will support you. That is one thing you don't know. Whether evade or not evade, whatever government cannot do, they will support you. That is, if you are able to employ. That is what we are talking about, Nigeria. If you are able to employ one or two people, government will support you. Because if you are not able to employ those two people, they will fall back on government to get unemployment benefits.
Okay, that is fair. That is exactly what TINUBU.
That is the structure in America. You guys don't know. So if I have business, hold on. I'm not evading tax. And whatever I made, I documented it to the government that, okay, I paid social salaries. This is my profit. And they looked at, oh, what you got is not enough. After all, you employ people, you pay salaries.
As a businessman, you will still doctor your report to the government.
Wait now, it is so possible. It is so possible. It happens like that as long as you have staff. It is so possible that you didn't make so much.
No, you
pay rent, you buy creams, you buy something, and you pay two staffs, and whatever profit you make, they will calculate it with your household income, the member of your family, and they say, okay, take something
your business.
More.
Yeah, sometimes I understand where play.
I think what he's saying is that you deduct expenses. That's what you're saying.
You did not deduct. Listen to me. You have family of 3 or 4. You have family of 3 or 4.
He's totally right.
One voice, please. One voice, please.
Are you listening to me?
Remedial solution.
Yeah, you have family. You have a wife and 2 kids, and you made $30,000. You pay salary of $10,000. At the end of the day, you pay rent. You have house rent, and maybe the profit you are making is like $10,000. American government will add something for you.
Hold on. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. So you start a business, you start a company, right? Okay. Now your company is it sole proprietor or the LLC? I mean, it depends. But anyway, shall I just, for the simple sake of this argument, you start a company, and your company makes $30,000, right? And then you're telling me that out of that $30,000, if you pay employees, right, and then the money you pay employee and the money you used to pay your own personal rent in your house and the money you give to your wife, all those things, government will not tax that money. Is that what you're telling me? Government will not tax that money.
Wait. And after everything, you have profit of $10,000. But because you have 2 kids, government will give you some money back.
Please, someone, in addition
You don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking?
Wait. First of all, let me explain something to you. If you own a business, right? Now, the way you report your income, business income to the government is you report expenses, and then out of the expenses, what's left is the profit. Whatever that profit is what the government will tax you on. So now the expenses cannot include how much you take to go and spend on your family or you personally spend on your on
Mike,
things, unless it's business. Wait, anything that's not business related. Wait, now let me learn. Anything that's not business related, you cannot count it as an expenses. You understand? To the government,
Mike.
Anything you see that if your business, it depends on the structure. If it's a wait now, let me learn. Let me learn. If the structure of your business is LLC, something like that, that means you are separate from your business. Now, whatever you spend on yourself of that business, right? It's illegal for one. You have to pay yourself out of that business as an expenses. The only thing you can take out of your business is business expenses. And the business expenses will be what you are paying your employees, what you pay yourself, and what you pay for spend on the business. Those are the expenses. And whatever is left is what the government will tax on that business. That's the way it works.
Hold on. Let me land it now. Let me respond to him.
No, Playstoma, I just want to support your assertion. Playstoma was saying the right thing. Well, as a sole proprietor, I think that is your kind of business. And when you declare your income, they want to see the money you spend on your household when you send your children to supermarket. Maybe you also incur some other money about your education of your children. They will factor in that one when they are doing your tax return.
Thank you.
You are right. But at the same time, as a good businessman, you can cook your book also because you are collecting cash. It's either you increase or decrease the money you make in a year so that you can get a very good tax return. That is the loophole in that one.
So, Remy, before you escape, with those people that are saying Nigeria are bad now, they don't want to do the right thing, we didn't now see that it's everywhere now because if you're a
Thank you very much. That is the driving point.
I'm not saying it's everywhere. So,
don't make a Mike. Don't make a blanket statement that America, you cannot, you have to pay tax, you have to do all these things. America will support you.
No. In America, this is what America does. Let me explain something to you. In America, wait now, please let me just respond real quick. In America, it depends on if you are making below certain amounts, they trying to help your business, support you to elevate.
That is not correct.
Wait. If you are making above certain amounts,
Thomas, are you there?
We left Holy goodness. Well, let me just land.
Holy is joining us from Nigeria. He wants to speak. We don't mind because.
But let me just do this quick response. If you are making below certain thresholds, they are trying to assist you to. But can I just talk now? Like when you are doing it, you do all the lot of talking. And I don't start on the
Nigeria, you may not have a signal.
If Thomas is letting me talk, let me talk now.
Yeah, let him talk. Let him finish. Then we go to Foley.
Yeah. So basically, in America, is when you are making below certain threshold, of course, they want to assist you to, to push up. So they don't want to tax, and if you make too tiny, they can assist you. But if you are above that threshold, like be on that middle class area, upper class, no, they don't assist you. They overtax you. Make sure they collect you. And the reason why we can't do that in Nigeria, but they can do it in America, is because America has a lot of middle class and a lot of they can extract enough from that level of that.
Don't be saying that again.
Anyway, thank you, Sha. That's what I have to say, Thomas.
America supports business.
Yeah, let's hear from Foley. I think Foley wants to come in.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think we're actually missing the foundation of.
Foley,
Yes. So I'm just trying to bring in some reason why we actually have government in place in the first place. Because if if it's what we can all do on our own, that means we don't need government. But for us to have government in place, definitely means that we have these resources, we have ourselves as people, but we believe individual cannot be governing ourselves. So let's pick someone among us to go and lead and govern what we have as resources. I think that's the main purpose of governance. So government is actually coming on board to come and govern people with what they have, not what is bringing. What people have already is what is going to manage for them. So in our home space in Africa or in Nigeria, we have people that will give the power to go and govern us. But when they get to office, they miss the main purpose where they were being sent down there to go and represent people. They now live above every other people, believing that they have more power or more control of their resources. So in their own case, they took much money from the society, from the system, to their own, for themselves, than to serve people that they are actually there to serve. That's the number one thing. I think government, the area I think we failed here. And another thing is this: when you are talking about Nigeria problem, the root of our problem is corruption. That's the root of our problem. That's the corruption. It's not like we don't have things to be used to beautify the country or to make the country works. The problem is people that are representing us, they were doing more than what even they even steal more than what they need. Like Ike Nkrumah case, when the judge was actually pronouncing his case, the judge said, "This man, according to our home record in UK, will you always bring in almost £400,000 to Europe every 6 months, okay? And this same you want to take advantages of a guy that grew up in a village that there is no light, the guy that dropped out in school at the age of 16 years. So now, because of poverty, you want to exploit his organ because for your children, okay? These are the judgment that the UK government give to Ekerimadru. But if you people are now defending the same government, that only one person can actually took £400,000 every 6 months to another country, just one country, and that kind of person, you don't even know how much he's stealing every month, okay? And yet you are telling me that same person in the same country that is still managed to fry akara to take care of his children, the children that the money that's supposed to met for the children's school fees has been stolen away to go and keep in a bank in UK. And we are still thinking that those guys are not paying enough price for the system. They are not trying their best yet for the system. Whereas people that actually elect as their leader were the ones stealing the country money to level of the country cannot even feed themselves anymore. To the level of the country are even going out to go and borrow money for them to steal more. So when we are talking about governance in Nigeria, or we are talking about problem in Africa, our problem still lies on the leadership. So don't blame people for the leadership failure. The issue of subsidy that we're all talking about today here is still because of leadership. If the leadership is in place and they structure things very well, these people will do it, people will enjoy it, and they'll still be able to do the needful and whatever they need to do. But the problem here is they were stealing the money. They were collecting money for the fuel they did not even bring to this country. They were taking the
Polly,
yes.
you know you are sounding like Shure.
Yeah, definitely. And that's no bad idea about it. It's not bad
Go
thing.
on. I'm just being joking. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yes. So this is
Go on, my brother.
So when we're talking about governance, this problem we have here is Even we that were even here, we are even looking for shortcuts so that you can mingle with the life of the politicians as well. Civil servants want to steal more money as well, because he knows that by the time he retired, government did not make any provision for his retirement. Everybody wants to steal money now to keep living in the country. And by the time everybody is like, after Howard, me alone, the country will definitely collapse. There's no way.
So, Folly, what do you think is the solution? What do you think is the solution?
The solution still based on the processing where we are electing people to go and represent us. Which we should let these people know that you are not going there to go and steal money or to go and bring money.
Sorry, when you talk about electing candidate representative, you only have one vote. I only have one vote, and the majority can't. An election, everybody put themselves forward. You can also put yourself forward if you have a better idea of salvaging the country. What I know is that the past has been done. We cannot redo the past. Now we should look forward the future. So you and I, we have made a lot of complaint about the past, but the future is here. The subsidy has been removed. You don't feel comfortable now because a lot of people are suffering.
No. Please, let me land. Let me land, please.
You think a lot of people are suffering in Nigeria. So the question I will ask you is very simple, and I want you to clarify it for me. You, Foley, do you want the subsidy to continue? 1. 2, if the subsidy should continue, what do you want the government to do to alleviate the problem or the uncertainty that comes with that subsidy? Thank you.
Okay. My number one answer for my own side is this: subsidy is not subsidizing Nigerians is not the only problem we have. We have millions of problems on ground. Okay. The little money we are talking about subsidy is even little to what.
Can you just answer the question directly?
Can we stay with the subsidy, please? So we have many problems, but let's stay with the subsidy.
Okay. The subsidy of a thing, in my own case, removing of subsidy is not a bad idea. But at least before you ask me, yesterday when I started talking, I said any policy that TINUBU is bringing, I have never stayed in a place and condemn it. Okay, get me right. But
you condemn subsidy. You condemn subsidy, particularly subsidy. You are emphatic about it now. I just listened to your discussion. I was not awake, but I just watched what you said. You said you condemned it. You condemned subsidy. That's what you said.
Wait now. I condemn it because there is
and you are comparing. You say you spend 40,000 naira to fuel your this. You are doing solar. You are doing this. Just
wait now. I condemn it because you want me to go out to go and starve myself to death. Okay, you're asking me to go and make a sacrifice. But at least if I ask me to go and make a sacrifice, you should give me a clear picture of where my sacrifice is going to in the next 1-2 years. Okay. And that is why before I started my conversation then, I told them that I'm not here to condemn anything that this government is doing now presently. But I'm here to give myself that time to wait for their results. Okay?
But Foley, do you remember I advised you to change your car? You were so mad at me.
Yeah, definitely.
You are driving V6 engine.
The way you say no.
You were so mad at me.
Don't make V6 engine to look like I'm doing beyond my car.
So Foley, you have not really answered my question. Are you for subsidy or you are not for subsidy? Simple as it is.
If subsidy is being removed in a polite way, okay? You want to remove
Foley, what you are doing is just like you are just whooping up public sentiment. We ask you questions now, and you'll not be able to answer one question out of all the numerous questions that were put to you.
Please. There are questions you will need to ask when you ask questions. There are questions that someone has to try to moderate the question before answers. So you can't just give the answer you ask, the question you
Well,
are
we
giving
have
me is
find
not
out
yes.
before.
It's not about yes. It's not yes or no answer. It's not yes or no answer.
2 years.
The
You
question
know
is
When
no
you
about
yes
can't
or
take exam,
it's not yes or no
you
answer.
when you read the question, you moderate the question. You won't answer
Yes,
it.
it's not yes or no answer. It's not yes or no answer. It's not
so
So
yes
the
or no answer.
moderating the
It's not yes.
question part is one I don't understand.
No, no, no,
so
no, no. It's not yes or no
How do
answer.
you moderate the question?
I
Sir,
think
if
Foley, what you are telling them, they don't want to understand. You are telling them that subsidy removal is wrong, but the corruption
Are
around
you
is what
the
they do.
Babajiko? Are you his spokesperson?
Yeah,
You are not his
I'm with
spokesperson
him.
now.
I'm with him.
No.
If the
You cannot be
corruption,
answering question for him. We are not listening to you, Babajiko. We want to listen to Foley. The next voice we want to hear now is Foley, not you.
and I believe
Not you.
I'm here to answer the question. Babali,
for
don't
Foley to
worry, I
come
will
back,
answer them.
he
I will
can
answer
make a
yes,
them.
question.
yes.
The problem is, you know what? You know what? As as of today, I'm one of Nigerians that actually said, I thank God. Okay, if you see me speaking here, I'm not speaking here because I can't afford some things. But when I'm talking here, I speak for general body, for people outside my own circle.
But you know, answer are not equal. So
Yeah,
some people,
mm-mm.
even with, let me
That
finish, please.
hands are
Even
not
if
even
We
that
need
hands are not
you give
brother,
us economic discussion. That's what we are doing. We are not doing public sentiment. You discuss economic discussion. That is
So
the
I
what
think
whatever you are saying.
if we are going to
Uh-huh.
follow
We
Babajide,
are not talking about you being the speaker. You are speaking for the masses. That is not what the question that we are asking you. We are discussing economy now.
Simba,
and I'll put it to you. I will put it to you. Any policy that any government make that will bring hardship on people is not a good policy.
I think you are speaking with
Government
both
has to
your
check the
mouths now.
policy first.
Foley,
Look for way how to make people not
Foley,
to feel.
Foley,
Yeah,
Let
okay.
me let him talk
Foley,
now. When I go, no one allow this man to talk.
No,
Let
but
Foley
we
talk.
have asked this question and it has been dilly-dallying about it, if conditional statement, and Babajide already told us the truth. You are against subsidies, simple as ABC. And then you give us, that's what we want. You are against it and you don't like people suffering.
Definitely.
No.
But
Now,
wait,
the next
you know
question,
why? Do you know
hold
why we
on,
are getting
hold
okay?
on. That you
Okay.
already know that you are against subsidy. As
Mm-mm.
you now, what kind of solution that you will provide that you are against subsidy? What other option do we have? I think the present government have already removed the subsidy. So what can we do?
Okay. Okay. Let's say I actually against subsidy removal, right?
You
But at the
actually
same,
come on, man.
yes. Okay. Yes. Agreed. But I'm not fully against it. If government can
what
actually
are you
tell me,
talking about?
wait now.
And Mike.
Yes, wait now. If government can actually tell me that okay, I'm not paying subsidy, okay, but I'm going to cover it up somewhere, and this is where I want to cover it up, and in the next 2 years, if I didn't cover it up, you guys should ask me where, as in the reason why I did not cover it up. But in a case whereby you just take away people's what people are benefiting from the system, and you are not assuring them that this thing that you are suffering for in the next 2 years, this is where you are going to gain it. I'm going to put the money here for you guys. So if that 2 years now come and we are not seeing it, we have the opportunity now to ask you. 2 years ago, you asked us to be doing this, and you told us in the next 2 years this is what we are going to achieve, but yet you have not achieved anything. But now, when you take things away from us, and you are not even giving us any promising future about it, that means we don't have anything to ask you about it in the nearest future. You just remove it and you remove it. Okay? There should be a template of where we can ask you questions. Okay, I'm doing this. You are doing this for me, and I'm going to use it to do this for you. Any sensitive leaders will actually try to make sure that citizens. Okay, I'm
Can I
listening
ask
to you.
you a question? Can I ask you a
Yeah, I'm
question?
here.
Can
I'm
you
here.
mention these things that you're asking for? Just list 3 countries that will sit down with you and do it. Just 3 countries.
I'm sure of what's it called? You know what? If you're asking, wait. If you're asking me to mention countries,
and be feeding you
if you are,
spoon. Feeding you.
Okay.
Bros,
Let me
I don't know
give
the
you
country.
an idea.
I don't know the country you have. I don't know the country you have presently.
Because what you're asking for is not normal. It's
I
not
don't know the
normal.
country. I don't know the
If it is
country you
normal,
have
if it is
presently.
normal,
Sorry.
if it is, let me just finish. If it is normal, before I even finish the question, you should have started mentioning countries. And if you want to mention America, America, that they are stealing money now, that their politicians are now becoming.
Please wait now.
Wait.
Let Ajay Koko interject. Then
Ajay Koko wants to see America. Only anyone they started stealing in America.
Sorry, when we say wait,
okay, only America, but go America, shall
America.
Sorry, wait now.
America.
Ajay Koko, please go ahead.
America, guy forever. Okay, now for the question you asked that name 3 countries that ever done what he is asking for. Look, in this state where I live in America, because of high inflation, the state government, in order to give people some kind of relief, they pass a law that, okay, for the next 6 months, taxes on food should be suspended. So that anybody, when you go and buy food, and do you know how much we pay for tax on food as sales tax? We pay 9.25%. That's a lot of, that's almost 10%. You pay on food stuff. They said in order to give people some kind of relief because of the high cost, the inflationary rate, the high inflation, we are suspending sales tax for the next 6 months for people. While we want to, if the situation does not get better in the next 6 months, then we are going to do another thing to give people relief. That is the system that works. That is how it should be. You can't take people's benefit. This one is not even benefit.
We are third world country. We are third world country.
But they say
we are third
we
world
don't want
country.
it to pay tax on food.
But Baba Koko, why are you? It's like I know you know, but maybe we just want to just follow that path. We know that we don't have the money, even for this subsidy. We know we are borrowing money. So do you want us to continue borrowing money for subsidy?
Look, who told you? Look, the problem, of government is to solve problem in the country. The problem around oil subsidy is not caused by Nigerian people. It's caused by irresponsible government. And I repeat, irresponsible government. So they know the problem, but they lack the capacity to solve it. And that is why they have
But the problem is that they are paying and they don't want to keep paying.
Subsidy in order to pay, because they don't even solve problem in the first place. There's never a time that in this Fourth Republic, the set of politicians you have ever solve problem. They created problem for Nigeria. They destroyed the economy of the country. They destroyed.
Removing subsidy, is it not solving problem?
It's not solving problem. It's going to add more. Look.
How?
Hold on. Why do you think the
money from subsidy is coming back to Nigeria's pocket? We are not paying it anymore.
can't even. We are looking at it as if is like subsidy will generate money. It's not generating additional revenue. It's only reducing our spending.
Look, let me tell you this. Subsidy was put in place in order to give people an economic relief so that that product can be cheaper and for Nigerians be cheaper and be affordable for Nigerians. And it has its economic impact. That is why you must get it right. It has its economic impact. It is from the economic standpoint, it is going to stimulate economic growth.
Babaje, let me ask you this. At this critical junction that we have now, no, let me just put it to you. Sorry, I'm very sorry. At this, if you are the president and Nigeria is in this situation and they give Nigeria to you now to manage, how will you have circumvent this problem now? Tell us.
I will go straight and attack the problem of corruption around the subsidy. I will not take out the subsidy because taking out the subsidy is an evil. It will put pains. You don't solve problem by creating a huge problem. No, that is not the way to solve problem. That is a failure.
So when they remove the subsidy, the price went up in Cameroon, Benin Republic. So should we continue to subsidize those countries? I mean,
not subsidize.
No, who's failed? Government failed.
Government failed.
Government failed.
Government failed.
In a normal place, our fuel is supposed to go to Cameroon. We have border.
But smuggling is something that's, I mean, it's a global phenomenon.
Manage.
I mean, they smuggle through American border. I mean, Mexicans they smuggle drugs through American border. So things happen.
You said drugs. You just mentioned drugs.
Drugs through American border. Border.
You just said drugs.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, if you want to blame Nigerian government for not being able to stop the smuggling of something out of Nigeria, I'm just trying to tell you, if I'm country like America, most advanced country in the world, cannot stop smuggling through their own border.
Okay, please.
So
please,
it's not that easy. What I'm trying to tell you, it's not easy to stop smuggling.
Please, let me tell you how it is. Let me tell you how it's easy.
If you don't mind, Foley, let me add something. See,
I mean, dimension when the mic in
smuggling is even difficult for the Western nation to cope. That's why they introduce different policy. See, America, if you go and read why American is even embracing capitalism and not socialism, you understand? You will understand that this thing that we are saying is easier said than done. For some countries, when they are having problem with their border, they have to build a wall to mount their own border. Now, the only way to control the border in Nigeria today is you are recommending for the government to go and build border. If America, if United Kingdom and for 100 other countries are having issues, you understand, and you want Nigeria to solve it, why do you think it is very difficult for you to just change the currency in Canada and go and make profit from it in America? They introduce parity. The subsidy that you are supposed to have in dollars that you give you advantage, they remove it. Now, if you are bringing good from America, you want to sell in Canada, they put some kind of taxation that will not make it possible. And that is when you remove subsidy. So what you are saying, if you put subsidy on petrol in Canada today, people will smuggle into America. If you do the same thing in America, they will smuggle it to Canada. So because of that, government will fail what tackle what is the root cause of that thing. So it's not as easy as we are talking about, especially in Nigeria, where we have so many unmanned.
No, how you police over almost 10,000?
We'll build a wall around Nigeria.
More than 10,000 square kilometers of borders that we have.
Exactly. Don't think that they don't smuggle in America and Canada. It's a joke if you think so. In fact, they are even mastered of it in some items. But once government knows like this, they will introduce parity that the cost we are going to get that in Canada is not going to be different from what we are going to get in the US. So you'll be discouraged.
Sorry, if me as an individual can have a car and I'll be in my house, I can actually listen to what they are saying inside my car, whatever my car goes to. Okay, as an individual. I don't see any reason why government cannot have all the tankers in Nigeria be tracked. As we are taking your fuel from our station, we will have where you are taking it to, your location. Okay?
So who will bear the cost?
So you see, the president will be tracking it. You know, Nigerians are corrupt.
To track something, sir. It's just a system. It's just to put a system in place. I'm not saying it's not a big deal. It's just to put a system in place.
The people that are working in the tracking agency, that the one that will be corrupt to allow the thing to happen.
And that is where you are going.
So are you going to blame government for the corruption of the Nigerians, individual Nigerians that work in agencies? So it's going to happen, trust me.
If they offload the tanker in Ado-Ekiti, and I carry my people with several 50 liters, and they sell fuel there, and I even issue receipt where I know that this product is not going to end users. As I use a lot, maybe 1,050 liters, jerry can, and I use that one now to put that into smuggle the fuel away. How will you explain that?
How many jerry cans do you think you want to use that way?
Polly, please hold on.
Yeah.
That's what I said earlier on, that Polly is sounding kumbayaism like Showore. You know all this thing cannot be, because it's not possible in Nigeria.
I think apart from even him and Babayoko, they're also suffering from what they call cynicism. Because they are just talking about theory, things that are not practical, and then it's easier said than done. How can you tell me? Let me tell you, I've seen a filling station. Let me tell you, I've seen a filling station whereby they drop the fuel, and overnight they evacuated it again and take it somewhere else. So Nigeria was so complex, but when you talk, it's very easy. If you are talking about Nigerians now, people will say you are talking
on paper.
And then I don't understand.
And they will say government. I think government can use
I think government is a spirit. Are they not Nigerians that people use? Are they not Nigerians that are in custom? Are they Nigerians that are not in immigration?
Are you aware that you cannot take a liter of crude oil out of Saudi Arabia without their government knowing that you take something out?
You just try it, they cut your head. Try it, they cut your head.
Wait, Foley, have you considered the border nation of Saudi Arabia? How does the border look like compared to Nigeria?
They are not even. Let me tell you, these people don't even use. They are not even building their trust on the border. They have to go for technology that can do that for them. Technology and do you know the reason why corruption is so flourishing in Africa, in Nigeria? It's because there is no consequence. No consequence.
Saudi Arabia, can they boast of better technology than America? To the extent that Trump cried that he was going to build fence. See, there are some things that are not realistic. Countries that are building fence, they've gone through this experience we are talking about for them to build fence.
Let me tell you this today. Do you know in Nigeria people are still violating traffic light law? Do you know? That the light to show you red.
Do you know in America people are still violating traffic light law? Do you know I just got a ticket for violating traffic light law?
Fine. When you do that, wait now. When you do that in America, at least you should be afraid of maybe one day somebody will come and give you something in your house that you do this so time, and you pay for it.
People know where camera are. Some people even have radar in their car that they use to monitor where police are. That immediately there's one app they call it a Waze. It will tell you
and mind you, for you to know where camera is, that means you have to go extra miles.
Fully, Canadian and American, they violate traffic light in some instances than Nigerians. It's only where they get to where they know that let's say camera is there and they want to be reasonable. But when you
Fine. Do you know the reason why corruption is flourishing in Nigeria is because after someone steal money, you still celebrate them, you still award them with position, you still elect them back
But
to your government.
Foley, somebody like you that will come and say, why are they arresting? Is it the only person? Why are they not arresting this person?
No,
Why are they not arresting that other person?
When you are saying somebody,
Putting sentiment to
when you
it.
are saying somebody like me, that means you have to know what I stand for. In Nigeria,
You support the arrest of Emefiele?
At least, okay, go to Emefiele's house. Go and see the kind of car that this guy packs. A serious government will actually go and check his salary. Why is he getting all this money from? But Nigeria government don't care. Nobody cares. Somebody is working and his salary is 100,000 and is living a life of 1 million life.
It's not only Nigerian government that's not like Nigerians don't care. Nigerians, we don't care because we always celebrate more. We don't even ask people how they get money. So we should blame ourselves. All of us, we should blame ourselves. Our value system, values are stage. Exactly. People will come. All of us, we have brothers, we have uncles that are in this government. They are bringing things, and we don't talk.
Yes,
all of us, we have people one way or the other that are participated in this government. There's no family that cannot say that. So what are we talking about?
I agree with you.
You can work for government and live beyond what you are earning from government because people believe you can have money from different sources. So it's not as if it's only in Nigeria that the government workers live beyond their means. So
but that money that you are spending there, the government will actually trace your they will know much about what you are doing. Maybe you have another other business.
The thing is that we should block a lot of loopholes, and a
lot of loopholes.
Judiciary, can you believe that for the last 20 years, they have all people that they had criminals sentenced to death. The state governor, they don't have the liver to sign a document, just to go and examples. Look at the religion aspect of it. I told us the other day that religion has killed. Everybody say, no. See that country. A lot of anti-criminal that have been sentenced 20 or 30 years ago, they are still languishing in jail there. Our correctional facilities services are not okay. A lot of people are waiting trial for the last 20 years. The judiciary is just interested in collecting.
And do you know what funny? Somebody will now steal tomato. They will now send that kind of person to go and meet someone that has been a hiding criminal. And before that guy came out, he has already become another hiding criminal.
I was talking the other day. I said, look, go to the Nigerian police. They don't have a functioning computer system. Everything is just by pen and paper. You must write it down. No documentation, no filing, nothing. And you are talking. All of us, we are to be blamed. When you said your leaders are bad, look at the followership. The followership are even terrible.
Fine.
When they select their leaders, the followership are even terrible too.
But do you even know people?
If you're
do you even know what we call election? What we call election in Nigeria is not election. Do you know?
No, don't talk about that. Election. No. Let me be frank with you. Anywhere in the world, there is no
election. If it's not election, what is it?
Okay.
Are you now obedient? Are you obedient?
Let me tell you.
That is why I said I know where it's coming from. I know where it is.
Let me.
You are sounding like obedience now. You are sounding like obedience now.
It's one. That is why that's why I put it to him. That's why I put it to him. You are one. You don't let me tell you. We have already from your whatever you are discussing. We don't deny. You cannot deny that. Only you cannot deny that.
Everybody here.
What are they doing? They are not doing election. What are they doing? It's election.
Everybody here know where I belong. So I'm not.
I don't know where you belong. I don't know.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. Foley, how is this election? How is this election? Prove that to us.
This election is good. Yes, it's good.
But are you changing your position again now?
The election, this election is good, but I will tell you the reason why I did not see it as an election.
Can we please listen to Foley, please? Let's improve to what.
I will now tell you the reason why I said it's not an election. in a country of
Yes, how can you say an election is good, but it's not an election? You can
yes,
see where you're coming from.
this is a question. This is a question now.
You cannot be fooling us now.
I was the one that said it's good, and I was the one that said it's not an election. Can you just allow me to question? Can you allow me to talk about it?
Breaking news. Breaking news. Can we let him speak, please?
Breaking
What
news.
is breaking news?
Sorry, I'll be going to my site about around 8:30. So I'm still waiting for my phone.
Okay, good.
This guy,
So,
this guy don't kill me. That's the breaking news, that.
Let me now tell you. In a situation whereby we
Yeah,
have
Folly,
almost
may you be
260
land it so we
million
can go to the. Hold on, Folly, please. Land it so we can go to the breaking news. Yeah, my brother with breaking news, so we can learn for him. Yeah, go on.
All right, sir. So if we have almost 200 and something million population in the country, and election actually come,
Can you please mute yourself? There is so much background, please.
And people don't see election as anything that actually have effect in their life. And a lot of millions of people sit at home when they're supposed to come out and bring out the best of the candidates. But because they've seen it as if it's not going to yield anything, and people sit behind, it's another way to tell you that people don't even have that trust in our electoral processing anymore.
So who is the
So
best
people don't participate the way they're supposed to. So this last election, we only have 24 million people voting. And I will tell you, out of that 24 million people that have voted, most of them actually came out because of the money they want to come and collect that day. That is an error somewhere. That's the problem somewhere.
27 million has the population of Ghana. Ghana is 24 million people.
Okay. And that last election, how many numbers do they have to elect their president?
Ghana?
Yes.
I don't know.
You have to check the population. Our own is almost 200 million people. And we are electing a leader. And only 24 million people came out.
So
and 24 million people that came out, they came out because of what they want to come and have that day. For 5,000, for 4,000.
So, we don't know that now. Did you vote that day?
I voted.
So
you come out for 25,000.
You collect your own money.
You collect your own.
No.
So you just contradicted yourself.
Why did you
vote? I voted, but I will tell you, I was the only person that voted for my candidates.
The only person.
Three of us voted for my candidate. And that three of us, please, that three of us, before we voted, we spent.
How did you know? I thought the election was a secret ballot. So how did you know there is only 3 of you that voted for your candidate?
They can't the election in my presence.
And you know that it's your friend.
So
voters card is that voter people.
They can't the election in my presence.
I mean, how do you know that they're your friend? Because it's a secret balloting.
No, wait. By their fruit, you shall know them. There's no way you be.
So you trust your friend.
So who is your candidate?
My candidate is Showore.
Yes.
That is why Babajide Koko was supporting him now, and he was trying to defend him. They know themselves now.
Yes, we know ourselves, and we know the reason why we are doing what we are doing. Before I go home to vote, I spend almost 100,000 naira to go home and vote.
But you are not convinced also. You are not convinced also that election. You say election is good, but it's not an election. So yes, you have not proven anything.
I'm expecting like almost 80 million people voting, electing a candidate, electing a leader.
But that does not nullify the election. That does not nullify the election. It doesn't change its name.
It does.
How?
It's a sign.
If you have voter apathy and people.
That's a sign that people don't really see the election as.
Okay, let me give you this. Let me put it to you.
Let the other guys talk.
Yes, hold on, please. Let's hear from new voice. Who is the new voice? Is there? I think Isaac. Yeah, Isaac. Yeah, let's bring Isaac today. But before Isaac talk, Folly, you just make a comment that is not so factual. If you went to your polling booth and people voted in that your polling booth, and you said it is selection, I'm very sorry. What you are saying is just
wait now.
I'm sorry.
Wait now.
No,
In my
hold
in
on,
my
please.
polling
Let me
no
finish. Let me
no.
finish, please. Let
Okay.
me finish, please.
Okay.
Yeah. If you went to your polling booth, there was no election, and at the end of the day, they read a result to you. Now you can tell me there was no voting. It was selection. But if people voted and you, let me finish, please, and you yourself voted, that means there was election. Thank you. Yeah, you
Is
can
that
answer me.
is that how you voted in America when you are where you live?
I don't know. I'm not in America. I'm in
The people that voted in your polling unit.
Folly.
The people that voted your polling unit, were they forced to vote?
They were
Were they manipulated?
they paid them
I
with
mean, they put
money.
gun to their head.
But they voted willingly. They voted willingly. They voted willingly.
They know that
What do you mean?
that these people cannot. They know this that people that these people cannot fit. Like they can't do without collecting money because of the poverty, because of the level of their poverty. Yes.
So do you have a video to show us when they are collecting the money to prove your point?
My brain and my memory is the video.
You can see what you are saying. You can see yourself fully.
Yeah.
Thank God you came very early. You came because I think your first section, you had a very good. You had a very good time that time. Do your first section when you came. But this time around, we are not going to agree for you because you are not actually communicating. Believe me, you are not communicating at all. You are not communicating.
Everybody hold on, please. Everybody hold on. So much voices, please. Now, help me now. Let's hear from Isaac. Isaac, come in, please. Yeah, Foley, thank you so much. You've been telling us all kumbayaism. Like, we are not bad. Yeah. Let's hear from Isaac. Isaac, come in.
Good.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Subsidy removal, I think, is a blessing to our nation.
Amen.
To start with, you see, I think when we had the subsidy, petrol was about 60 cents, and then after the removal, it wasn't TINUBU that raised the price. It was the response, the marketers. They decided to raise the price to 120 cents, €1.20. So that will be dealt with. I know that.
How can you have €1.20? Where is that? Where does that happen?
A euro is 700 now.
A euro is 700.
They spend cents. They spend cents in euro.
Sorry, am I miscalculating? I thought a euro is 700 now.
No, sir.
Well, we get the point.
We get the point. We get what you are trying to say.
I'm just trying to do my rating. I'm just trying to do my rating. So I just want to chip in that. Actually, what I really wanted to contribute, sorry that I will take you people back a bit, is the news on Arise TV concerning the salary, the salary, the increment. The salary increase that came up. I think some people came here to say, two people came to Arise, and one of the people that came was the chairman of the RMAFC, Shehu Mohammed. I want to debunk that. Shehu Mohammed was not in Arise. it was two people that were there during that interview. The only thing that happened was that Rufai, before the interview, just like one man would do here, sometimes one man will show us a video. He go say, "May we look this video, may we analyze." So that was what Rafai, that's that channel, Rufai. Okay,
Yeah.
that was what he did. So he just played a short clip where a journalist interviewed the chairman of RMAFC, which is Mohammed Shehu. So after that short clip, they came to the table where we had Dele Farotimi, and under Auwa Rafsanjani, Executive Director, Civil Society Legislative Advocacy Center. That one was in their studio, Abuja studio, via Zoom. So when the short video that the short clip he gave to us concerning the chairman didn't even discuss he didn't discuss anything about the increment of salaries. He only said that all they did was their normal process whereby they do auditing. They just go through. They just do auditing of salaries. That was all they did, and he attested to it that the news is not aware about it. So it was a rise that were actually deliberating on that issue of the increase. And even Rufai, before he started asking questions, he made it clear that that it has not yet been approved. That was how he started the interview. He said it has not yet been approved. So people just came here and came to social media and started saying that it has been approved. They've increased the salary of that and that. So I say, okay, let me debunk it, because I was expecting
nobody said it here. Point of correction. Nobody said it here that has been approved. Everybody what everybody was saying was that it was a proposal, and why must they increase? Why must they have a proposal for increment on the politician's salary up to 114% of their current pay? So nobody ever said here that it had been increased. So just to correct your.
Yeah, nobody said that, my brother. It's just a proposal. And still ongoing.
Okay, I thought the brother that called from Nigeria, I think Kene, something like that. I think he was. I thought he was standing on the point that it has been approved. So that was why I said, okay, let me just add my voice that all I've heard about that is that it has not been approved. So
yeah, if he mistakenly said that, that is a hold on, please. If he mistakenly said that, I didn't hear that, but if you hear that, that is a mistake. That is not our position. It's just it's just a proposal.
Ekene did not even say that. Ekene did not even say that. What he was saying is that he listened to the interview with the chairman of RMMD, or what did they call him? And he was saying...
Yeah, that was one of the points, Baba Jali Koko. He said the man himself was in Arise. He wasn't there.
But he was being interviewed. He was being interviewed by Arise reporter, which
and that was not the subject of discussion. If you go to that video, you will see the interview with the chairman was a very different topic from increment.
That's all right. Let's move on. Don't let us dwell on that.
My second point is where my brother Mike was asking Ajali Koko, how will the government fund it? That is the free education aspect. So when I listened to that, I remembered in those days in my state, Professor Ambrose Ali, the governor as at that time, gave us free education in primary school and secondary. Primary and secondary, free education.
My brother, let me support your point. It was not only
did he pay for
it wasn't only in primary and secondary. Even in, they started the state university or the UPN state. They are the one that started state-owned university. There wasn't any state-owned university before. So it was UPN. It was in UPN state, 5 control states, that they started state-owned university, and it was free.
Okay.
It was that one day that started Lagos State University, Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos State College of Education. Everything started by that one day. The same thing they did in Oyo, in Ogun State. They have Ogun State University. They set up Ogun State University. They founded Ogun State University that time. The same they did in that Oyo State, Ondo, and everywhere.
Ondo, Oyo did not have.
Oyo have.
What is the state university for Oyo?
Oyo did not have. I don't think Oyo have.
Oyo did not have. Oyo did not have.
No. Remember, what is the name of the college that Bola Ige carried to his hometown?
It was the Polytechnic. It was the Polytechnic that they took to. It was satellite campus. What they did, they shared the campuses around to Irua, to Esauki, to then Afolabi. If you remember that time, Afolabi also took one to Ire. So it was the satellite campus of Ibadan Polytechnic that they shared.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's go on.
Sorry, you see, when you guys say this, when you guys say these guys gave free education, yeah, of course they could give it to certain amount of people that they can give it to. You understand?
No,
but what we are saying here is that what Jali Kuko is saying, that they should give free education to every 100% of the population. That means
I'm coming to that point. So Ambrose Ali in Edo State as at that time gave that. I was in the secondary that time. That is why I cannot attest to that of the university if it extended to that point. But in the primary, secondary, there was free for all, up to your exercise book and pencil and biro. Then we normally call those items Ali biro, Ali pencil, Ali exercise book. Okay. Why can't the government, liaise with the federal government, liaise with the state governors to maybe impose it on the governors to do this for the states? Maybe the federal government can take care of the universities. Each state, give your state free education. And the question you asked, where will the money come from? I believe at that time, Ali was able to use that same allocation that they sent to states I believe that was where he was able to fund that free education. And not only that,
the way Awolowo
he
did
did.
it, I don't know how he did it. He was
That
going
federal
after, he
government
was
you mentioned,
taxing it, he was.
and then spoil everything. That federal government you mentioned, and then
Ola is not even. What was the population of the old Bende state that you are talking about? What is their population now?
Okay, let me
What
give
is
you
the
the answer to
But it
that.
wasn't even 100% of
Let
the
me give you the
population that
answer
went to
to that.
school. They just built enough for the amount of people they can take.
Yeah,
That's how it was.
let me give you the answer to that. The free education, as at that time, nobody was exempted. It was for all.
The question? You are
That
not
time we still
answering
had a
the
lot of
question. I'm
illiteracy.
talking about the population then. Population
Yeah,
then and now.
I heard another comment. That was why I responded to that. Now I want to respond to your own, which I don't know. You might know it. The allocation that was coming to the governor as at that time, Professor Ambrose Ali, is it equal to the allocation that is going to Godwin as at this time? I want you to answer it.
Yes, it's even less. It's less. Yes.
That's where the problem is.
It's okay. So you don't know?
I never knew that. No.
You don't know that our revenue has reduced compared to what we had in the 80s?
No.
You don't know that Nigeria are more productive in the 80s than what we produce now, even in Nigeria?
I'm just knowing now.
How many factory and that
So
same Bende state that was functioning in that time that you are talking that are no longer functioning? All those Bende insurance and all those things, all those NIFO in Benin, all those things that are functioning, the old Western region.
Who disabled them?
I don't know who. We disabled them. We Nigerians, we disable it. We disable it. It's a collective responsibility.
Okay, that's where the failure is.
We all fail.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially
No, why do you want to say we all fail? When you have people in charge, you don't want to blame people in charge. You want to blame everybody together. Am I in charge of government? Am I in?
Are you not in charge of something before you went abroad?
Why do you want to blame me for the failure of people you put in charge of government?
Are you not in Nigeria before you went abroad? Did you not do something? Did you not work in Nigeria before?
And then if I work in Nigeria,
or maybe you are the lucky one that the state government sent on scholarship.
No, immediately Baba he enjoyed Nigeria. Then when he enjoyed the better of Nigeria and left us with the wahala and go and enjoy the best of America. He was looking for enjoyments all over the globe. He was busy looking for enjoyments all over the globe. He enjoyed Nigeria, and when he noticed that Nigeria was getting back, he left. He left us with the problem, and he was down here blaming people. He did not wait to correct the problem.
As for me, please, excuse me. As for me, I don't think we should blame.
One voice, please. One voice, please. Yeah. Remy, let's hear from Remy. Yeah.
Baba Jale Koko was just like my senior brother. When they finished high school that time, immediately the government will wire them to America, to UK on scholarship. Even when my brother came back, a car was already waiting for him. Everything was waiting for him. Maybe Baba Jale Koko did not come back.
Sorry, my brother. Let me just quickly chip in because I'll believe you now.
They are the ones that enjoyed that country. Our generation, Thomas and Simba, we are the unlucky one. We suffer a lot.
Unlucky one, yes. Yeah, let's go on. Let's be Ajali Koko. You are the lucky one. We are the unlucky one. Tell us, Ajali Koko.
They are the one that it's Baba Jale Koko generation that are destroyed that country. Is his generation. It is generation that destroyed that country.
Let me chip in a bit, please. I don't think we should begin to blame the citizen, the people. I think the blame for me, all the blame goes to the government. Do you know why?
Are you not the government?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Where did the government come
Before
from?
you talking now.
Did the government come from the people?
I'm talking now.
Did the government fall from the
Let
sky?
me tell you why. I'm just saying something. I'm not.
My brother, hold on. Oh no. Oh, if I said hold on, please. Who is the government?
Yeah, but you should let me
Hold
finish.
on. No, hold on. I can't let that go. Who are the government?
The government is
Elected
the government.
representative.
Let me answer.
Government, we are
let me
all
answer
the,
him.
hold on.
He asked me the
Hold
question.
on, my brother. Hold on. It's not about shouting. Please. This is conversation. So let's just hold on. You are the government. I am the government. Your father, your mother, your sister, everybody is the government.
I thought you it's a question to me. Let me answer it.
Yes, answer it.
Okay. The government, to me, the government is this. I told you I'll be going out by 8:30. By the time I come downstairs right now, once I enter the street, everything that comes to my head is the government. If I put the key in my car, the thing that comes to my head is the government. If I move the car, is the government. Because everything here is government. I don't know if you understand where I'm going. Once I move right now, once I move right now, is the government. Am I overspeeding? Am I doing the right thing? I hope I'm not going to get, we call it mutai, I don't know what they call it. When you do something wrong, you pay for it, you pay. That is what is in my head. That's the government. I don't control I don't control this land. This land that I'm in, I don't control it. It's the government. I do according to what the government wants me to do.
Isaac,
once I move right now, I just think about the government. Everything I'm doing.
No, you mean the system, not the government.
The system, sorry. Yeah. The system.
Isaac, and I support you. Just let me.
So who put me in that condition? It's the government. So it's the government. If I do something wrong and nobody is correcting me here, I don't blame myself. I blame the government. Because they gave me the liberty.
Isaac, can I interject, please? You see, Thomas, there are some kind of statement we make that sound ridiculous. When you say we are the government, can you just go to the road now and give someone that is overspeeding tickets?
Never.
You go to someone now, you say because he has built a build without permit, and you go there and you start demolishing because.
Ola.
Yes, if you work as a police officer.
I know what I'm saying. Yes, I know what I'm saying. So, hold on, please. That's your president, your governor, your senator. They are wives, they are children, they are father of everybody. Maybe I don't know, maybe your daddy has contested for a president in that country. That's what I mean. Anybody in Nigeria, we have a family, we are all government. That's what I'm telling you. I'm wrong. That's all right.
We are not all government.
That is my own belief. That is my belief. Because we have families everywhere.
That is the problem with Nigerians.
Thomas, you don't have power of enforcement. So that's why we elect people to represent us. Those people that we elect to represent us are the people in the government. You don't, like I said, you don't have right.
Well, the point we are making is that those people came from the people. It's always the people. They didn't fall from the sky. That's the point we are making. The
people it's from us. We are the government.
Members of the people. That's what we are trying to say. They are members of the people.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's only a cheap argument. Honestly, it's a cheap argument. I too.
Ola, I want to. You said you work in NEPA and you have Oga in your NEPA that time. Don't you think that the performance of that your Oga can actually make things better for people in that area where is Oga?
Of course, I agree with you. But when my Oga started,
You understand? You know what I'm saying is that when you talk about government, people run the government. It's not Buhari that will come and stay in Murtala Mohammed Airport and be controlling the custom
no,
and the immigration.
the question you now ask me
What
that
to, so if you now have the population, the people that are supposed to be representing, that are supposed to actually do the work, and they are not doing it, and they are our people, they are our brothers, they are our sisters, and these are the same people that will be complaining.
okay, Simba. You see,
We have teachers. No, let me tell you, we have teachers in primary school, public primary school, who probably earns more than the people that are teachers in private, and they don't go to school to teach these students. And we have inspectors that are supposed to actually supervise them, who is also a member of the public that does not do his job. Then you blame the government. That's what we are saying. We are not saying they don't let us look at it as people. We're supposed to it as a collective responsibility. But if you continue saying government, as if it's the spirit.
Let me tell you something. See, sometimes
Simba, sorry, my brother. Brother Simba.
Guys, waiting now. You see that I'm trying to interject him.
Okay,
Simba,
sorry.
Let me tell you something. See, over time, those people that are so eloquent, all those motivational speakers, they've been able to manipulate us and let us believe that the citizens are the problem. The question is this: the citizens are just like a new child in a family, or let's say new children. If the parent will not guide them right, they will not be able to do the right thing within the community. So it is the responsibility of the parent to make sure that the children, whenever they find themselves in the society, they do the right thing, they behave normally. So our parents in this situation now is the government, and we are the children. So when we are the children, now it's the government that needs to make us do the right thing. That is why we've given them the power that, okay, if we go wrong, punish us. If you do the right thing,
I quite agree with you, Ola. But what was at least you know about research.
Let me quickly learn. In leadership, people believe it is bottom up. No, it is mostly top down. Because the people at the top, they are the ones that have power for punishment. Because you need punishment and reward to make people to behave properly. So the people at the bottom cannot punish, but the people at the top that are the ones that can punish. So don't allow anybody to use sentiment to deceive us that everybody will just wake up in Nigeria and start doing the right thing. If you are going to do the right thing, there will be no law.
So the judge that collect bribes that often carry out justice, is he a member of the government, or is just an employee? Is he an elected official?
Mike, you as a soldier, why do you have
The police officer that refused to arrest and collect bribe, is he a member of the is he an elected official?
You as a soldier,
Are they not the one enforcing the law? I mean,
Mike, you as a soldier, why do you have laws and principles that guard your professional ethics? And when you go wrong, who is the person that is going to discipline you? Will it be someone within your rank or someone that is superior to you?
no. You mentioned, you argue that the elected people you elected there to do the work, right? So you elected a president, he's sitting in Aso Rock. It can't be on the street when the police are supposed to arrest somebody, he's collecting bribes, not arresting. It's not going to be in a court when the judge is supposed to prosecute a criminal, took a bribe and refused to prosecute. So those are members of the public. Those are people they are citizens that went acquire a job in the government and they are corrupt. So why are we blaming government?
Those people are not you and myself, Mike. That's what I'm saying. If you're a judge, if you're a top director within the civil service, you are part of the government. Some people are not doing government job. So when they behave badly, it's the government agency are the ones responsible for punishing them. That's what we're saying. So don't blame everyone within even some people don't even know the law of the country. So they behave anyhow. It is the agency of the government that will say, okay, or Benny, you've gone beyond, you are not within the law. They will tell you, they will interpret it. So, like I keep saying, if everybody will behave right, then you don't need courts, you don't need police, and it will just be like in the jungle. The reason human being is better than the animal is because we have structure in place. But if we were to be jungle, lion will behave anyhow, antelope will behave anyhow. The animals will kill themselves, nobody will checkmate them. So we have people that put structure in place, and some people are responsible to enforcing that. Don't blame the citizen. The citizens are supposed to behave anyhow, but someone is supposed to put them in order, like a father, like a mother will put the children in order. That's what we are saying. Okay, children you do not train now. For example, you can't start blaming that for behaving wrongly. What did you tell the children? That's to tell the children, okay, when you go to the society, respect your elder, don't do this, don't do that. Yeah, whenever they start going against whatever rules you give them, you punish them for them to comply. So you will see the citizens themselves, they don't have that power. People that will power. So stop
Mike and Simba, please, can you just answer this question? For example, you invest in a business and you have 50 workers. These are your citizens. And you are not always there. It's your business, so you invested heavily on it. And then the thing crumbled. You come to me as a friend. You say, you see that business I invested 1 million euros. It has crumbled. And then, who do you think I will blame? Your workers? Your citizen? You! I'll blame you. Because you didn't do the right thing. When they were selling like my brother who has a fish pond, stealing your fish, selling your fish, and then keeping the money instead of banking it for you, you were there. I will never blame your citizen. These are your citizens. I won't blame them. I'll blame you.
What you fail to understand is this, right? In your business, you are directly supervising your employees. You understand?
No, Nigeria is in the hand of the president.
Broad. Do you know how many people are employed in the government? They are like literally, I'm talking about thousands of police officers, thousands of, like so many people. How can an elected official be there to manage every single of them every day? It's not possible. So they are all citizens, you understand? But within your business, of course, you are there to manage your employees on a daily basis. You are there watching them. You can't micromanage them. So it's a completely different, scenario. You can't compare the two. It's different.
It means Joe Biden is everywhere. Joe Biden is everywhere. In that case, Joe Biden is everywhere.
Yeah, the thing is, in America, it's corruption too. But the only thing is, the Americans they develop a culture of we want to be the country we are. So for example, in the local law enforcement, right, in America, of course, in a county police station or the local police station, Biden is not responsible for the reason why the police are doing the right thing. In the county, they have a culture of we got to do the right thing, So. So you can't attribute what they are doing right to Biden. It's not Biden. You can't attribute it to Joe Biden. It's just them. It's a culture that they create among themselves. Like, wow, among our police force, we can't have this, we can't have that, or whoever is working, we can't. So, and also they have technology in America to really check everybody and things like that. So it's so much, man. So much. It's not that easy, man. You can't blame government.
I thought that the heavy task is on top. You understand? The heavier task is on top.
Yeah, we agree. The government have to do their part, but at the end of the day, we still have to have that population that's willing to. Where we agree with you guys is the employing process is one of the main problems. Because in America, the process how they employ people, they do a lot of background check, they study background check. They study the person, they study your personality to make sure, you are that kind of person that fit this position, all those things. So they do all those things. But in Nigeria, it's not like the employment process. It's just it's paddy, connection. They don't really screen people to that extent. They just employ anyone to any position. It's usually through another person that the person got employed, So those are the ways to solve the problem. So if we want to say we want to tackle the problem, we have to say we need to tackle is the system that's the problem. The system has to be studied, has to be strengthened, has to be worked on. That's what we need to be talking about. We can't just be saying the government. This guy, no, it's the system, man. The problem is the system. So the people and the government have to come together to fix the system, So
You're right. One more thing. One more thing, please. For example,
I want to shut down. Yes. Just land it here.
One more thing. One last thing. For example, you see.
Better not shut this thing down.
Adewale, you are there.
You didn't see me.
No, we come to Adewale. We have 30 minutes to go.
Okay, I give the time to
No,
my
go
brother
ahead.
Dewali.
Go ahead. I'll tell my own.
Adewale,
Okay,
why do
okay.
you always quiet? You have to force your way in. Ìjọba ọ̀run dàfagbára wọ̀ now.
No,
You
Okay,
have to force yourself.
some people like to listen to their own voice. It's just
Okay.
they are so rigid. They are not bendable. They don't want to listen to other people's view. I'm cool. I make my own mind and I listen to people. I learn.
Yeah. Oh, that's enough for yeah. Adewale, the table is yours now.
Somebody,
We have
I must say, somebody is playing
we
prank
have
on
9 hours. We're rounding up in the nice 27 minutes. Yeah.
I
Yes,
hear you.
Adewale, your floor is yours. Yeah.
I hear you. Somebody is playing prank on this show. Somebody went and changed everybody's description and put the person that I despise the most in this life. The person say, "Oh, I'm for Trump." How can I be for Trump? And I also see some other places where I know Remy Coca is not obedient, and somebody put obedient on Remy Coca. What is going on?
Somebody is doing that. So I'm not the one.
Ajanle Coco, I'm not for sure. Wait a minute. Somebody is playing prank on everybody here. What's going on?
No.
Adewale, when you were too quiet, and why will you be quiet? I did it on purpose.
Oh, see,
Ajale, you are the criminal.
we
You are the
are.
criminal.
I'm not even the criminal, but I just have to say, why will Adewale be keeping quiet? We
I'm
wanted to
very
hear from
observant.
you.
I'm a police. I'm a security man. I'm a police
I
officer.
know I did it on purpose because
I
I know that
didn't
will make
notice
you
that
open up.
though. I didn't notice that though. Wow, Ola, you are a
Thomas,
suspect.
I did it on purpose because Adewale will just sit down and will be listening to us, and we want from his weight of his experience. Why will you keep that? So I know if I put it there that you will be angry.
Ola, you are a criminal. Hello.
No, Simba. Have you heard Adewale? If you've heard Adewale speak before, you will know you will learn from him. But how can you be keeping quiet and I'm here? I'll be waiting to hear.
Adewale can be on the show for 7 hours and just keep quiet and be listening.
Exactly. I want him to speak.
He's a thief. Adewale is a thief. He's a thief.
Mr. GBT Ola, thank you very much. I have to be very, very observant what's happening. Every single person that come on this show, they should start paying me anyway. Good job, everybody. Somebody is whooping my behind on PS5. That's why sometimes I do that. Anyway, I think the topic is about what's going on about the 114% increment in the politicians or public office holders' salary. Is that what is the topic? That's the topic,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Then I've read it. Virtually all the media houses, including the Asleep TV, so-called journalists, shouting it on top. Even Obi himself.
What Ola did to you, that's what they are doing to Arise now. You are calling them asleep.
They are asleep now. They are not. They are not. They are not. They are not arise. They are not. They are not rising up to anywhere. All of them are only LGBT. What is even more disheartening is to see Obi also joining the bandwagon, and just to see that you are being heard, you are joining, or you are contributing to the conversation. There's some conversation that is not worth joining. It's not worth participating. We've talked about it. The fact is that the agency that was in charge of this review did their job. What they did was to review it. I think, according to the news out there, says they haven't done the review for the past, I think, 16 years thereabout. So they are doing it now. Not necessarily mean that it's going to be approved. But once the news gets sensationalized, then it becomes the talk of the day. And I understand. The optic is terrible, especially during this time that the country is going through hardship and all that. But I mean, on the other hand, who knew? Maybe government also have something in. We're talking about something that concerns them this time around, and if the noise has not been amplified, maybe they would have let it slide and get it approved without before we even realized. So yes, but I also believe that it's good that people, but not to the point that we will start, spreading unfounded news and all that. Yes, the government does not need to do that for now because they themselves know that we cannot pay uh, over 100% increment for their salary. I don't even see where lawmaker earn salary. In advanced democracy, you pay. I mean, they pay you per sitting. If you are absent in the chamber, then you don't get paid. Then your staff will still get paid because they resume just like 8 to 9. I mean, 8 to 5. But
Adewale, can't you see that government can also come maybe by the time that TUC is asking or analysis, they're asking for 200% increment now. They can use that one as a bargain. They can use that one as a bargain that okay, we are giving ourselves only 100, so you two take 100, and let's just stop at that.
That 200 is ludicrous. There's no way you do that. You don't jump. That's a huge jump. You don't just go from 0 to 200. Inflation, I know, is about 20 something percent or so, but that doesn't mean that the government should jump from. I mean, I understand the fact that it needed to be done, and salary needed to be, especially minimum wages, needed to be increased. But 200% is, yes, they could use that, but that is if government is shows or giving signal that they are likely going to approve it, or they are going to do some increment, but not as huge or significant as 114. But I mean, come to think of it, are the politician or the public office holder complaining? They are the most beneficiary of the national cake the most. So I don't think this is the right time for them to do it. But when I was actually on Twitter last night. I couldn't believe my Twitter is not a joke, bro. It's not a joke. That place is not for the faint-hearted people. If you have a thin skin, please don't go to Twitter because that place is full of. This is not just about bidding now. This is about people that have nothing to do in life. They just want to go there and troll people, and say whatever. I mean, if you, I don't know if any one of you on Twitter, Rufai was tweeting about a particular PhD. Is anybody conversant with that?
Yeah, I'm aware. He was saying, "Say you PhD that cannot speak English very well."
Proper English.
I even went to that place to say English. He say a PhD is not about linguistics.
You see, and he kept talking about. Sorry, I'm jumping from one topic to another. No thanks to Thomas, who is rushing me now. Anyway, we do this as Konkaria Luwala. Anyway, let's move on. Sometimes I like to put my jar on that. It shows the kind of person you are. You are a different person on television, but when you are in your space, especially Twitter and all those social media that you use, you're a different animal. You're a different person. You run down your country. You are not optimistic about anything that has to do with the country. Even an administration that is barely a month, you're already running them down when people are already praising them for their actions and what they've done, their body language and all that. But all you see or you are occupied with is just about cynicism. You never see something great about the country. And then you go on the national television and yes, you play to the gallery because you have your followers on the social media and on the social media and YouTube, because most of the places where we the people Nigerians in diaspora usually get our
Adewale,
news.
that guy is using that thing to make money. He just bought a
I don't
new
think
car that they celebrated 3 days
I
ago.
don't think he's monetizing it
He
because
just
that
bought he
platform.
just he just bought a Jeep three
But
days or 4 days ago that they are
I mean,
celebrating on Arise TV.
how many of them are on a sleep TV? How many of them? They only have one studio, one small room. One small room, I think, is a VI there or VI Koyi. I mean, since you've been watching a sleep TV,
Adewale, how many followers do you think that guy has on Twitter?
I didn't even check his profile to see how many followers.
He's making a lot of money from social media, from all this thing that he's doing. He has a lot of followers.
Yeah, but he has to monetize it for him to be able to.
They are paying him. They are getting money.
Well, that's another strategy. Of course, everybody has
so,
to go.
Adewale, you don't know that journalists have a way of monetizing their profession, so you know.
Yeah, but when I go on his page,
I won't mention a name. There's a guy on a YouTube space that he likes a particular. He knows how to attract a particular sentiment from a particular region, and they donate to him. So
I know the person you're talking about on YouTube, right?
Yeah, if one man, don't mention name, if one man is doing the same, don't you think daily that one man will be like
I know the person. I know the person you're talking about. I mean, there's nothing wrong with monetizing, but as long as you are not using that platform to spread bad news, to spread fake news, you are being.
But fake news is what's saying now.
Of course, I know evil. I mean, it's only evil that sells these days. Good news, it doesn't sell. But as a journalist who call yourself a professional, you see, every day when I come across or encounter public, I try to carry myself in a professional way. I may not be fluent, in this tourism, but I try as much as possible to, operate in that within that, guideline, so that I will come across or perceive to be know what I'm doing. But when you begin to be the carrier of a fake news and all you are preoccupied with is just to run down, the platform or the country that build you, then it speaks volume about your patriotism. The other guy that was rebuting his tweet today was talking about, uh, why would you attack somebody's academic achievement and all that, and yet you go online and mock people, and you have followers, and they listen and they read what you post out there. Yes, the RMF or whatever they call them, the agency within their statutory act, they must review the salary and is subject to the approval of the executive. But executive is yet to append their signature or to approve it, and yet Etikibajari, is already out there in the public. To me, I see that as irresponsible, irresponsible journalism. I don't know the kind of journalist school that he attended. Somebody needs to, send him to a crash course or refresher or something, just to let him understand, what journalist does. I know his partner, but he also has a platform. He has his own website, and in fact, maybe you would need your service, Ola, because his website is full of what do you call this thing? Spams and all those
spams.
Yeah, you go
the
there.
Same thing for Rubel about you. I don't know who is building that site for them. Or they cannot even
ridiculous because you see, they're trying to make themselves look like a big man, but they can't even pay for a good website. You go there, corrupt your phone and all that, and most of the news that they shared is just fake news, unfounded news. But I believe one thing: whether you voted for B or you voted for TINUBU or any candidate you voted for, election has gone, done and dusted. Now this issue.
No, Adewale, it's not done and dusted though.
Well,
there are some people who still because of their
this,
mandate. They are still following their mandate.
I hope
the stolen mandate.
I hope they find the mandate.
Yeah, their mandate that don't enter by Monday already. I hope
it doesn't implode just like the submarine imploded in the depth of the sea.
The one finding the Titanic.
Oh, that's very devastating.
I hope they forward
12,000 meters down the sea.
You see, that's one thing about human being. When you are well fed, then was it Abraham Maslow's pyramid of what you call this thing?
Hierarchy of needs.
Hierarchy of needs. Yes, you are looking for this.
Say Professor.
Of course. I mean, there's nothing wrong in exploration, but at the same time, your safety has to come first. You know, gravity is good. You can walk around gravity. But when you are coming from the sea, from the depth of the sea, I don't know what is going to pull you up. If you ever travel, you know, go with a cruise ship and all that, especially in Aruba, you can also, you know, dive as well. They have a scuba dive or stuff that they put people. I think you can maybe up to 6 people in there, and you go maybe 200 feet. Just see the coral, the fish, you know, all sort of stuff, and you come back, take pictures.
I've been on a 150-meter deep lake before.
Not you and I. I'm actually, I'm actually thinking that, you know, in a couple of years, I want this bottom of my what do you call it? On my to-do list that I want to skydive. I've done in-house skydiving, but I want to do the skydiving. You know, it's my wife
I
that
think
is
I
coming.
would advise you, if you have time, you can go to Thailand. They have a lot of.
No, I'm not going outside America to do skydiving. I'm doing it
Oh,
here.
skydiving.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
when I know safety is, you know, is
Okay.
number one key. Anyway, but it's just that, you know, to me, there's nothing wrong in exploration, but I expect a company as big as, you know, that company offering such exploration should have put safety first and look at every possibility. Usually they will attach, I know they usually do this in the middle of the ocean, you know, of the sea rather. They will attach a long rope that they will use to pull it back if something goes wrong. But this time around, it just everything just goes south. But nevertheless, there's nothing wrong, you know. So,
But did they really have time? Because they said it's only 72 hours that they can last with oxygen. After 72 hours, the oxygen will finish.
you know, a friend of mine that taught me how to drive told me something one day, and that is a lesson that I've applied, you know, to my life. And he said, never trust anything that is operating and is mechanical because it can fail at any time. Even something that is built, newly built and tested, could fail. And never trust your brake. Since that time, I've been, you know, paying close attention to that statement.
Adewale, I've seen fear robber car explode on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. Fear robber,
Exactly.
fear
So,
robber. Do you know this
Thomas,
convoy of
Thomas,
cars?
I will tell you
Yeah,
something. I went for all these this rider. What do we call it? All these things that will take you roller coaster. I went for
roller
it.
coaster.
I went for it in 2019, and you know, for many months or many years, I was afraid to take aircrafts. The way the things came me reach, man. Since that time, I know green enter that thing. You know, when the
you
thing
know,
just moved me up and took me at the speed of close to 100 kilometers per hour, the way it's spinning me, man. Since that time, I be if you ask
yeah,
me to go, I won't go there.
I have a
But
family
then,
member here who
you say,
doesn't drive. I have a family member here who doesn't drive on the highway or on the bridge. Never. You will
I
never
say,
see
Me
them
too.
drive.
I have phobia. I have phobia for heights and water.
You know, there's a particular bridge
I don't
here.
know one thing. When I was young, I don't care. Oh. If you like, take me to 1 million feet above. I don't care. But you know, since the time I have small injury and I spend time in Gobi like this, I come the fear.
This
You
is
know.
how you measure your level of phobia or whatever you want to call it. Go to where you have a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Have a younger one around you. Go and take roller coaster and see how your anxiety rise. If your anxiety is much, then that means you are not cut out for all these things. But if you are able to hold yourself and successfully do the roller coaster, then you know you are good to go. But
So I was afraid for a while, but then I'm okay now. So
I
I can
mean,
even fly for 200 hours. I don't care.
you travel, you fly for thousands of miles from Nigeria to where you are, so you should be good. I mean,
Exactly.
you should be
No,
good.
that roller coaster just creates sense of like I said, you know, when I was on lake like 150 meters deep, and people that were seeing me there were just saying like, you get liver. Like say, oh, what now? No human being there.
Everybody, it seems everybody is moving. Talking about the ministerial list, I think Tinubu is going to be more inclusive in terms of uh, politician getting involved in his ministerial cabinet. I want to believe it's probably going to be 50-50. 50 of technocrat and 50 of because no matter what, you need politicians around you that will help you to navigate.
I really agree with you. It would be suicidal for him to go for only technocrat.
Yeah,
He
you
need that
can't.
mix. He
Yeah,
need a mix of both.
yeah. I think he's
Because
going to
the
be.
technocrat will not fetch him any election, any electoral vote.
Yeah, of course, there's going to be
Apart from that, too, he's going to face some obstacle when it comes to dealing with the interest group, because there's some policies that will be, no matter how government policy looks or sound, there are some people that will probably that are going to be against it simply because it's going to stop their their mago practice, or stop the leakages and all that, and they want to do anything to make sure
Maybe you
that
can
policy.
look at maybe all those states where he has less election, where people
No.
like maybe the southeast where they didn't vote
I
for
think
him. You
like
can go
state like Kano is going to probably
and bring
Kwakwanko and Ganduje together.
It's likely that yes, it will compensate
in
Yeah, both
but
of
the
them.
thing is this.
even a state like
yeah,
Kaduna cannot try to get to see somebody like Eru technocrat from those areas.
No,
But you are not used
Rufai
to him.
Rufai will get something.
You,
I
you
don't know
know,
whether Rufai. I'm thinking maybe Rufai will probably go to Nigerian Port Authority.
Nigeria Port Authority. No.
No,
I don't think
he want private sector. He said it. He said he want private sector. He doesn't
yeah,
want
but Port Authority is not private sector. Port Authority is
what I
under
mean is there's something that he can
Ministry of.
The Port Authority
with private companies.
It's under Ministry of Transportation, I guess.
Port Authority of Transport. That was why Amici was able to remove that woman. No? That's
it would
Adiza.
be kind of like demotion or sort of,
So probably maybe ambassadorial position then or whatever. I don't know.
Like I said, the man said it's not even interested in in public
it's not interested.
office anymore.
I think Adisa, that woman is a Rufai candidate for policy continuation.
I thought as much. But I think I also believe that he probably use a technocrat in some strategic ministry, such as
maybe like
Ministry of
finance, budget planning, and
as a matter of fact, today I was watching the interview that Sleep News did with Professor Magalu. The guy sounded very, very bright. Sounded like somebody who knows his onions and knows what he's doing. In fact, he didn't even shy away from condoning Emefiele, despite that they both came from the same state. He did have a very nice word for him, but he sounded like more. I think he was a deputy governor when doing
I'm racking my brain that Tinubu met Sanusi. Maybe he has like more galore of the rest, and he's trying to ask about their performance under Sanusi or something like that.
Yeah, but Magalu is not from. I think he's no longer even in partisan politics anymore, according to him. But
so it can be tough to become a CBN.
Him meeting Sanusi could be maybe they want to reinstate Sanusi, but I don't know the relationship between Sanusi and the incumbent governor in Kano State now. The one that is bulldozing and clearing everything.
I think their relationship is quite good because
no. I think he has a good because they are even planning to remove the present emir now.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. That they are trying to reinstate
the one that they
somebody wrote a piece on
because the Ganduje that installed this one.
That governor can do it because he's out on a vendetta mission, and he's trying to do everything to upstage that Ganduje's legacy. Yes,
so
he's out for blood. He's out for blood. Yes.
Adewale, this is your avatar. Where do you get this your avatar from?
I have a lot of them. I kept changing. I wasn't sure which one to settle with, but I kept changing.
Are you now obedient?
Which are you obedient? No, I've never been obedient from day one. Actually, I wanted Obi to win before the election, but going by what his followers are doing, and it's just No.
This your avatar, it can cause wahala.
This one, this is the exact true what I believe this man is, like a real gangster. Like, so you see, this is one thing about the obedience. They need to cool down. They said, how come Macron did not welcome Tinubu to the meeting? That he welcomed the South African president, but a just ordinary minister was the one that welcomed Tinubu and was taking picture with Tinubu. Not quite long ago this night, I saw another video where Macron and Tinubu were laughing and like
And even
backslapping
Macron,
each other,
even
like as if
Tinubu even kissed Macron's wife. Give him a kiss.
you see, like somebody like a buddy that they've known each other. You see that that kind of rapport that you have somebody that you be comfortable enough to be.
Adewale, they hug almost like three eyes.
Yeah,
just
they
welcoming
were
Tinubu,
gisting and laughing and all that.
gisting and laughing like somebody like
So
buddies.
I'm kind of like, what is wrong with these people? Well, how does the optic, result into uh, good diplomacy? How can you judge somebody's diplomatic performance by just the optic that you're seeing? That it was not welcome, they didn't recognize him. I was like, what is wrong with these people? Every time I go online, in fact, Tinubu himself said it that he doesn't go online anymore because they were abusive. And I could see you must have a very good temperament. It must be measured in the public because I mean sometimes I see the comment people who, especially all these 20-something years old kids that they don't even know they are left to right. They have no idea, they have no clues the journey of this country called Nigeria. They have, if you mention Sani Abacha, in fact, someone was sing praising Sani Abacha. I think it was on somebody's page that which one is the worst, Sani Abacha and Buhari. And somebody said, oh, Buhari is the worst. And I said, these people do not understand the country that they live in. If they understand someone like Abacha, well, it depends on the side that how you are looking at him, the prism where you're looking at him. Because if you are from Northerner, especially from Kano, you love Abacha. But if I'm from southwest, you probably see him as the devil incarnate. And the south and southeast, south has problem with him, especially during this Kensaro, we was trial. But
Yeah.
these were like in the deep pocket of Abacha because they got nothing to lose. They're just chilling. And they used the southeasterner to scuttle the June 12 election there. So, but the Southwest was the one in the forefront, trying to make sure democracy becomes the order of the day. Now, as a matter of fact, Nigeria owes Southwest compensation for fighting for democracy, for making sure that democracy stands solidly in Nigeria. Because if not, we won't be where we are now. We won't be. But the South
Most of the people that are actually benefiting from the democracy, they didn't participate in bringing the democracy. Even Peter Obi. Peter Obi was serving Abacha at that time.
I said Southeast were in the pocket of the military then. They were their errand, but they were the kind of like people that you send on an errand. I mean, look at Shukume region, look at Arthur Zeribe,
Not
they were the one
yeah.
doing the dirty job for Abacha. Right? Because they were not concerned. They doesn't affect them. They weren't asking why is my kinsman not being appointed chief of defense staff or chief of army staff or whatever. As long as business is booming, everything is doing fine. Hey, they have no hands in it. But it's always about the Southwest trying to lead the path and to as a pathfinder. And then
I've been telling people even for years that is the Southwest have been binding that country together.
I'm telling you, we are like the glue. To be honest, we are.
Exactly.
The Southwest has been, because I mean, when it happens in the South, everybody went up in arms and condemned the action of Abacha where they killed this Kensaro Wewa, even though they themselves, acted criminally. But at the same time, there were a lot of global pleading that this man should be spared. But the man went ahead and executed them, right? And Southwest also joined in that agitation because they believe that state should be able to control its resources. But no,
yes, now the likes of Kokori and Co. that time.
yeah, even the Soyinkas, the Ganifawa Nins, all of them, they were the Falanas.
And you will not see anybody from the other side. Even the only people that you see that will join them are actually the those that time. People
Why
like
do we
maybe
have?
Nauru and
Yeah, why did we have protests in the Southwest most of the time? Anybody has ever, not just for the June 12 issue only. How come when it comes to what do you call it, Liberal Congress, Pengassin? How come it's always in the Southwest? Because they know that the economic heart of that country lies in the Southwest. So once
and you can win if you can win the Southwest people, it's better. It's likely that you're going to win the battle.
Yeah, but well, everyone has their price.
And if Southwest did not support you in anything, you are not going anywhere.
That's correct. That is true because I haven't seen any president since 1999 becoming president without winning Southwest. At least some states in Southwest. You could say that Obasanjo in his first tenure did not win Southwest per se, but he won in I believe he won in
Adewale, can I seek your indulgence in 2 minutes? Just round it up so we can shut it down.
Okay.
We already hit 9 hours here.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
And if there's any person out there who's still listening to us, look, let me implore them to.
So before you conclude, Adewale, I don't know. I've seen you on the thing for a long time, but you did not speak. Why? Why does it always take you so long to like?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Is the detective now, or is the one is from DSS from Nigeria?
I'm the police on this platform. You know, Remy, this is one thing about me. I like to listen, but at the same time, in some instances, I would love to join. But when I hear people trying to make sure they suppress another person's, we like to.
Adewale, they are not suppressing now.
No.
Their voice is strong. Your voice has to be strong as well.
Yeah, but there's no price for it. Well, we can shout it tomorrow. But
no, I know you are not the kind of person.
Civility
you are not the kind of person. Yeah.
Yeah, civility is out of the window. When I hear you talk and I have interjection and I come in, I keep quiet. I let you interject, then I will come. But some people, especially Mike love his own voice. He just I don't know the kind of microphone.
What about Mr. Babajale when he's angry? My God, today he was angry and he was just blasted. I was in the midnight. Yeah, I was just hearing Babajale just blasted there. Even one man himself cannot control him.
Let me sure you also know that Ajale Koko sometimes keep quiet. We'll let you guys talk and everybody talk, but it won't really. But it's only when he disagrees.
In fact, majority of the time, Babajale will keep quiet.
Yeah.
Yes,
I know, but
he always keep quiet.
When he's angry, he will blast. Today, woman was trying to say, calm down. He does not want to hear nothing. He was just against who was that? Is it Thomas? They were
angry. Yeah, with me, yeah.
I know that people like the glass bows, and it makes the platform a little bit more interesting sometimes. But I always try to see, because this show, as we're talking right now, is being recorded. In fact, as a matter of fact, the last 2 days show, I watched everyone because I didn't participate fully per se. So I went ahead. Whenever Oman is premiering it, I will watch again. As if I'm just in there, and I'll try to listen again. And I've seen from other countries where friends call and say, "Oh, I listened to you on One Man Show. I've seen you on Dr. Damages and all that." Now, that perception is what I'm trying to keep, because even though we are all armchair pundits, but I don't want us to operate as if we are talking in the beer parlor and everybody is just yelling. Sometimes you will hear people probably eating ECW or drinking kind in their house, and you could tell.
Adewale, do you always see me said, please, one voice.
Your own is more like a dictator kind of. Like, when you're saying please, you don't have to please anybody. You have the mouth. You
And when
have
you
the
please them, they'll go out and they'll come back later.
you have you have the mouse. You have the power, like a speaker. You have the gavel to put it court order in the court.
And they
when
want,
you want
I think
to
they know the weakness
put
of
your foot
one man.
down.
When they say one man, can I interject please, just for a minute? One man will say no, and they're okay, go ahead, just for what?
One man will be okay, go ahead.
But I have an observation though. It's like people, maybe the approach of Thomas, people enjoy it better than the approach of a woman. Because it's like, no, it's not about that. I think sometimes one man gives some people too much time. Some people can talk for like 1 hour and everybody will just keep quiet and just be listening. And sometimes it doesn't allow for people to put things across to those people.
Yes.
And that's why, that's why you see that immediately one man leaves like this, you just see people just joining. Even if some people are leaving, you see some other people coming in like that. And that's why you see your own show is actually longer, usually very longer.
You see, what I wanted one man to do is to start seeing himself as if he's on the national television hosting a show. Now, we love to dwell much more longer on the particular topic.
Exactly.
If you guys remember, before, one man used to read all those gossip news, and we now started deliberating and started discussing it. And one person will take 25 years to finish their discussion before
exactly.
by the time
You're
somebody
right.
interjects,
Exactly.
it's already taking 2 hours.
Thomas, there's somebody on Super Sticker. He has a question. It's your namesake. Maybe another topic for another day. What about our cocoa? Said what happened to our cocoa in Southwest? Are we not farming again? I think that question should go to Adewale too.
Yes, we still have it. We have Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria close to January.
But we are not farming like before now.
But attention is not being drawn to it, but people are still farming cocoa.
People are farming. My mother's grandfather still have cocoa farm in Ekiti till today.
But
why don't you go back?
You know what is most of the cocoa are getting old, and the younger ones are not. They are not replacing it with new ones because they also have a lifespan. But when they grow to certain stage, their production reduces. So I don't think the focus is not. There was a time the AD governor that time wanted to revamp it, but it's no attention is not actually being placed on it.
You know what I think, Simba? I think our attention has shifted from this kind of crop that is mainly meant for exportation, not for internal consumption. Now, even the one that we consume, we are not producing enough. Now, cocoa attention has not been shifted to because we are not seeing it as something that could bring in more revenue because we believe that we needed to feed ourselves first before we start going on a cocoa spree, right? But I think people are still farming cocoa. It's just that.
No, yes, I agree with you. But I think it has reduced.
Yeah.
But people are some few ones are still doing it.
Yeah.
What I see more now that people are trying to do is the cashew. This cashew nut.
We focus on what we export. See,
Adewale, do you know our cocoa is one of the best in the world?
Well,
because I grew up in Cocoa Institute, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria.
What do you want Ghanaian to tell you? To tell you that their own is fake?
And that's why we are comparing jollof rice.
Somebody asked a question that how come we export cocoa to Switzerland and they ended up giving us the final product, the chocolate and all that.
Chocolate.
And
no, I know. Oh my God, we make chocolate.
Is that not the same thing that we are doing to petrol, the crude oil?
You see, the people that control this market. You see, and that is one thing when the
even in Kenya, Adewale, the same thing that they did to coffee. I mean, coffee and tea in Kenya.
And tea.
Yes.
But, you know, they know that the cost of production of this product is cheaper. But by the time they take it, another aspect of it is the fact that even though your country is the biggest supplier of this produce, there's a way they can how do I put this in very proper English?
Value. You have value to
it. They can work against you. The developed country can work against you that you will have no market to take your goods to. And it happens during the Trump era too. People that were producing what do you call it? I forgot this thing in the US. Ooh, I'll remember. But you know, like for example, we can't drink our crude. We still have to sell it, right? So when you have a country that places embargo on your country that we don't want you to trade with Nigeria because at this moment we are the enemy of Russia, we are the enemy of Ukraine and all that. Now you start sourcing for where you will sell your crude, and God help you if you decided to make your enemy your enemy. So that is why the enemy of your brother could be your best man. So at the end of the day, this cocoa that we produce, it's not as if we cannot refine it to make chocolate. But how many chocolate can people start eating chocolate bar every day? So it has to be taken abroad where they will do whatever they want to do and market it in other countries.
Even the so-called crude, I'm afraid, although Dangote have done a very good job incorporating fertilizer plant to his refinery. Now in Europe, I can tell you more than 30% of vehicles are electric charge. They are going electric a lot here. Even all those Benz, Volvo electric,
I was shocked.
Is springing up everywhere. So we must be careful in that country. All those oil that Nigeria are shouting about, in the next 10 years, if our electricity is good, you'll be surprised that a lot of Nigeria will change to electric vehicle. And it's over for good.
That'll be desperation.
Only the byproduct of the refinery will be more profitable. So things are changing very fast. Everywhere here you can see if they are not using hybrid, a lot of them are changing the electric vehicle. And to my surprise, all these famous brands like Mercedes, BMW, all of the vehicles, they are just charging police, sprinkled every time.
Apart from that too, also Simba, I strongly believe that if autonomy is given to the state, just like the federal government signing that act into law, which the state can, provide their own electricity, generate it and distribute it. Is it this distribution involved? Yeah, also distribute it. They just can't. You can't go up. You can't go to another say. I think that's what the rule the access. I'm not so sure, but as long as power can be generated, that is what is the big thing.
No, everything is together. Adewale, both generation, transmission, and distribution. It's yours. If you can take all over, just take it over.
But you see, if the government, even up to the local level, can provide means public transportation, you see, we will reduce the impact of these products.
Adewale, that will be your last comment, please. We have to shut down.
And before you go, Thomas, sorry, there was a good news that came out from Lagos State yesterday. You know about the contract of the rice.
The rice, yes.
Yes.
I was extremely happy because it's the same Thailand rice we are buying.
What can you just give us in 1 minute? What I don't understand.
What they do is that they forward the contract, and some investors already putting in about one. That means they can trade this commodity in the commodity market, just like you are buying cocoa or you are buying gold or whatever. And so that's what they do. And 2 or 3 investors already put in like maybe close to $500,000.
Remy, if you see the main news, can you send it to one man's Instagram, please, so we can deal with it tomorrow?
Because I also want to go out now. I just want to share.
No. Later. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
So the beauty aspect of it is that now we can buy the same rice that is important in Thailand, the same thing like in Nigeria, we can produce and bag it. And the price is 3,000 naira per 50 kilogram. The rice will hit the market very soon. So no need of importing of Thailand rice anymore.
Yeah, but the government also went ahead and opened SEME border and all the borders for the importation of vehicle. For crying out loud, the Lagos State invested in public transportation by bringing those railway system to the southwest. I mean to Lagos. Why opening? Why lifting the embargo on car importation from the border? The smuggling is going to
I
continue.
think it's just a way to make Benin Republic happy because the effect of the subsidy removal is biting hard, and they need that money also one way or the other. So Nigeria just like
But
okay,
the
take this away.
smuggling will. I don't know what the new Comptroller General is going to do, but I
I
hope.
think they what?
And
Because
it will also be good for our security also.
but you
Because if
cannot.
they are not comfortable, then everybody will, the
They
fare will
already
be
took to
banging.
Nigeria mass already.
I
Even
don't
for
expect the government to lift embargo on car importation from the border. I don't think because I mean Nigeria is like
I
a
think they should
dumping
have
ground.
let it just go to Nigerian port
We should
direct.
have.
You know
We should have.
what is going to happen? You know what? If you import car from either Benin or Togo and all those countries, you know that means you are going to pay double duty.
That's what I'm thinking because there are some goods that are needed to their taxes and tariff needed to be increased so that they will deter people
It
from
doesn't mean
importing.
it does anything that you are bringing. You are going to pay. You are still going to pay at our own border.
I
You
mean,
know that they will not say you should not bring it in.
Another thing I want you to know is that Nigerian custom, once they impound your vehicle, the first thing they will go and check through their computer that did you pay the custom duty in Nigeria or Benin, or did you pay the right custom? Because they can do it now. It's very easy. They will just put the number.
Yes, even if they meet you even inside the bush, they have a way. They have a gadgets on their hands that they can check immediately once they ask for your custom duty.
They impound a lot of vehicle. If you don't pay the right duty, they will impound your vehicle. If you import the car from Benin Republic and you don't pay the right duty, they impound your vehicle.
No, it's more better for you not to ride a car without normal custom duty.
So
if not, you are taking a risk. So many people's vehicle has been taken and you can't get it back.
Okay, real quick. My own Konkari Aluwala is that I'm glad the government is opening up the economy in which way they are trying to make everything, open so that whoever want to participate, want to bring in money, can bring in money, and at the same time creating this confidence in our political economy and social economy, so that at least foreigners or foreign investors can bring money in and invest in our country. And if we're able to do that, I think the sky will be our limit. But people should stop being skeptical. Cynicism is not going to help us. I mean, we should be patriotic. Patriotism means support your country, contribute to your own quota. When the guy that was talking about him invading, tax invasion earlier, I hope, I hope FRS is not listening, or legal, federal inland revenue is not listening, but you pay if you earn this, pay your tax. At the end of the day,
You mean Foley?
Yeah, I was listening to him.
No, I don't know why when they talk initially, I don't know what he actually said that they were talking about him. I thought he made anything sensible in this. I'm very sorry to use that language.
What I heard was talking about not paying the proper tax, even though as a businessman, even telling Mike that he doesn't think Mike is also have a business in Nigeria.
That is it now. They will be shouting Nigerian government, but they are the Nigerians are the problem.
But we are not. See, we should be playing our own parts too, because there's a jingles in old OSRC in Ondo State there. It said, "Bishare obaku, bishare obaku jo ama ki oku shebi, abi woni ka sise oba ka ma lagun." So even when you work for government, you still have to sweat.
Your Yoruba is good. Oh my God.
You now conclude that by saying, those are the old, and these are the things that form the guideline for that should be the
no, Adewale, Yoruba is the best. We look at the proverb you just give now. He explains many things.
But Thomas, you will see people rationalizing that it's government that conditioned the people to be thieves, to be armed robbers, to be this, to be that.
Now. They said
that were conditioned to be bad.
Obedience is backing people online. Said no, it's because they
Play your own part. Contribute your own quota. And leave the rest for you and your creator. Once you do what you needed to do, you can go to bed and sleep. And even if I'm Robert knock your door, you know you have not done anything. Because, hey, whatever you plan today, whatever you do today, your own generations to come. If you collect bribe, if you pay bribe, guess what? It will affect your generations to come. So play your own part. Support the government. Even though you may not be your candidate, support. Buhari was there for 8 years. This Nigeria supported him. They had no choice. So pray for the government. Even Bible command us too. Pray for Jerusalem. Nigeria is our Jerusalem. We have no other. You and I, we are abroad now, right? But we still have connection in Nigeria. We still have a family back home.
Adewale, don't just let me mention how much I'm sending to Nigeria every month.
You see?
So we are in this together. I don't know, maybe you are not sending money to Nigeria. All your family members are okay.
Even if they are Dangote and the last family, my DM, I don't even open it anymore because sometimes they drive me nuts. But I mean, I don't blame them. It's true, but I don't blame them. Something has to come, you know.
Adewale, let me tell you something. One of my friends even asked me for money. I said, my sister, I said, if you check my account now, even in Nigeria, it's red. Do you know what the lady tell me? He said, "Fuck you. Delete my number. Don't talk to me anymore."
Wow.
You can imagine, you know,
wow.
Somebody that I still gave 30,000 naira to like 4 weeks ago.
Is that a family member or just somebody you know from somewhere?
Just a friend.
It's a friend. It's a school friend. It's a friend.
Thomas, you have forgotten. I just mentioned it now. One of my cousin that said I should come and pay for Hajj for him, 4 million naira.
If you've never been asked to come and buy car, you've never been asked to come and buy car.
He's not asked me to come and pay school fees for his children. No. He's asking me to come and pay for Hajj, 4 million naira.
Oh my God! You yourself, have been to Hajj?
At least somebody that cannot take care of the family, is thinking of 4 million. So if he get that 4 million, he cannot invest it in his business.
No, it's Hajj that we go, so that we will bring with a golden teeth and show to all our Ilorin people. Oh,
the first time I set my foot outside Nigeria, I've never. That's when I knew that I can't live in Europe because I never liked Europe for anything. That place looked like an old community, and I knew for a fact that America is where I'm going to grow old. But the bottom line is that I've never for once seen America as where money grows on the tree, or you have to sweep money on the in the gutter, and you make enough money, you live in affluence. I've never seen it, even way before YouTube or Google or anything that could show. I never for once see America as, and that is why all my friends, my family that live here, I never bother them for one day, because I knew they themselves also, they wake up in the snow, they go through the sun, they go through works and all that. By the end of the day, the sense of entitlement of Nigerians sometimes they have, but they will pretend as if they don't have. And of course, you cannot see the true picture. Those that are actually in need, you will not be able to adjudge them because you already generalize everybody. But some people have, but they still want to collect from you. How can somebody in good conscience tell you, look, you need to buy me a car? A car. As if I'm driving Rolls Royce or Mercedes Benz. How can a good conscience say you need to buy me this? I understand if you are saying, look, I'm short, I'm doing business, this and this, and you are being truthful. If you do it once, of course, I'll be eager to help you out in the second time. But when you started asking me for Hajj money, to come and pay for your Hajj, to come and pay you for your Ileya, to come and pay for your Christmas, that's when I know that Onibara Umboli Bomo, Onibara got Idenule is about to overtake and take over entire house. I mean, it is wrong. There's a sense of entitlement. Even your own family.
Yes. You know what they will do? They will blackmail you. After that, they will just blackmail you. They say,
Nígbà tó bá máa sọ̀rọ̀ tán wá ń pé èló náà ló fún mi last year, èló ló ti fún mi láti ìgbà tó dé mi.
Well,
That's always like.
you know, Yoruba will say, but if you have not done anything that will warrant me to go out there and struggle for me to be able to get you something, why should I go out there, bust my behind for me to give you something? Why should I?
You don't know Yoruba people. They will use another country that don't mean that I helped your sister before or you helped your brother before. That will be a story.
They don't even need. It's just by virtue of relationship. They have that attachment, even if they have not helped you in your life. By virtue of that relationship, they know that they have that sense of attachment.
And same by that, what they will now say, we heard that you help Susu Lagbaja, you give money to Susu Lagbaja, and we that were your immediate family, your cousin, your first cousin, you are not helping. This is not fair. This is not good. It's like, am I really working for you? And in fact, the way they will take it, they will make you so embarrassed and humiliated that at the end of it, you don't know when it's okay. Don't worry, I'll send you something.
You know, one thing I despise the most in life is to beg. I've never for one day seen my father begging people. I've never seen my father for one day owing people money. I've never seen my parents.
Adewale, your dad is a billionaire now.
No,
your dad is a billionaire.
See, I've told my story countless times on this show. Look, I was not born with spoon in my mouth. I wasn't even born with shoe. Let me put it like Jonathan. I was born with no shoe. Yeah. I was born with no shoe at all. By definition, I should not even be.
Are you sure in your father-in-law's house that is not the first time you eat egg? You ate egg like Abiola.
Okay, like Abiola.
See, one of my professors used to tell us that we should always strive not to be international, not to look to be a local champion. I was born far away from what you call civility. I was born in the village. I grew up. I'm a grounded Yoruba Ekiti man. But just that sometimes the way I carried myself, not that I try to, have a mirage or to, showcase a different side, but it's just that sometimes when you're in a room, you behave like them as well. But I'm a very grounded local Ekiti man. But I grew up not having what I wanted, but my needs were met to some extent. Eventually, things started going south. But the bottom line is that I grew up watching my parents not being indebted to people unnecessarily. In fact, I've never seen my dad being indebted to anybody, and he died honorably. But the bottom line is that I grew up with that mentality. If you have to drink your gari, eat your gari in your house, nobody will, when you're going out, you put stash on that cloth, and people will say you're Rankade, the big man. But you see, if I come to you and there's nothing wrong in asking for help if you're in need, if you're truly in need for help. But Yoruba, and at the end of the day, people that are actually in need will not be able to get the help that they needed. So if I come to you and I say, please, I need this, and you are unable to provide that for me, I'll feel so bad that I've put my own burden on you now, and you yourself you will feel bad for me for not able to help me. And that is why I'll keep to myself, try to figure things out. But in Nigeria, the money that they will use for the next party tomorrow, they will come to you and lie to you and tell you, look, a friend of mine will have a platform on WhatsApp. Guess what he did? He went and did a duplication of request, sent it to virtually everyone on that platform that is in diaspora. The same message he will send to me is what he will send to you. Not knowing that we always come together and we share information. Everybody now started talking about the request that they got from this our friend. So we both collectively send a message to him and say, look, we can't help you at this time because what you sent to me is what you sent to this our other friend. And guess what? He gave you 200,000 last week. What did you do with it? And you see, At the end of the day, this our brother deleted all our number and blocked us, and we're in the same old student association. So, what do they need the money for? Maybe layer or something that is not stupid stuff, you know. But if you don't koja here, then
Fine.
you stay
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the.
Adewale, we have to shut it down now.
Thank you
Thank you
very
so
much,
much.
guys. You
Yeah,
guys are
thank
awesome.
you. Yeah, thank you. You guys, yeah. Egunla ló ń gbẹ̀yìn gbàlẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni bẹ́ẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní apẹ́kódó jẹun ní Simba.
Agba Simba.
Agba Simba.
You are still in Nigeria.
Yes.
It's still in Nigeria, no?
Oh, wow. You are enjoying.
Like big enjoyment now.
Thomas,
big enjoyment.
You can't
Yeah,
just
brother.
jump beside craft and go to Nigeria. You will travel for 4 days.
I'm thinking of going by December. I'm still thinking.
Australia alone, no. You guys.
That your distance. It's another planet in Thomas.
24 hours. 24 hours.
I did it one time going to Dubai, from Dubai to Nigeria. I said, in fact, when I was coming back to America, because I had to fly through route Dubai again. You know these immigration people.
I know that Dubai, you are going back. Oh.
Man, that woman, she asked me for something. She's from Ekiti as well. The moment she saw my name and my passport, she was like, she started speaking Ekiti language to me. So I was like, oh my God, this woman don't catch me. What would I do now? I was like, I said, don't worry, man. Next time I'll come and bring. So the moment it says, you are going to Dubai, why are you going this Israeli?
Exactly. You are going back. That's what it means.
You see, by the time I got to Dubai, I had to stop over and stay there for 2 days. I couldn't continue.
Imagine.
It was too strenuous. Going back again, I was like, God, you know what helped me?
Because Nigeria to Dubai alone is around 8 hours.
Yeah. In fact, it was a terrible. Well, I had a stopover in Dubai going to Nigeria. So it kind of like I stayed there for 2 days.
And US, how many hours US to Dubai?
That's like almost 12 hours, sort of.
Imagine.
Yeah, I was
so your own is actually a little bit different from Thomas' own.
No, my own Wahala. From Nigeria to Qatar.
To
Doha, 17 hours. From Doha to Nigeria, 6 hours, 30 minutes.
Wow. You already flying 8 hours. I mean, almost 20 hours.
24 hours. Almost 24 hours.
Jesus Christ.
17 hours from Australia to Doha.
That was the day I was daydreaming about my bed.
Thomas, what are you doing inside? How are you comfortable? I cannot tolerate it. Believe me.
What can we do? What can I do?
You guys don't drink. Guess what?
Sitting down for 17, hours.
I'm planning to. I've never get money to buy private jets. So
Simba, you know what I did? Luckily, my wife helped me collect some red wine. So I have some that are also loaded where I was sitting down. So every now and then I will have some zip and I will start.
Let me even tell you, Thomas, next time you are traveling, Qatar Airways can give you wine if you request.
I don't drink now. That's my
problem.
He
doesn't drink.
I doesn't drink.
So that you can be sleeping, so you can take a little so that you can sleep.
Okay. Ilé ológo là ń lé, ilé ológo là wá ń lé. Àmì ò mọ̀ o, ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀ o. Ẹ̀yin lẹ mọ̀.
Okay, you guys.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye bye.
See you tomorrow, Simba. Yeah, my regards to the family, everyone.
You too.
Yeah. We have come to the end of this session and it's been amazing. You guys are amazing, man. I can't thank you enough. Carry the conversation in the comment section. And I see you tomorrow. I say, peace. Thank you, guys. Thank you. God bless.
Country people, make una come here for you. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make I go to prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Allah kiaye. My brothers. The venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.